Hey guys, we are back for day 5 of the George Pino trial. Court still hasn't started. I'm listening in the background to it. There are like 2 little small talk bits that maybe we'll play as little bloops later, but judge hasn't gotten on the bench. So nothing has happened in court yet, even though she wanted to start at 10 and get the jury in by 10:30. So maybe they just didn't need to do any arguments outside the presence of the jury
I
after
guess
all.
not. And yeah, we were running late in our household. I know first Bob was talking about getting coffee, but then we had a medical issue with his dad. So Bob is dealing with that. And you guys have me. So
Well, everybody's going to be happy to have you. So
yeah.
you said it like, and you guys have me. So we have the chat for a little bit, you guys. Again, if you are missing the memo, we are trying not to risk court TV or lawn crime, whichever one they're saying has the camera in there because they're the same now. We don't want them to get booted from the courtroom because the court administrative order is something like anyone showing the feed of the court cannot have the live chat feature enabled. So we've just been turning off the chat whenever we're watching the court, kicking you guys out, and then whenever there's a break, we're bringing you guys back in. So it's really pesky. It's really annoying. We don't agree with it, but at the same time, it's we could risk not having a feed at all. So choices.
Right.
With that being said, we left off yesterday after watching some of the reconstruction, which I don't really think was much of a reconstruction.
I mean, I don't really get what they reconstructed. It's like, and I also don't get they're using a GPS because when you go back and you look at the chart thingy that the I don't know if that's from a forensic. It's like a forensic. You've shown it, the one with the
The little,
time.
like, I'm calling them the spaghetti models.
Right, but the one
But
that they
it's,
had in that article, like, look,
uh,
if you go by that, he literally well, the other one that they had in that newspaper article with the like, where you see the actual squares, it basically shows he hit and came into contact with like, this one, it looks like 15's the only one he didn't run over. Like, it looks like he went under 12, he's all the way crashed right through 13. You see what I'm talking about?
I just think it's because the pin markers are super, it's the way it's zoomed out. It just makes the line because they're using this thick yellow line.
Yeah, but when they
But at the same
used
time,
the yeah.
seeing that, I was gonna say, seeing that channel with the video made me realize how close together the markers are. Like it really is narrow. His boat, I guess his boat is actually a medium boat. It's not this small boat. I'm still seeing comments all over like he shouldn't have had 14 people on that boat or 13 others, not including himself. But it seems like everybody had an assigned seat. So, like, something that I came into this trial thinking could be very negligent is having more people on a boat than can sit down. And that doesn't seem to be an issue. That seems to be crossed off now.
Right.
And we haven't explicitly heard anything about a weight limit, but it's hard for me to imagine that if there's seats for everybody that were on board and those were
Those little
teenage girls and
kids, no,
skinny,
yeah.
right?
I think there
So
technically did they really say there was no weight limit? Because I think there's got to be a weight limit. It must be so high because like you said, if you just have to assume it's that many men on a boat at a time, and they're gonna make the weight limit be able to fit the number of seats with men.
well, and then I thought he was speeding, but there's no speed limit. So
Speed's
what how,
relative to safety
what becomes reasonable there? So,
or
and I came
unreasonable.
into this thinking like if he's over capacity in the boat and then he's over the speed limit, and now I'm like, all right, well those things aren't
I
there.
I mean, it's not
Uh,
even reasonable or unreasonable, it's like wanton and, willful and wanton for, like, the
yep,
grossest negligence you can come up with. Oh, I'm, like, hearing them behind me.
yep. We
Or
have, yeah, that's judge coming to the bench. So
oh, you
chat,
can
this
hear.
is our, I think. Yep. All right. Just heard the judge's voice. So guys, I'm gonna pause the court
Wait,
until
let me
we
do that
kick
thing
the
again.
chat out.
I
We
didn't
gotta
have it
kick the
up.
chat out.
I'm not
So you
I'm
got
not
your last like
prepared.
30 seconds here, guys.
Alright, wait, let me get to go to studio. Yep, you guys talk now because I gotta get this little thingy up anyway.
Yep. And hit the like button too, you know.
Content.
And remember, you know, whenever there's a break, this is supposed to be a shorter day. She said they're going till like 4:30. So they might not take like those midday little breaks, but they will still take a lunch. So whenever they take a lunch,
I'm
get
ready
ready to
when
come
you
back
are.
to the chat. All right. All right. We're going to miss you, chat. We are going to miss you. All right. I just saved mine
And
and
I
then ended my
appreciate.
chat feature.
Okay, I just did the same, and I just wanted to thank everyone for sending good wishes and concern for Bob Senior.
Yeah.
It's scary when
And
you
I
get
think
this old.
well, and thank goodness you guys were there and awake to realize it. Like, get the assistance right away. Right. Change my screen. Oh, wait, we're missing our little collab thing. There
Are
we
you
go.
gonna back up to see the couple of morning things, or just meh?
Do you guys want to? Yeah, we could do it.
I mean, we give us some blooping time anyway, I guess. It's
Yeah, that's
short.
true. Okay, so guys, before court started, Borscht came in, and it's going to be kind of quiet for most of it, but Borscht came in and had a relay of kind words for Laura Adams. I think it's like right here. So here he comes.
Who is that?
So this is Borscht. This is second chair.
It looks
And Laura
totally
Adams
different.
is the lead.
Okay.
Yeah, it's because he's blurry. This is the guy who said you can just say bird poop, it's fine.
Yeah, he's like fangirl. I hope. So just gassing you up for
Gassing you up.
giving you positive feedback.
So he's telling them people are fangirling her. See, you know, there was. We just watched the what do we watch? Oh, the Michael Jackson verdict. And the state's attorney said, I was glad there was no cameras in the courtroom, because if there were, you would, people start to play to the cameras. It's inevitable. Just made me think of that.
And then you might think about it and like psych yourself out too. Like,
I would hate it, me personally. But
you got to do what the bailiff does and walk by the camera like this.
and then give your bedroom eyes. And
oh.
Okay.
Okay, so then the media is going to come in. I think the camera crew. And they're going to ask about a doctor, and they're all confused.
Great. Amazing.
Hey, question. Is Dr. Wu going to come? The medical examiner, what's her name?
Dr. Wu.
Yeah.
Lois.
Huh?
Oh, Lou.
Lou, yeah, Dr. Lou.
No,
No?
no.
Oh,
She's
okay.
not the ME on the case.
No, she's not? Oh,
They're
okay.
going to have a different person.
Dr.
So,
Wu. Woo!
so for some reason, the media is aware of a Dr. Lou, who I think I remember seeing her name, but that's not who they're going to call for the case, which I thought was odd. They're just like switching up.
yeah, that is weird. Guess we'll see.
Close.
I used to run into her so much when I did general assignment. We became really good friends.
Oh, she's
Oh,
great.
so
Maybe he was just mistaken.
Right. All right. The dog needs my. What do you need?
All right, and that was it for that part. Then there was a part, and there's no jury here. Little Cece and George hug. And yeah, I think maybe they didn't. Okay, just one hand. I thought it was a hug when I saw the frame, but it just whatever. And then they go back to the wall, go back to this banner. And then all of this was nothing was going on this whole time this morning. So here we go.
All right, thank you, everyone. Good morning. Sorry to keep you all waiting. State of Florida, this is George Pino. Parties, would you please announce?
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura Adams, Jonathan Borst, on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning. On behalf of Mr. Pino, who is present, Howard Srebnick, Janelle Gomez, Ed Armelino, and Mark Shapiro. Good morning.
Good morning. Now, could you please swear Mr. Pino?
Yes. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
They just asked the defendant that?
So let's discuss
Every morning.
the witness, and then we're going to review some of the body worn. We were able to send the portions defense of the body worn camera evidence.
We have, Judge. We took the opportunity to meet with Lieutenant Thompson and the
What'd you say?
So have you guys talked about that? I wonder if it's because in case a defendant has an outburst that it's sworn. Because I've never seen that before. Where they're
I think they've been doing it since the first day. So it'd be before.
I mean, but maybe they do that well, we've seen other Florida trials and they don't do that, right?
Yeah, I don't remember them doing that for. I mean,
I wonder if
I haven't watched a trial with this judge.
that's what I was gonna say. I wonder if this judge does that because she's had occasions where defendants have I had that happen in trial where a defendant stood up and them is lies, starts going off.
Can we watch that?
No, obviously, but maybe I'm thinking that's got to be the reason why, that if they have an outburst and they start to say anything, that they're sworn and it's under oath. Because I've never seen that before, but
I can picture her having that rule for that reason.
yeah.
reporter. A few moments ago, he authenticated the video clips that we would.
Look at
want to,
Laura. You saw her pop up out of nowhere.
Well, what Lieutenant Thompson can say about those clips is that they accurately depict the route that he took through the channel. However, most of those clips, Your Honor, were actually prepared by the state's expert witness, Mr. Albert. And what he did, because he was doing this with GoPro video, he was able to also enable the GPS that would go along with it. And so you'll see on the screen, for example, the speed or the heading that the lieutenant was taking as we went through that channel. And so he can't authenticate that part of it. That would have to come in through Mr. Albert because he can't speak to any of that. It's accuracy or anything along those lines.
Is that going to be the witness that you have for Monday?
Correct.
So,
And I anticipate introducing all of those videos through him, but Lieutenant Thompson can't vouch for anything other than this is the route that I took.
Okay. Well, it could be subject to being leaked at this point through Lieutenant Thompson, or it could be addressed, I guess, with your last witness on Monday. I don't know. I'm not sure what would
Last witness on Monday.
be asking. Because I prefer not to have to bring back Lieutenant Thompson, and it would just be, with that caveat.
I got a rant here for like 2 seconds because this judge now wants, for the sake of convenience and keeping the trial shorter rather than dragging it out, let's not have to call Lieutenant Thompson back during the defense's case in chief just because you don't want to stipulate to let these clips in that are from the overall footage. That's the same argument the defense has made like 2 or 3 different times already, and the judge is always like, there's discretion and we're not going to hear this argument again. And then here we are. And now she wants to be expedient. Like,
Was
why
she-
didn't we just do this in the first place?
Exactly. And was she saying with whatever your last witness is on Monday or with your final witness for your case on Monday? I guess I got ahead of myself and thought maybe she meant the last witness the prosecution's going to call is Monday. Maybe she was just saying with whatever.
No, I think they're going to wrap up on Monday because if
Okay.
they're talking about Albert is probably one of their strong points because he's the one that prepared all of these things. So they're probably going to have him go through, because he's going to be the quote-unquote expert, even though we've had like 4 people talk about channel markers and how they work and all of that. So, but yeah. And that might also be because today's only going till 4. It's a shorter day, so maybe they would have been done today otherwise.
I mean, it's,
I don't know what the state's intentions are this morning with this particular FWC reconstruction to begin with. Regardless, as Your Honor pointed out, we can certainly link this up on Monday through Albert. See if that's an issue.
that's
A
fine.
little big there.
That's fine. So, but either way, I would accept it subject to
Stapling.
leave, or that might, I don't know if that would be confusing or not. So, I'll leave it all to you on that, because that was the one issue I wanted to make sure I was addressed. Is there anything else we have to go on? He's checking, I'm not sure if all the jurors were here yet, but is there anything else you both need to address before we bring it to the board?
Yes, Judge. I have transcripts ready for the jurors to follow along for when the lieutenant testifies about the defendant's statements that are on body-worn camera. So I've turned them over to the defense, but I can, at the time when we're going to be publishing these, I'll pass out the transcripts.
How do you feel about transcripts for body cam going to jury?
And do you have an extra copy?
Oh, I think you're muted.
All right. I'm able to put my take that weird background off. I only if both sides have agreed that that's what it says. And if not, then I don't think it's good. But it's helpful if they do both agree that that's what it says, then it's helpful. I mean, we saw that in Nanook, give it a rest. He's upset because usually like he goes out in the morning on a tie down and it rained like the past 2 days.
Oh,
So I took him out this morning just like on the leash and just like I stay in the garage so he knows I'm not going for a walk, and just let him go like on the grass. So he's like, wait, where's my outside time? Like this
he's
is not right.
banished like the chat.
But we saw it in Richard Allen where they did it with the bridge video, which everyone is in. Like there is no
Dispute.
way. There was no way, as especially what they said. She said like all of a sudden the child forgot how to speak like in proper English, like that, which would be just really bizarre. But like if both parties cannot agree, I don't think the court should let it in.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Just on gut, not even like thinking of any.
And did he get a little
rules.
dig in there? Was he like, I mean, I don't even know if we can call
Out
it
of
a
the state's
recreation.
doing.
No, did he say that? Like, I don't think we can call it a recreation. I thought I heard.
Oh, I missed that.
That's what I thought he said.
I just heard him say, I don't know what the state plans on doing.
With this recreation that I don't even know if we can call a recreation is what I thought he said, but maybe he didn't.
Golden.
Get 5 copies for you.
I didn't want to kill too many trees. These were all sent.
Well, she keeps talking about killing things.
Yes,
Yeah, email would be great.
but these are exactly the same as from the motion to dismiss. The only difference is that per the defense request, any reference to the defendant's decision not to provide a voluntary sample of his blood was all redacted, both from the transcript as well as the body worn camera.
Okay, I want to make sure that you have reviewed that and confirmed that.
Because otherwise we're starting this
Was there
trial
an
over
extra
again.
copy? Or no?
Yes.
Was it just a-
No.
And it's not going to take 3 years. So.
Let me check with Renee now on this one.
Yes.
We're just here to watch them staple papers.
Here's 3.
Okay, and then the court volume went out.
Yeah, because they're like, all right, we don't need to be having someone at court TV was probably like, that stapling's getting annoying.
Yeah.
Why are we hearing this?
Oh my goodness. Why isn't stuff stapled like yesterday?
I wonder if we should ask the chat how many of them are like still watch the whole trial when they're not able to chat. Like, are they in there doing it in the Discord? Are they in these streets?
Actually don't know how to see how many people are in the Discord because I think it only shows the count of who like might have also clicked in to watch or like listen and chat, because Discord it's like a voice chat and then there's also a text chat that can open, and I can only see the count. It's like a dozen people that joined that could also do the voice chat feature that muted themselves, but I think there's more people in the typey chat.
But there's a voice feature.
Yeah, Discord you can do like voice parties, voice chats.
Strange. I got a message from my dad to call him, and now he probably won't remember because it was an hour ago. My father's having memory problems, so let me call this guy. Oh shit. Oh, I know what they need. There he is. All right.
I'm just gonna do the we're back at there we go. As soon as I said something.
All rise.
Please be seated. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all doing today? Wonderful. Let me ask you some questions. Has anyone seen anything in the news about this case? No. Been looking for it on the news, have you? No? Read anything in the
Who said
newspaper?
no?
How about social media? Has anyone attempted to speak with you or in your presence about the case? No. All right. No one's done any research, I hope, trying to gather any information outside of the courtroom. Very good. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to proceed now. State and call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Lieutenant William Thompson, please.
Finally have the lead investigator, the lead on the case, who found impairment was not a contributing factor, no impairment.
So please step forward, face the clerk, and raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Smile, you're on seat, thank you. Please keep your voice loud and clear on this microphone. And you know it's pointed one way, the jury's this way, so keep your voice a little extra loud.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Officer Lieutenant William Thompson. I work for the FWC.
How long have you worked for, well, FWC stands for what?
Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission
How long have you worked for FWC?
since 2017.
I want to call your attention to the date of September 4th, 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Was it a holiday weekend?
It was.
Did your agency have an increased number of officers out there?
It did.
Why?
Holiday weekend, higher boat traffic around the area.
On that day, did you meet a person by the name of George Pino?
I did.
Do you see him in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark sports coat with a blue tie.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant.
Stipulation.
So identified.
Did you know him prior to that day?
I did not.
Did you have a chance to speak with him at a place called Elliott Key Harbor?
I did.
Initially, do you have a brief exchange with him while he's still on a police boat?
I did.
What was the purpose of that interchange?
To identify the operator of a vessel that was involved in an accident.
About what time was it that you came into contact with him?
Around,
If you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
I like to use my notes to look at the time, please.
Just review your notes if you would, sir. Don't read from them and look up after you review them.
Around 6:37 p.m.
That's when you spoke with him?
At Elliott Key, correct. Prior to that, around 6:20ish.
Okay. Now, did you at Elliott Key?
I know part-time theory. Apologize.
At Elliott Key, did you speak with him about trying to figure out whose boat it was and where it was trailered?
Yes,
Okay. And what time is that?
that is at 6:37 p.m.
Was your interaction with him while he was on the boat at Elliott Key recorded on your body-worn camera?
It was.
Did you have an opportunity to review with me a jump drive that has a number of clips from your body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 5H. Lieutenant, do you recognize any writing on this exhibit?
I do.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that signify that you've watched the contents of this clip and it accurately depicts portions of your body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
I move states 5H for identification and evidence.
Judge, prior to our subject, prior objection.
Subject to prior objection admitted.
5H, fields marked for identification, becomes a state exhibit 98.
Lieutenant, the first clip that's on here, is that you speaking with him on a boat at Elliott Key?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it daylight or nighttime at that time?
Nighttime.
Do you remember about what time it was?
8:16 p.m.
So you actually authenticated 2 videos with me this morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on one second. Grab them out.
Mayor, what was the exhibit number, please?
98.
90, thank you.
For the record, I'm showing counsel now states 5G. Lieutenant, same question. I showed you 2 jump drives this morning. Can you take a look and tell me if you recognize initials on this?
I do.
And is this going to be the clips of your actual body-worn camera footage?
Yes,
Okay, and the other one, does that have to do with another issue that we're going to talk about in a bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I move states 5G for identification and evidence.
Subject to prior
Subject
objection.
to prior objection admitted.
5G, marked for identification, becomes a state exhibit 99 in evidence.
The record statement, I'll publish the statement that's labeled 1, statement 1. And Your Honor, I have the transcripts for the jurors to follow along.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be handed some transcripts. This is for your use to follow the video evidence. These transcripts are not in evidence. The video is the evidence.
Judge, do you need one?
I have. Thank you.
Lieutenant, it appears that when you have this initial interchange with the defendant while he's on that boat, are you asking him how the boating crash happened?
No, ma'am.
What are you trying to get information about at that point?
So I'm trying to figure out where the vessel comes from, see if it has a trailer, because we have an active scene out there. There's a boat drifting. It could become a navigational hazard. So at that moment, I'm trying to see if there's a trailer. I have people on land trying to coordinate on how to get that boat out of the water so it's not in the way of other boat traffic. So if he has his own trailer, the goal is to use his trailer to transport that boat.
So when he's telling you about some other boat or something, that's not what you were there to find out from him?
No, ma'am.
He's just spontaneously telling you those things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was at about 8:16 in the evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you speak with the defendant again a little later that same evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that also at Elliott Key Harbor?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the next time that you have interaction with him?
At 8:59 p.m.
Okay. Can you tell the court what you were doing? Well, when did you finish that little brief conversation with him?
8:18.
Okay. So from 8:18 to 8:59, almost 45 minutes or so, can you tell the members of the jury, are you having any interaction with George Pino?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so then at 8:59, you then wind up speaking with him again, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, were you wearing your body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it recording that interaction with him?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, do you have any sense that he's committed a criminal offense?
No, ma'am.
Was he allowed to interact with his daughter and the other girls that had been brought to Elliott Key?
Yes, ma'am. It was encouraged.
Now, when you speak with him this second time, can you tell the jurors, what was your aim?
Second time I spoke to him was to conduct a boating accident investigation. So I wanted to sit down with him and get the specifics of what he remembered that happened or occurred during that time.
Where is it that you speak with him?
At a park bench.
Okay. Were there other officers around you?
No, ma'am, not that time.
Did you raise your voice to him?
No, ma'am.
Did you order him around?
No, ma'am.
Was he cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Did he require any assistance to walk to that picnic table?
No, ma'am.
Was he responsive to you when you asked him questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you understand what he was saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wear your body-worn camera on that night, the same place where we see it right now on your uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's basically at chest level?
Yes, ma'am.
When you're seated opposite the defendant and recording this interview, do you see his face?
No, ma'am. You see his chest, if anything.
Oh boy.
During that interaction with him, did you ever ask if he'd been drinking alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Does he tell you anything about drinking alcohol?
He does.
What does he say?
He tells me that he had 2 beers.
Okay. During that interview, do you make arrangements for fire rescue workers to come over and check him out, make sure he's okay?
Yes, ma'am. He was bleeding from the elbow. I wanted to make sure that he was okay, so I had fire rescue take a look at him.
All right. For the record, I'm not going to publish the statement on the state's evidence style 2, statement 2.
Counsel, did you have transcripts?
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me also add to the explanation
Edited.
about transcripts. Again, you know, here in which recorded conversation, the recordings are the evidence. Transcripts are given to you to help you follow along. Transcripts are not in evidence. If there is any discrepancy between what you see on the transcripts and what you hear in the recorded conversation, you must rely on what you hear in the recorded conversation as the evidence. All right? This will apply, the instruction I just gave you, to all of the recorded conversations you're about to hear. All right?
And Judge, so we can preserve pretrial motions related to the subject matter of the witness's
Yes, sir.
testimony.
Preserve for the record.
All right. So what they're talking about there, it seems like both parties agreed with I don't know if it's part of clip 2 that we're going to watch now or like a clip 3, but at some point there's going to be a portion that both sides, it had to be redacted, where Pino turns down at the advice of his attorney the field blood draw. But this other stuff that's going to come in, the way that the prosecutor's asking these questions is getting to the effect of, well, he wasn't in custody, he wasn't under arrest, he wasn't, there was nothing that would make him think he was in that type of situation. Like, he wasn't handcuffed, he was free to leave, and everything that he was doing was voluntary. It wasn't because you were asking him investigative questions. The point being that he wasn't read his Miranda rights. He wasn't properly Mirandized at this time. And the prosecutor, through her questioning, is making sure that it's still established that there was no reason for him to be considered under custody at this time. So now the defense attorney says, like, look, I want to preserve all of our pretrial motions because they had certain pretrial motions to exclude these statements on the grounds that, first, they weren't voluntary, he wasn't properly Mirandized, and 2, why we're getting some of the questions, like, was he able to walk to the bench by himself? Did he appear okay? Another reason they raised to exclude these statements is, even though they're voluntary, if he had a concussion and any type of traumatic brain injury, that puts you in a different mental state where maybe the things that you're saying aren't exactly voluntary. So
Right.
that's what we're getting between the parties here.
And
And you only missed
I'll
one
tell
clip
you.
with the 2 beers.
All right. I don't think he was in custody. And that's a defense lawyer as far as needing to be Mirandized. You know, it was a medical thing. I don't think he felt like he was being arrested, but I didn't see this. So maybe there's something more. But on the little things that we've seen so far, you know, didn't seem to me that a reasonable person would think that he was in the custody of the police and they were, you know, he wasn't free to leave because of that, as opposed to you've got to get medical treatment.
I think it's kind of helpful because you have, if you smelled alcohol on him, you would think that there would be an arrest.
Right. Or at least a
in like
call
this
for a
reverse
warrant.
way.
Right. And if they arrested him, then he would have had the implied consent. So how long do you think you can drink like water that's been sitting around in your water bottle? I'm pretty sure this was from
As soon as
last
it
week.
tastes stale, I don't like it.
So you'll keep drinking it until it tastes stale? I mean, this has
Well,
been
I think by like the end of, if I make a water cup in the morning and then by the end of the day I feel like it tastes flat and stale.
oh, then I'm
and I
not
don't
even
like
gonna
it.
tell you when I made this one that I just picked up and took a sip out of. It was definitely last week. It was just like
I'm sure it's fine. It
I'm
just
just
tastes
like
flat.
looking at it like I'm really thirsty. That's probably still good. That's
Go get
I
some
looked
water,
inside.
Ali.
I looked inside. I'm like, no mold, because I just took a sip of that.
You should look before.
That's right. Probably the better way to do it. This thing has these little like beads on it. I've been having this weird like pins and needles like up my right arm and hand, and I had like a horrible headache yesterday. I think it's just like I don't
Sitting
know.
in the chair all nerve pinchy, maybe.
Well, when we were I went home. We went to the beach and we got in the ocean, and it was freezing, and there was a
Oh.
lot of moving of the arms, and then like fighting the. But it's not my bad shoulder. My other shoulder was always bad, so I had surgery on my left, but my right's always been like the bad one until that happened. So I'm assuming that I did something there, and then like sitting in the chair maybe isn't helping. I don't know, but it's getting annoying.
Well, if you stand up,
But the little
you could be
pins on
like
this
their
was
body.
helping me. That was what I was saying, like pinching the little thingamajigs.
Oh, these little like I have those. They're like
Yeah, that's it.
scratchy thingies. I don't know what they're called.
Yeah,
That's good. That way you know you have like the tactile
right.
feeling coming back.
Uh,
I think you kind of. This is Lieutenant Thompson. If you missed that, I think you went away before
Oh,
they
that's
brought him
him?
up. This is the lead.
all right.
So that's why we're watching these body cam clips. So we're on the second one now. The first one's where he volunteers that he had the 2 beers.
Do we
Or I
know
think this
if
one
the-
actually is. I think
if
this one
the
might be.
judge is letting the defense put in the other clips, or that's been decided no, they're calling him back.
Actually didn't hear a ruling on that.
Okay.
So they're gonna pull the video close so they can really see his nips.
Anytime someone says something gets light-flighted, that's when it comes. So, right now, they'll update my office just getting to the hospital. So, they all went to the same spot. My office, medical staff, won't give that update until my guys get there. They won't do it as long as they don't know who's actually calling. So, my guys are about 10 to 15 minutes away. Everyone that's over there. Oh, that's it. All the girls? They're over there. There's some over there. There's some who's over there. I thought there's a cocktail list. No, there's somewhere there. There's over there. All those girls are fine. They're a little short, of course, going accident. So, as of right now, last I had an update,
All the girls are fine?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. After you just say, whenever someone's life flighted, we have to do because now they're changing to the boat investigation phase. So he acknowledged that this is where he initiates an investigative conversation with him.
Well, so
Starts off by saying,
that's
whenever we
why.
life flight someone, but everyone's also fine.
So now that's why the defense is arguing that now he's in custody for the
Yep,
purposes of
and
Miranda.
it seems like because there's things that can be charged when there's a life-altering injury, right? Like however that gets classified legally, but a life-altering injury is a type of
Yeah,
thing.
serious bodily injury or death is going to take you to a different level no matter what.
And to me, when you're saying like whenever someone's life flighted,
Right.
the implication is that's what we might be geared to already. Not
Right.
necessarily a death, but to me at this point, you are investigating something, a cause of a life-altering or serious bodily injury. And then
Right.
he says all the girls are fine, which I think is sketch. Like,
Yeah. And then people are supposed to be judging his demeanor based on all this girl's unaliving. Well, he's just seems very normal, but he's being told everybody's okay.
Yep. Yep.
I was hauling butt from Oliver Sandbar. So someone told me that Puerto Rico that was on the family. So we there, I don't know where my wife. I'm still getting all the pieces. I don't know.
You want to play that again? This is hard to hear, and I hate when the jury is given a transcript because I'm having a hard time making this out, and I feel like you should rely on your ears, your own ears.
I'm still getting all the pieces.
Just got to the hospital.
Your Honor, would the court please read the instruction to the jury regarding?
Edited recordings.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I had read it to you yesterday, the other day. There may be portions of these recordings that have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions, okay, that would not add to your understanding of this case. Please, that should not concern you in terms of how you evaluate the evidence. And it must not impact you as to how you view or consider the evidence. Thank you, Judge.
I guess this is where they asked about the blood draw. And at
Well, we're
that
not going to
point,
see that.
yeah, but at that point, I would argue you should be Mirandized. It's already, this is acknowledged that this is an investigative interview.
We'll come back to this. Let's get that here. No, I one of you guys will be fire rescue? He's waiting for you to go throw a gash in his elbow. He's waiting for you to go gash in his elbow. One of you guys can grab me fire rescue? Yeah, we're taxing the boat. We should be able to talk about what I'm going to say. I'm going to fire rescue.
It's still playing. This
Hmm.
might just be court TV. Yeah, it's court TV messing up. It's not the body cam itself that's messing up like this. Good times.
Mm.
I was just looking at this guy. Dang. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Live view, and we are not live. All right. Well.
At that time, it was activated in covert, and to remind me that the body cam is working, it'll rumble on my chest, and that's that rumbling noise you guys are hearing.
It's covert.
You know what's funny? Pause it. To remind me that it's working is the way he thinks of it, meaning like, hey, watch what you say. You got your body worn on, as opposed to make so that I know it's working. You know what I mean? Like just like his choice of
Yeah.
words, like so that I know that the scene's being recorded. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too deep into his choice of words. But
No,
that's
because
like,
look at his whole posture. Like he's got to look like the most integral guy. He has the highest level of integrity ever. This is him. Jury. This is how I know. So I picture that he's the type that might want to be very aware of what he's saying for his own record. Just like we
Right.
saw with KFR, Kathy Fernandez Rundle, and Laura Adams in those text messages. Like, I want to be careful what I say here. Just well aware.
right.
How long have you been on that boat? Yeah, I own the boat. And how many hours? If you had to put hours, how many hours on it? I know. Yeah, boats. All year, pretty much. How long have you been boating? All year. You have all the safety equipment on the boat, right? Yeah, I actually checked it because I had some people already there to make sure everything's nice. I was kind of like, so we have the owner of that boat put all the hours on it and do that channel out. I was concerned when we were going through there because it was too many. Over top. To be able to walk. I was by my two girls were on the back. We were going through the last part where when we were going through the waves, I was veered to the right, so you cut into the waves. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Cut right through the waves.
He says he veers to the right.
I go into the waves, and I looked back at two girls that were sitting there. Okay. And I was a little bit concerned. I told my wife, watch. I don't remember exactly what it was. It was vocal. Pretty sure it was vocal and Medea. Okay. So I turned around and I said, "Hey guys, watch out! Hold on! I'm cutting into it. You guys on the back, and you walk around. They're right on the back. And as soon as I said it, I was going through the wave, and I looked, and the wheel. I guess when I do one of days, the wheel turned a little bit. Okay. A little bit as I was coming back in, and I lost a little control. I think I turned. Okay. And it was I'm pretty sure it was the left side of the boat that skidded. The left side of the boat I'll be telling you this was really scary because I got up, so I couldn't believe what had happened. Saw two people floating, I yelled, recognized some of them. They said, right up here. And then I immediately went back to see them. In my head, remember was up there. Very clear. I got her. It was not a TV. Okay? And I was freaking out already. Got her. Just got her. Pulled her up. And there was a boat that stopped. Please speak up. Those were people there. Remember. Okay. And all right, so the people that I waited over got and then I wasn't sure there was one people wasn't working. And then I picked back up, and we're out, a little bit out of breath. And then two more people showed up. And they're like, I started finding that. Okay, come on in. Let's go to first. One of the middle stop. Take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath. I told you I'll keep you updated with anything I know, anything I learn about. They were talking to moms, their families. I'll be updated on the other three instances. I'm going to ask for consent to search the GPS and the engines and see if there's any engine issues, if the engine's revved, because the GPS will show us the track. I would love to get a consent to search the GPS, the engines, and the phone. Because that's what I want to see what the GPS is telling me. I want to know if the engines, once you hit that weight, did those engines over rev when they hit the weight, and then did a block of prop and when it came through the wave, it spun twice as hard, and that's why control was lost. I would like one of those. I'll get a form, we'll sign that in a minute. No, that's what I really want to do. I want to know what caused the accident. So we'll sign that, and then right now, we're pulling the boat out ourselves. We're going to take it to our... I can't not tell you about these things. I just wanted you to pull it out now. Yeah, we're pulling it out now. We're going to put it on a trailer. We're going to lock it behind a gate at my office. There's a bunch of purses and stuff in there. That's why I need to do a search too, so I can get all the purses, all the bags, all the personal belongings out of there too. Yeah, I mean, when they're going to be there, because everyone's personal belongings. Let me get a pen and paper and pad, so I can write down stuff that's how it goes away. If you get it, as soon as I walk in there. And then in a minute, I'm going to ask for a written statement from you and then a seating chart of where everybody with your recollection is sitting on the boat. That would be a minute. Real quick, let me go get that one form. You want to go talk to your daughter real quick? You want to welcome to? Go talk to her. I'll be back in 5 minutes here. Over top.
Oh, that was loud. Let's lower that.
What time did you stop speaking with the defendant to go and get some other forms?
9:13 p.m.
The recording that we just heard, is that exactly the way that you and the defendant were interacting with each other?
Yes.
At the time that you're talking with him, is he showing any overt signs of being impaired by alcohol?
No.
Is he being cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, is he volunteering to give you information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he express any kind of concern for the people that were his passengers?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it seem legitimate?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at that time when you're speaking with George Pino, do you have any idea what his GPS is going to tell you?
No, ma'am.
At that moment in time, are you thinking in any way that he's a criminal suspect?
No, ma'am.
At that time, when he gave you this, explanation that there was some other vessel that caused this crash, did you have any reason at that moment to doubt what he was saying to you?
No, ma'am.
So at the end of that exchange, do you then wind up ultimately maybe talking with some colleagues, but then getting papers that you needed?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the papers that you needed?
Consent to search form.
Okay. What's a consent to search form?
It's a voluntary form that the individual signed to give us access to look at whatever we put on it. So GPSs, hatches, engine data, just so we can do a thorough investigation to look over the boat.
Now, while you went to go get these papers, where is the defendant?
He is still on the island. He's checking on the girls. He's talking to other people all around him.
Is he handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Are there police officers on either side of him escorting him around?
No, ma'am.
Is he able to wander around freely with the other girls that were there?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long were you gone?
I was gone for roughly 20 minutes
Okay. Where was it that you had to go to get these papers?
to my patrol vessel.
Is that basically your, I don't know, like a floating office for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you step away from the defendant, do you mute your microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain why?
We mute our microphones when we're not discussing anything with the public. We're speaking to other colleagues, law enforcement, first responders, might be sensitive subjects, sensitive matters. So we have the ability to mute it when we're speaking to other law enforcement, not the public.
Was it your intention when you re-engaged with the defendant to unmute your microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you forget to do that right off the bat?
I did.
Okay. But did you at some point during that second interchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did your body-worn camera capture some images of the defendant while he was interacting with the other girls and on that island?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that one of the clips that you reviewed earlier this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm going to be publishing the clip labeled 3 Elliott Key Harbor.
Do you have transcript, please?
No, you're not. Not this one. And at this time, is your microphone on mute?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have any bandages on his body?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
On his head.
You want to make the witness have permission to step down for a moment?
Yes. Can you give us up, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, are you conversing with your colleague?
I am.
That person you just saw with the light around his head, who's that?
That's Mr. Pino.
be like the top of a clipboard or something like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jurors, what is it that you're holding in your hand?
So that clipboard's where I keep a lot of the documents, such as consent to search forms, written statements. It's so I don't have to go back and forth from my vote to Mr. Pino, trying to bring all the paperwork in, so we can sit down and take care of everything we have to take care of.
Can you describe what it looks like?
Yeah, it's a plastic, looks like a folder, the board on top, and on the inside it has a hollow, so I can follow the paperwork in there, so the elements like the sun, rain can't get to the paper.
Thank you. After that 20-minute or so period of time when you had gone to go get these additional papers in your clipboard of sorts, do you communicate again with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you make contact with him?
He's sitting on a bench with two young ladies that were passengers of the vessel. I asked him if he'd come back over to the park bench that we spoke at earlier.
And what was his reaction?
Cooperative.
Did you have to entice him to come with you?
No, ma'am.
He just instantly said, okay, no problem?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, they're just getting out
Did
the
you have
bad
to
facts
assist him
now.
at this point walking over to the table?
No, ma'am.
When you are with him at that table, is your body-worn camera still recording?
Still video recording.
But what about audio?
No, it is not.
Okay. Did you,
Well-
in fact, show to the defendant?
Go ahead.
I just wonder why. Why do you turn off the audio feature?
I don't know, but that's like the first, like he said a few minutes ago, like, oh, we turn it off to talk to other officers, but not when we talk to members of the public. But I forgot to turn it on for the clip that we just got done watching.
Right. But
When
the-
I got
mean,
back.
you know what? You shouldn't be saying anything to the other officers that the public can't hear. But they just get caught all the time with, well, we don't really have enough, but maybe if we say it this way, or, you know, it's just, they should not be allowed to turn it off.
There's like body cam where like officers are like in the bathroom washing their hands. Like if it needs, it could be redacted. It could be
Right.
redacted. You could cut
Right.
it out.
I mean, I'm good
So-
with taking off like the urine
Yeah.
stream, but
A form called the consent to search form.
Yes, ma'am.
The record I'm showing, counsel states one proof for identification.
And we don't have the body cam from the other officers he was speaking with. That's an issue that has kind of plagued
And then I'm showing you
the
states
coverage
one.
and the process of
Do you
this
recognize
case.
this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it have your handwriting on it?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean,
And is
that's,
this an enlarged?
that's really suspicious. So the ones that got deleted are the other ones he was talking to who didn't turn their sound off?
I think one was in that vicinity in this time period where he's talking about the consent forms. And the reason I think that's significant is because that's where you'd be most likely to say, like, look, I'm talking to this guy. I mean,
Sounds
I'm going to try to
fine.
get, yeah, or it's either going to be inculpatory
Right.
or it could be something that shows that you do suspect something. And either way, that's a problem because you don't Mirandize him.
Right. Oh, if they
So-
lost it, you can guarantee it was like,
It's
I don't see
inculpatory.
any signs of, or exculpatory, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I'm sorry, yeah.
inculpatory to them, like as far as making the cops show that they, you know, it's not what he's testifying to right now. But I mean, he did say I saw no signs of alcohol, you know. I mean,
But he has to because he's stated that before, so he knows he can't change his story on what he said then. So at a pretrial hearing, he started to say like it dissipated in this hour and a half time period. Like it could have dissipated before I smelled it on him, and I wouldn't have been able to smell it on him or see any signs of impairment since he last was at that sandbar drinking. So Which to me eliminates the idea if he didn't drink that much at the sandbar, he wasn't chugging drinks on the boat before the crash either, if this guy doesn't smell anything.
Right.
So, but yeah, I think it could go either way, but I don't think there's the deletion is very coincidental. The Miami Herald did a deep dive on the records and showed that the body cam had been accessed several times, and that there were renewal requests, 2 90-day renewal requests for one of the body cams that, suggesting like, hey, don't delete this, keep it. And then it got deleted anyway. So you would think that if there were attempts to keep looking at something, you would just
If you
preserve
need
it.
to look at it, then something's there. You're not looking at nothing. Or nothing that's of any substance whatsoever. It's not like, oh, I need to remake sure this thing that I determined is worthless is still worthless.
Yeah, and also I think the other side is, even though I think it could show that they were going to look for some type of statement, they wanted to be able to, hey, we want to get something out of this guy, which they should read him his rights at that point, and then he could be under suspicion. Because all of her questions, her line of questions, like, you didn't suspect the defendant was a criminal suspect at the time, did you? And she keeps asking things like that to reaffirm. But
it also could be just because that's what's coming with the defense, and then she did sort of a good job of being like, but you didn't know the GPS yet. But so now is it only the GPS? So because I was thinking when she was saying all that, all right, so knowing the channel, knowing how he was driving, and knowing that he smacked into the thing, you didn't suspect anything criminal or any sort of issue until somebody says something about the GPS. I mean, that's
why they have to make the GPS work to the recreation.
I forgot she did add you believed his story about another boat, and that's why you didn't. So
yeah, I don't know.
Copy of the consent to search that you showed to the defendant on September 4th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
The record, I move, states 1P for identification and evidence.
I mean, why do they think that document is so important that they needed to enlarge it and make it into a full-on exhibit like that? Like, it's just a consent to search form. What the hell is, they're doing all the things. I'm just going to keep saying that. They're doing all the things.
I don't know. Is it supposed to be bad that somebody consents? I think
No,
this is
it's
all to
usually good.
argue. I think this is all to argue the defense's pretrial motions to exclude things. Like, they just want to double down and maintain that we didn't step over any lines here because either we weren't, no one was under suspicion, or we had consent.
Well, then that would be just for the cameras, because the jury doesn't know they made these arguments pre-trial. It's just a very bizarre. I've never seen them, unless the signature was an issue. Unless there's something about this document and the way it's written, or that somehow is an issue. Why it is enlarged and put on a demonstrative like that is beyond me. Makes zero sense.
Maybe we'll find out he just said no. Maybe he wrote no and then said, never mind, actually, I consent.
Right. But, I just, while we're pausing, I was thinking about it, like a young girl died and we had all those not guilty yesterdays, but think about how bad the first Karen Reed trial was. And if there were only 6 jurors, if it was, the right 6, she would have been found guilty. At least I think. That depends which way the number, sometimes they give different numbers. I think they had at least 6 for guilty. That's all you got here, 6.
I thought it was 3 and 9 or something, right? Was that the split?
Right, but that's at least 6.
Oh, I thought it was the other direction.
Oh, maybe it was. Don't trust me. I mean,
I thought it was the other direction. See, this is why we need a chat.
Perimenopause on crack brain. So
this is why we need a chat.
1P, marked for identification, becomes State Exhibit 100 in evidence.
Lieutenant, would you please read what is on that consent to search form?
It says, I, George Pino, owner, operator of fishing vessel, documentation, DO 1294732, having been informed of my constitutional rights to not have a search of my property hereinafter mentioned without a search warrant and my right to refuse to consent to such a search, do voluntarily consent to search the following equipment: GPS units, engines, hatches, bags, personal belongings, etc. The above equipment may be searched for all data, including but not limited to waypoints, track lines, marks, routes, events, position data, and dates by special agents or officers of the FCC. Technical assistance such as authorized dealers, technicians, or manufacturers' technicians, or other FWCC enforcement designees. I further understand that anything or any article that may be found during the search may be used as evidence against me in any criminal or civil trial.
Your Honor, may the witness step down again, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, first off, who fills out the name George Pino up here? And what is this documentation number?
Documentation is an identifier of the vessel that Mr. Pino is operating. It's a federal documentation number stated in a different way, but that's a federal documentation identifier for us.
Speaking of that vessel, was it in fact taken out of the water that night?
It was not taken out that night.
It took a day or two to get it out.
Yes, sir.
Now I see under here, I voluntarily consent to search of the following equipment. We see GPS units, engines, hatches, bags, personal belongings, etc. Who wrote that in?
I did.
At the bottom, I see a signature. Who wrote that signature?
The defendant.
Okay. And what was the date and the time that this was signed?
9/4/2022 at 21:31 hours, which is 9:31 p.m.
Okay, and then down here, the name of the person giving permission. Who wrote that?
I did.
And I see name of person with missing signature. Who's that?
That was me.
And did you fill out your name?
I did.
Below that, it asks address and telephone number of person giving permission. Who wrote that information?
I did.
And at the bottom, again, there's another signature, signature of person giving permission. Who wrote that signature?
The defendant.
And then the signature of the person witnessing permission?
That would be my signature.
Okay, thank you. Once the defendant gave you his permission for you to search his vessel, did you then advise him of what's commonly referred to as his Miranda rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain to the jury why you did that?
The reason I advised him of his Miranda rights was just in case he says something along the lines of, I had a copious amount of drugs in my system, I drank something, I did this on purpose. I want to make sure that he's advised of his rights before he makes any such comment like that.
Was he under arrest at that point in time?
Why is that
No,
the
ma'am.
example?
No handcuffs on him?
No, ma'am.
No physical force used against him, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In order to advise him of his Miranda rights, did you have handy with you what's commonly referred to, I think, as a Miranda card?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jurors what's a Miranda card?
It's a state-issued piece of plastic that we usually keep in our vest or in our pocket on our person. It has the Miranda warnings written onto it with a couple questions on the back end to ask the individual that we're reading the rights to.
Showing counsel states 5R for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you states 5R. Is this a photocopy of the Miranda card
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you would have advised the defendant with?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I move states 5R for identification and evidence.
Judge, just we want to preserve all the prior objections, including the pretrial motions to this area.
Absolutely it is, and no objection admitted.
And maybe we just have a standing objection, so I don't need to...
Sure, no problem.
5R, mark for identification, becomes a state exhibit 101.
Lieutenant, would you read from this document what you read to the defendant in the same type of tone that you read it to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say cannot be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. If you consent to answer questions now without a lawyer present, You will still have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand each of these rights? With these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
Did the defendant ever tell you, no, I am not willing to talk to you?
No, ma'am.
So he's still being cooperative with you, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, I have.
They don't
two
care
pages
about that
here.
document,
Is the
lady.
actual card, like, there's printing on the front and the back?
Yes,
Like,
ma'am.
they could give a shit less right now. Like, you got the point across. Why are you showing them the card? Why are you doing all the things? I just can't with this lady.
At some point, while you're advising the defendant of his rights, do you remember, oh gosh, I forgot to turn on my microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you turn it on right then and there?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you hit the microphone on your camera, is the remainder of that exchange with the defendant recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, how much you put that title for? Statement 3. Your Honor, may the witness have permission to step down again, please?
Yes.
Lieutenant, what are we looking at right now?
My patrol vessel.
Is this where you went to retrieve that consent form?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact start filling it out?
Yes,
there?
ma'am.
And that's the clipboard you described for us?
Yes, ma'am.
I just saw a young person with a life jacket. Was that one of the girls that had been brought back?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the defendant in this group here?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a little blurry, but. Oh. Who was he interacting with at that point?
To the passengers of the vessel.
Was there anybody from fire rescue with him also?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's this?
I have to look at my notes.
I'm sorry, can't hear you, sir. Sorry.
I said I have to look at my notes. It's one of the passengers.
I would love to know what they're talking about.
You can bet your ass it's about whether anyone has seen, or there is not a chance in hell that they are not discussing whether anyone saw any signs of intoxication. If there was, how, like they're talking about that. I call complete and total bullshit on this missing other footage. Fucker turns his shit off. Oh, did he turn it off as soon as he approached, or were they talking for a second?
I thought it was off already.
Okay, because I looked down because I was texting Bob about the hospital.
See a green light on his head on camera. What does that tell you about covert on or covert off?
I think it's covert's off. That's so you can see that blinking light I was talking about earlier that can be distracting.
Look, he's like, I got to walk away from these guys because I don't want anyone to hear me. Something's up. Well, why is he need to back away like that?
Is that the form that we see in the bottom of the screen?
Yes, ma'am, that's the consent search form.
Was it rocky up there?
It was.
The second I step outside, I will get a rock in my shoe, so I understand. He's having a real struggle getting that rock out, though.
Princess and the Pea.
Yeah, because I've walked around and dealt with it in my shoe for,
It's probably sand. He's got like some sand in there. It's much harder to. Really got to dust that shit out.
Next thing, cops are going to be wearing slide.
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, is he actually walking with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you guys side by side?
Not directly side by side.
Are you holding his
But
hand?
You can't see him because he's not in the field of view.
Correct.
Gonna remember to turn his camera back on here, maybe?
What are you doing at this point?
Just describing to the consent search form and giving him his instructions with it.
I wonder if the jury's even thinking anything of this. I hope, like, someone's sitting there like, why don't we have the other body cams? Maybe we'll get them. Maybe we'll see them in a little bit.
I feel like your average Florida jury still believes in the integrity of the law and order. Trust that law. They bring us order.
But if you really want justice for these girls, like, not just Lucy, but the others that you aren't hearing much about in this trial, wouldn't you wanted this would be the case that you'd want right away the cops to take seriously?
They would. And I think they are. And I think this is not because he's rich and he's not because he's whatever people are saying. I don't see it because they're doing their investigation. They're not just giving him a pat on the back and saying, go ahead.
But that's what the state's trying to pitch.
Is he giving you any impression that he's impaired by alcohol?
No, ma'am.
That we've got dumb detectives that just took somebody's word for it, and that Robert Bruto was too nice for wanting to see if somebody had a possible concussion because he's an old guy. I don't know how he's still bumbling around that long. But they had this witness to call and say about Bruto, who was concerned about head injuries to Pino. Like, Laura Adams wants this to be like the worst investigation ever because she does not like that there isn't something on the record here showing that he was intoxicated.
So did you watch the pretrial hearing?
No, I was reading. I only saw motions
transcript?
and clips. There aren't full
Oh.
hearings.
Because I was just going to
So,
say, like, the defense has had their sort of opportunity at that point to know what this guy's going to say when they push for, like, but I mean, like, in these kind of investigations, the first thing you're looking for is any sign of intoxication. And you would have asked all the other people whether they saw everyone who's come in contact with him. But if he doesn't do that here, he got, he got it kicked back to him pre-trial. Like that's when you ask those questions, so you don't just get him making up an excuse at trial.
yeah, true.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
At this point, has the defendant signed that consent form?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you now start to transition into beginning to get ready to read him his rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the bottom part of the screen, are we going to see a little bit of that card that you were using?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that it there? It's actually toward the top of the
You have
screen.
the right to talk to the lawyer, have the president, the lawyer, any question, or to hire what we appointed representative.
So this is when he remembers to turn on his audio.
Question if you wish, you consent to answering the questions now, without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand these rights? Would you have any rights in mind if you wish to talk to me? I have to do different things. I have to do a voting accident report, and I have to do our injuries. So, just in case you say something along the line of like you're about to drop or something like that, it's bad to drive. I have to read your rights. It's your right as being a U.S. citizen. I have to read you. You wish to answer my question? I know. I am not. We can talk at any time, but I mean, I just have to do everything I can do. I have to do my steps through the night. your home number. Is it different than yourself? Same. Do you have your work number? Okay. I'll try to give you as much time as I possibly can. Here. But pretty much where you were, like what you told me, where you were going, how fast you were going, what happened at the wake, to the best of knowledge, and write as best you can. I know you're not going to give me a well-written book, just the best of your knowledge. And then how long have you been driving that boat? How long have you been driving boats? That you check your safety. Everything is local. You check your safety. Every single thing. You don't write all that, please. This is the last thing. No, that's fine. That's fine. All right. So, what's the first thing you want? The diagram? No, we'll do that on the back. We'll flip it over and we'll just draw it out. Give me from before the accident, so we were going.
Somebody say 9112?
Correct.
What's 9112?
That's my call sign.
Okay, can you explain to the jurors real quick, like how it is when you're communicating on police radio?
So we communicate via call sign, so every unit, every supervisor has a different number. So what you're hearing, so what you're hearing there is that was a supervisor that was on land asking about the insurance company for the vessel that was in the accident. The reason for that is we're trying to get that boat floated and get it to land, and it costs a lot of money to get that done. So what he's working on while I'm speaking to the defendant is getting the towboat or seaboat that we usually use to get out there and go through their insurance so it doesn't cost our agency the money to get that floated.
LTV vessel is insured, it's been progressive.
What does LT mean?
Lieutenant.
What is it that the defendant is doing right now?
Filling out a sworn written statement.
Did he seem to have any difficulty writing this statement?
No, no.
says 43, 45.
What is that?
So it seems to me like he's being honest about the speed, because it seems like the officer was saying something in the 30s, and then George Pino's voice is 43, 45, which is close. I guess he got up to 47, but I mean, close enough. So it seems like he's being honest.
Depends on how much props you have and how many you have. You have 14 people on. So there's some, that's why I want to look into the agents and see what they were pushing, what the output, what your kids on your props are. I believe. And then you put your experience on, right? Let's ahead. Put that one, please. How much experience you have driving that exact boat? Or you're good. That should just put like an initial or the best you can. First and last name, just put like a dot and then put an initial first and last name. That's the seating chart you can. Ballot vote, center console where your wife work. Right here. Lots of different ways. Put your wife and your name here. Hang on. Just hang on. Here. No, that's not. And then everybody else. Up here. And put all, right, just all here. All over that. Here. Oh, and then, you know, was there any person on this? Do you remember which person on this? Because I'm standing in here and the concrete is right here. And it's hard to see. That's why they're facing this straight up. The girls did the same things for us, and they had a better knowledge of where they were sitting up front. I was just not going to get it. Yeah. Let me do that best I can. Okay. I'm going to make sure I know this. I'll do it best you can. Yeah. I mean, do they remember this or what? Singing, not singing? No, the girls up here knew where they were all sitting. So they didn't know what was going on. They didn't know who was back here. I know that. Yeah, and the three individuals that were taken, the wife and the two girls, remember which ones they were? So you know, that's Lucy. Lucy's up front. Yeah. Okay. Lucy got
He remembers the seating even after the arrangement.
Lucy got the other two girls. And she got taken. So it's.
And I think that's important, because remember we heard Carolina testify that she was supposed to be sitting on the starboard, but she switched spots with Lucy.
Wait, there was assigned seating? I mean, supposed to be sitting on the starboard, but she switched spots.
Like everybody, I guess, like with the seats that they picked when they first got on there, like everyone knew their seats and were sitting there. But when they were returning from the sandbar to go through this channel, Carolina wanted to switch where she was sitting because she didn't want to sit, like, I guess there's more of a barrier between the bow and the bench on the bow, and like maybe she was feeling, maybe it was just woozy, or she said she was afraid of the water. She wanted that like more,
that poor child.
yeah, to think that you're the one that switched seats with somebody.
Right, you could have been dead and now your friend's dead. Like, I can't even imagine.
Yep. But he seems to remember that now that Lucy and Katy ended up sitting next to each other after that switch, which shows me like you are paying attention.
Right.
Uh,
For sure. For sure.
First, before I let you go, I just want to make sure that your wife is at Jackson South, so I don't send you to the wall. Yes. But you swear that everything you just told me was the truth on this statement? Can I get you to say that was the truth?
Two questions. First off, at that moment when you say to the defendant, you know, I want to send you to the right place, you can stand up. Were you signifying to him, like, you're not going to keep him in custody?
No, I want to make sure he got back to his wife. He's worried about everybody that was injured, specifically his wife. He has to
Okay, now, just back this up about 10 seconds. I want to ask you
Jackson South, so I don't
Wow.
send you to the wall.
He's really laying the framework.
But you swear that everything you just told me was the truth on this statement? Can I get you to say that was the truth? Yes.
As a law enforcement officer, are you permitted to swear people in to tell the truth?
I am.
Let me know. You want me to try to put the initials of what I remember? Because I do remember. We'll come back to that. Looking at we'll come back to it in a couple days time. I can put it. Sure. I want to get you to your wife. I don't want to show you. I don't know what I remember. Because there were fellows down there.
What's he saying?
Here, we can run that back.
The initials of what I remember, because I do remember. We'll come back to that. Looking at we'll come back to it in a couple days time. I can put it. Sure. I want to get you to your wife. I don't want to show you. I don't know what I remember. Because there were fellows down there.
They're having a great time. Let's go. I think he said something to the effect of, do you want me to put the initials of the names of like who I was facing? So to me, it's like he can remember, maybe he doesn't remember exactly how people were sitting right behind him.
Right. Yeah,
But
I
he
think you're
could-
right. He was like, do you want me to initial like which ones I actually remember? You just told me to swear this is the truth. Only some of these I'm sure I remember. I don't know.
Yeah. And the others could be assumptions because when I remember starting to drive, those people went behind me in those seats, but I don't really know.
Right.
Then they all got up and did that Uptown Girls video. So-
Really? I don't remember. I mean, I know they were up here. I'm gonna ask you to write one more thing for me so I don't forget it. After the accident happened, you went on the boat to yeah. Actually, I don't recall if she was like under or she was right next to me. It was so crazy. Could you write which individual that was? Yeah, I was pretty sure that was right there. Right there. After accident, I found Lucy and supported Lucy or whatever. Yeah, I helped Lucy. It was like she may have come out of that boat right when I was gonna go under. And when I went under, she was like right next to me. And I think because I got into the boat where the cockpit was. First, in this area. So the boat's upside down. The damage is here. It's here. And I was here. And I saw everybody over here floating. Where, if she wasn't in the boat, where was she by the damaged area of the boat? It was like, I would say, it was like right around. Could you put like a little dot right there for me? Put just her initials. It's fine. That's fine. And then the boat came. Yep. And then they left. And then I stayed. And that boat just took Lucy? And then there. And a guy and a girl. So Lucy went. Lucy was the only one who went with the first one. And then the other two went. The other two went with the other one. I don't not those. I don't. That's fine. Will you write that I saw they were ready to be. Can you write that I was swam up to Lucy and I stayed with Lucy until boat came? Can you write that one, please? Yeah.
Did he say something about another kid? Like the opening said he was going to?
Like where he thinks he pulled Nazi out of the water.
Okay, let me go hit my radio real quick and make sure I know exactly what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. Everyone's all right. Can you just verify what hospitals? 9210. Especially specifically with the older.
Oh, actually, I just wanted to ask you a question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to take very, actually, just one. Because we can just go. How much longer do you want to do that? Okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put the, you just one juror. Because we're gonna take a break in about another 30 minutes. So if there's one juror, that's fine. Send one juror in the back.
Awkward.
Just sit for a moment.
It almost showed the juror too.
I thought I just saw her. Was it a woman, right?
Yeah, but was her face shown?
I don't know.
I saw her, like, I thought I just saw, like, hair.
Yeah, we saw something.
I don't get why we don't just take a break, because now we're going to have to wait 5 minutes for this.
May we approach while this is going on?
Okay, at least they're going to be productive.
My court reporting list?
That would be helpful, yeah.
Court is still in session, thank you.
Gotta remind the gallery not to go crazy. Alright, so we can probably jump forward.
Bob's trying to say it's from holding my phone in my hand every day. I'm like, you have your phone in your hand way more. And I'm thinking, like, really, if I'm holding in my left, I'm probably holding my left and navigating more with my right. I don't know.
Man, why did they just take a break here? They should have taken their long break here. This was dumb.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we're ready to proceed, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, break for all the jurors and everyone else in about 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Lieutenant, with the court's permission, if you could step down for a minute, I want to ask you if you can. When we saw that first interaction between you and the defendant, and he's on the boat, what time was that?
That's 2816, which is 8:16.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
8:16 p.m.
That's when you first start talking with him about where his body's going to be?
Correct.
some janky ass shit they got going on in here. It's like come into the whatever century we're in. The dog's trying to get in. My lord.
Showing counsel states 1L for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you states 1L for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this an enlarged photocopy of the actual written statement that the defendant gave to you that we just saw the body-worn camera footage of?
Yes, ma'am.
I move states 1L for identification and evidence.
Standing objection to this subject matter.
Yes, sir. Over objection.
1L, marked for identification, becomes State Exhibit 102.
102. Thank you.
Is there a place for the defendant to sign, signifying that the information here is true?
Yes, ma'am.
Where? Right where my finger is?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please read for us the information that the defendant wrote down that he swore was true?
Going back to Ocean ORC through channel, past boat on left side by my boat. Vessel to the right to avoid big waves. Coming back into wave. I lost control of steering wheel as boat was going through the big waves. I was ejected from the boat. In the back of the boat, I saw Mia and Sarah, my wife Ceci next to me, and the others in the front of the boat. I believe we were traveling at 40 to 45 RPM. I have owned the boat since early 2020. I swam to Lucy and stayed until boat came. Then I stayed looking for others inside the boat.
You didn't say anything about picking up another kid,
And
and
I'm showing counsel now states
barely
1L
made
for
sense.
identification.
I don't think his reading helps.
For sure.
Lieutenant, I'm showing you now states 5I for identification. You indicated something about, on the back of the form, something was going to be drafted.
Yeah, seating chart.
Okay, and does this show both the front and the back of the original?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this time, Judge, the state would move states 5I for identification and evidence.
Objection.
Same objection.
Objection over objection.
5I, marked for ID, becomes State Exhibit 103.
Lieutenant, did you actually get to witness with your own eyes as the defendant was filling this out?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to explain to the jurors what the various writings on here
Yes, ma'am.
were done?
Thank you, Ms. Stephanie.
This is your picture of a boat?
Yes.
How long have you been boating?
Almost all my life.
Okay. Can you walk us through? What was it that the defendant was explaining to you with this diagram?
I asked him to use initials, first name and last name of people that were on the boat. The goal was trying to find
Never-
the actual seating chart where everybody was on the boat and see if he had any remnants of it. So, as you can see, he put GP for himself, for Pino, CP for Ceci, Pino, his wife. In the back, he has Mia and Sarah. Then up here, he has KP and CP, Coco and Katy.
What are you gonna say? You never.
I just like see how the defense attorney is trying to like get his head in to see. I've never seen them stick their back to everyone and show the jury something that the defendant can't see, the lawyers can't see. It's ridiculous. Like, get an overhead. It can't be that expensive. You use an old Elmo if you don't have like newer shit in your courtroom. It's weird.
They don't want to take away from the ambiance of this nice background.
Like, there's a computer right there and a big screen. You can't pull that up digitally? Are you shitting me right now?
Watch the defense save the day and bring in their own projector. And the state's like, we need to
About 2
authenticate
days
that projector.
after your interaction with George Pino at Elliott Key, was it the case that that boat that was involved in this crash was salvaged from the water?
It was.
Did you, after it was salvaged from the water, conduct what's known as an inventory search of that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jurors what is an inventory search?
Inventory search are used to find any valuables, watches, high valuable things and make sure they're on the boat. We're looking for safety gear. We have the consent to search, so we're looking through personal belongings, hatches, the GPSs, the engines, trying to figure out what happened on that day.
In the course of that search, did you take photographs of the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
The record I'm showing counsel states 5J, 5M, and 5K. Lieutenant showing you states 5J, 5M, and 5K. Do these fairly and accurately depict the vessel once it had been salvaged and you were conducting your inventory search?
Yes, ma'am.
The state would move the aforementioned exhibits into evidence.
Subject to prior objection, Judge.
C5J, marked for AD, becomes State Exhibit 104. 5M, State Exhibit 105. And 5N, 106. 5K, 106.
I'm sorry.
5J, 104. 5M, 105. 5K, 106.
All right, Lieutenant, with the court's permission, you can step down and...
Yes.
First off, as to exhibit 105, can you explain to the members of the jury what is this photograph depicting?
That is a picture of the helm or the steering wheel, the throttle bar. There's two empty holes here where the GPS units were. This will be depicting where the operator was sitting during the operation of the vessel.
Lieutenant, I think you're aware that yesterday our jurors got a chance to actually see this vessel.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And so were the jurors able to actually see for themselves what the operator's eye view would be from the helm?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's basically what you're depicting here?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of state's exhibits numbers 104 and 106, can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here?
The front of the center cross of the vessel.
Now, if there are a couple of people walking in front of the vessel in that bow area, is it roomy? Is it spacious?
Not much room at all to move around.
Well, I'm going to ask you this. We have evidence here in State's Exhibit number 11 that in the seat that's designated number 9 is the name Lucy.
Yes, ma'am.
Using State's Exhibit number 106, would you be able to corroborate or show where seat number 9 that says Lucy, where would that be on this?
right here on this center, right on the center console on this padded seat.
So if I write the name Lucy right here, would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
How the hell is he corroborating where somebody was sitting? Whatever.
Okay, that's it for now. Lieutenant, in addition to actually photographing the vessel itself, did you photograph the contents of anything that was recovered from that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing counsel states 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q for identification. Do states exhibits 5N, 5O, and 5P depict a location where items of alcoholic containers were recovered from, and the items themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I would move the aforementioned exhibits into evidence.
Subject to prior objection.
We need a prior objection.
5N, mark for identification, becomes State Exhibit 107. 5O, 108. 5P, 109.
Lieutenant, if you could step down again, please.
I think I have some of these, so I can, if we can't see them, I can put them on the screen.
So, in the back part of the vessel, behind where the helm would be, there appears to be a place where there's two round patches. Well, can you describe what that is?
It's a wash station. They usually have a hose on this left little hole here, and the other one's usually used for trash.
Okay. And did you look in the area where the trash would be, if there was anything in there?
Yes, ma'am.
In States Exhibit number 108, is that the top of what you saw when you opened that trash hatch?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you empty that hatch?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you photograph what was in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Does States 109 depict the items that were in that place?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you in a position to say that George Pino drank all this alcohol?
No, ma'am.
What the fuck?
Do you remember exactly how many alcohol containers were recovered from that?
61.
And I wanted to ask you also,
Are you in a position
two
to say
exhibits that were
the
already
people on this boat drank all that? Can't even believe she asked
Oh,
that.
was it
stupid
all
question.
from that day? What if you
Right.
don't clean your garbage every day?
I mean,
be admitted into
Oh, sorry.
boaters usually probably do right after, like when they're getting off, but still can't prove that in a court of law.
evidence as States Exhibits numbers 20 and 21? Do you remember seeing these on the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Were these other alcohol containers that were recovered from the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Looks like a type of champagne in a liqueur.
Additionally, did you recover some flares that were on the defendant's vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you States Exhibit number 5Q. Is this a photograph of the flares you recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
I would move 5Q for
What the
identification
hell's
and
the
evidence.
point of that? That he didn't set up the flares while he's literally unconscious?
5Q, mark for identification, becomes State Exhibit
Negligence.
110.
Forgive me, subject to the prior objection, I should say.
Maybe they were expired.
That would be
Flares expired.
highly prejudicial. If there were expired flares, would be highly prejudicial. It has zero to do with this case.
Good
Got to
point.
remember the whole causal connection for any alleged negligence. You don't just get to put in I don't know, some random acts of negligence.
Obvious, but what are flares for on vessels?
Signaling for distress.
What do you do if your boat becomes disabled and you have flares?
You shoot off the flares, it'll create a large bulb in the sky, bright in color, so other boaters can see it.
Is she gonna
And
ask?
It's known around the boating community that that's a
All
sign
he
of
needs to
distress
ask
and
is
that
has an
people-
unconscious person let off a
What is the
flare.
expiration date on these flares?
Oh, you're right.
October 20th of 19.
2019?
Yes.
Expired
Oh my
flares.
God.
2022.
Cat.
That's
I
why they
cannot
said over
believe it.
prior objection. They
Remember
said
that you
over
asked the defendant
objection.
if he
I thought
had
it was
all
just
the
for
safety
alcohol.
equipment that he needed on his vessel.
I did.
Would this be considered safety equipment?
It would.
Is it safe if it's expired?
No.
That objection should have been sustained. They should have never allowed that. Has nothing to do with the accident.
In the testimony, if that's all right with the court.
He said, I want to leave him on the bombshell that he had expired safety equipment.
How did you do that? Was that a guess?
Yeah, it was a guess. Because that's why I said, do flares expire? Because I didn't know.
Wow.
So, but there was also, I think they had some charge originally where like some inspection wasn't valid, or maybe a registration wasn't valid for 6 months.
I mean, the defense is absolutely right. That is, so the only reason to put that on is he has a propensity for not being safe. He doesn't keep safe flares. It had nothing to do with the accident. He couldn't have let off flares. They're not alleging that he failed to let them off, or that if he had them, he could have let them off, but they were expired, so he couldn't. Or
sure
that
they
there
could
wasn't
still
a
work.
boat right there, like when it happens, like
That already called 911 like pretty quickly.
right. And a big boat couldn't have passed him. Where did all these other boats come from then? I don't know.
Well, according to the reconstruction that we got, like very, very precise with all of the conditions, it was clear waterway, no other boats.
Could you keep going to the new subject?
Correct.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so we should have some break to bring the chat back. We'll see. Get ready, chat.
Is this lunch?
Yeah.
Let's go to 140.
Oh, wow. We're going to have time.
Let's go to the jury room on the 7th floor, we're inside for a minute, come and get you.
See if they bring anything
I
up.
ask everyone to stay in the courtroom. Excuse the jury just for a moment, and a chance to get down home. Please remember to wear your badge as well displayed at all times. No conversations with anyone. Anyone
All right,
attempts
let's
to
count the
give
men
you
and
or
women
your
here.
presence about the case.
You're going to judge by the shoes. I'm bad at this.
Man.
That's a man. Woman.
Woman.
We're cheating. She has a purse. Woman.
Woman. Woman.
Woman. Woman.
Woman.
Woman.
I think that's well.
Man?
Either one.
Man.
That's way more than 6. Wait a second.
They have 4
Yeah.
alternates. There's 4 alternates.
Okay. Okay.
I think, let me double check. I think it's like, I think most of the, well, let me keep playing this. I'll look it up. Yeah, 1
Bob
woman
says-
on the jury, 3 women on our alternates, 1 man is an alternate. So the jury's 5 men, 1 woman.
Under oath, you remain under oath and cannot speak with anyone in the
Bob.
courtroom when testifying.
He says that, like, he doesn't even think it's an emergency. They'd be sitting there waiting
Yes, ma'am.
for a doctor. He just thinks he gave his dad a cookie.
Got the energy back going. Well, that's good. Inconvenient, but better than bad news.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking our lunch break until 1:40. Thank you.
So yeah, so apparently there should be 4 women total in that group that we saw and 6 men.
Okay.
I don't know if that was our count. But okay. All right. I don't think they do anything here. It looks like just a quick scrub. There's like someone's face there, but no actual. Oh, yeah. So I'll keep listening, and we have a 1:40 return time. We have almost an hour, Ali, that we get to spend with the chat.
I'm like,
So
you
let
mean
me
that we
get
get
them.
to eat and take a little nap?
So
Got
let's
that.
get
I've
the.
got my puppet back there.
All right, turn your chat back on.
Oh, yeah.
Don't forget. All right, cat chat, get here quick. Ours is on already.
Ours is up. Ours is up too.
All right, there we go. And then let's see. It'll be the old comments for a while. Wait, can I make this tinier, flatter? No. No. Oh wait, I think if I like pull up a comment, it moves us up. Or maybe there's a different view that does it. I don't know.
I don't think so. So earlier, you probably put it up. Rambo John said, sorry, but I can't know 100% that it wasn't just an accident. I mean, that's how I
That's
feel.
That's that thing called
Reasonable doubt. But we know how hard it is to get jurors to go there. It's crazy. And I was just, again, watched the whole Michael Jackson trial, and I was like, I cannot believe they didn't convict him. Like, is it just because it's so hard to imagine this person that they watched, since childhood? And I mean, I'm not saying he necessarily one way or another. I'm just saying, I'm just shocked that an entire jury came back not guilty as opposed to hung with all that, with, but it's like, apparently they were dancing in the courtroom and they were showing like videos and stuff because it had his music in it. So people were like, the jury box was kind of swaying and
Oh man.
yeah.
That was a fun time with the YSL trial too when they played certain songs.
Yeah.
It's doing that thing. I bet we could see if we looked over on the YouTube directly. So we've had one witness today so far. We just have Thompson, the lead. And you were gone, but they turned the audio on right as he started reading the Miranda warning. He remembered, just knew. Forget all this other stuff, but now I'm gonna remember to record me reading the Miranda rights. So
and
funny how that works.
We were talking about while it was happening, like he would back away from the people to talk on his walkie-talkie. Because whatever, you're only doing that because you don't want it getting picked up on the other
Someone
people's
else.
Right. But I thought radio traffic like that would be recorded no matter what. I don't know.
If it's not going to like a dispatch line.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Maybe it should be.
It definitely should be. Like the days of trusting cops are long over. Like I like got roped into like this I remember I had like a family matter, and the other lawyer was so adamant about one of the allegations. She's like, this detective told me, and I was like, do you do any criminal law? She's like, no. I'm like, look, you might as well just tell me somebody threw a pile of shit on the floor, like with what a detective tells you. Like that is meaningless. Tell me what a therapist said. Tell me what a GAL said. Do not tell me that you're being convinced by something a detective said. Like the days of just trusting police and giving them the, hey, oh,
there we go.
They're back. Oh, we see you.
We love that R. Bauer hanging out, even though the chat is off. Got everyone coming in here. Who got here first? Let me scroll back up.
Flooding. Factual
I
lie.
see. I think factual lie.
Wasn't factual lie last time too?
Factual lie's on it.
So it took us like 4 minutes to see it because that's 11:53. Like, I mean, for us to receive it, for it to come
to StreamYard it, yeah. And StreamYard gives us the comments like quickly. I wonder what it does to refresh that it should be pulling a chat. Because when it knows it's pulling a chat, it obviously does it almost in real time. It's just like a few seconds delayed. So, yeah, why no breathalyzer? So he refused a blood draw at the advice of his attorney on scene when asked. And that's redacted from the body cam footage. What do you think of this?
I was just going to say, and then the police didn't try to get a warrant to force it, which has to make you think they didn't have any reason to think he. I mean, in an accident like this, it's like the number one thing you're going to think. So nothing made them think it.
I think they're also the state's trying to lean into the idea that they didn't know there was a fatality yet. And that if it had been a fatality, then that would have been the protocol. When I don't really think that that's you don't need someone to have a fatality.
To have a life-threatening injury.
There you go. And we already heard say someone's being life flighted.
Right.
Although he's also telling George nobody's hurt, everybody's fine.
Right. Free the First Amendment tells me to get my cortisol checked because of my menopause and forgetfulness comments. Well, maybe I will. I mean, I feel brain dead. And I feel like I started to feel better, and now I'm feeling it again, like worse. I don't know.
Rest, relaxation.
Good luck.
Good luck, yeah, right.
But yeah, that's definitely in there.
There's a way I could shrink this. I got to put it up to shrink it though. So that way we're not blocking us. But this picture, guys, can I move it over here? I'll block me a little. And I'll take my little banner down. So this picture that they show with the containers, right? Is this getting you to culpable negligence, that this was on his boat?
Not in a billion trillion years, especially because the police's own, we looked at that article yesterday that you and Bob went over when I was off, that then I read, and it even says, like, in response to like the public statements they made, is that was from 5 different boats. Like, I don't even like that it's in there. It's like, to me, it's
lacking foundation a little bit, or like
and I
relevance
feel like
even.
hopefully the jury will feel like they've been tricked by this, when by their own accounts, that's not one boat's mess, you know?
Now, what if it comes in that Lucy, the medical examiner, concludes that having alcohol in her blood was part of the reason she was unable to survive?
That gets me somewhere.
And I'm saying that because she didn't die right away.
Right.
Maybe the life-saving efforts could have worked if she was.
Right, we talked about that a little bit yesterday, possibility of that. I mean, that's something, but then if I'm a juror, even though 2 wrongs don't make a right, I might be thinking, but her dad was there, her parents were there, they saw what she was consuming, and they let her get on a, they knew she was on a boat. I don't know.
I still hope that this is a like wake-up call. I'm sure it was for, unfortunately, everybody that experienced it directly, but anyone who heard it. This is a prominent case. It's high profile. The idea that you could get in trouble, not just with the law, but like something serious can happen. You could lose your life if you get into an accident on a boat, and maybe people take it a little bit more seriously, that if we are going to be out drinking, maybe on the way back, we should wear some life vests. Like, even just like the little changes that people might make because they heard about this case. I hope that's a takeaway, but I'm still shocked that this is a trial around all of these kids were drinking alcohol. You were in charge of them. You were supposed to protect them, but yet nobody's charged with serving alcohol to minors. Nobody. Not just George.
Right.
And I think it would have pissed me off more if George was charged and nobody else was.
Right. It's crazy.
So I don't think we had testimony that Lucy was doing 1-for-1, but I believe that's the inference that the state would want us to take. But at the same time, if 2 people were doing 1-for-1 and the 1-for-1 told us she drank 10 Truly things, that would be 20 of these containers already. So, or like 20 drinks, maybe she wasn't only drinking Trulies. But the 1-for-1 kind of takes away from the state's case that you should infer that George had more than 2 beers.
So Factual Lies says that Grok said that they did have no drugs and alcohol in the system according to her autopsy. But when I searched
I
it
didn't know that was
yesterday.
disclosed.
That's what right. When I searched it yesterday, it said there was no disclosed. Ask Grok where Grok's getting that information. Fact check that shit.
Yeah, I don't know if Lucy's was disclosed. I know that for George Pino, nothing was detected in his system.
Right.
And also Katy Puig from the civil suit, it came out that she was like, they think she was twice the limit. So she had a lot in her system. Oh, Paula says, what was the purpose? Oh, I could take this picture down. What was the purpose of the flare testimony? It's to show that like he's not keeping up with his due diligence. He doesn't care if his boat's equipped for a safe trip.
Right,
Like
but
those
that's not,
those are the takeaways.
yeah, but that's not supposed to be, that's not admissible in this trial. It shouldn't be admissible. It's not admissible. It's literally like saying that's everything they do to keep propensity evidence out. It's literally just he has a propensity to be unsafe, so he was unsafe. It has nothing to do with this, unless they could show that somehow he would have been able to use those, and that would have made a difference, but he couldn't because they were expired. And then they sat there waiting for 2 hours for, I don't know. What do you do, Kat, during your all day live as far as I never see you eating anything?
So when I don't stream, I actually gain weight. No. But usually I go to the kitchen and get a cheese sandwich real quick when I get a refill.
Oh,
Quick sandwich, because easy to make.
yeah.
So, but yeah, that's usually the go-to. Sometimes on a day like this, I probably won't eat during the stream because we're only going to go to 4. So I'll be good
So
from 10 to
from
4.
9 to 4, 10
Yeah,
to
I'll be
4
fine.
your time.
Yeah.
You had breakfast?
And then I'll like eat a lot. I think I want wings, so I'll probably get some wings later. Just like
So
really.
did you eat breakfast before you started the live? The
Nope.
stream? No.
Nope.
So no food till breakfast.
Actually,
till 4.
usually I just have like coffee and I use creamer, right? It's not like a zero, it's like a not a nothing coffee. But today I woke up and I'm like, I just wanted soda. I wanted bubbles right away. So so technically I didn't really, my breakfast that I usually have would be, a
Coffee?
homemade nice little coffee. I do the iced coffee, get it going. I got like this cookie dough creamer right now. I was real excited for it. But I just didn't want coffee today. I just didn't want it today. I don't know.
I'm already missing
So
the coffee that I didn't get. I've been getting denied coffee because we used to go all the time to Starbucks. I mean, usually we'll have some in the house, but still, like a lot of times we go to Starbucks. But since Bob started getting the iced coffee in the containers, like he doesn't need it, and I feel less inclined to go. So everyone's asking how Bob Senior is. I don't know. Bob B is saying that Senior, it's not an emergency. They shouldn't have come to the hospital. He fed him a cookie. They're still waiting for a doctor. So I don't
Susan
know.
says, Pino drove that route multiple times, was familiar with that route, and should never have had the accident. And I think both sides are playing into the familiarity of the route. And the state saying, so there's no other explanation to why someone could ever get in an accident in a place that they're familiar with, in a car that they've driven before. And the defense is saying it like the momentary lapse, I think, or momentary, there's like a legal term that they've been arguing in all the motions that cannot be culpable negligence. And I'm assuming we're going to hear that language argued in closing statements when
Or in
distinguishing
the
between culpable negligence.
well, definitely be in the motion for directed finding. So
Yeah.
when he says to the judge, they haven't proved their case because they've only shown this, and maybe it's part of the jury instructions because that's not. Again, I've literally never handled a criminal case that involved negligence, and so maybe we don't have something comparable. So a momentary lapse in judgment. I've heard you say that before. I don't know if that's technically what it was, that the wording that they use. But yeah, I mean, it's also the whole, he knew what speed was safe that he could get around that bend. So that's whole, like he wasn't speeding in an air, like if whatever happened didn't happen, he wouldn't have hit the damn thing like that. It's not a safety speed issue. It's got to be something else. because they're definitely trying to
Yeah.
make it about the speed. I've driven that same speed through that same channel 100 times. And does that make it more likely that, well, then if you've done that, then you know where everything is? But that doesn't mean that something couldn't have happened where you got your bearings mixed up. You thought that you passed the last thing already.
Yeah, and
don't
I
know.
think it's interesting he didn't downplay his speed. I mean, okay, technically he might have downplayed it by 2 miles per hour. Because he said 43 to 45 rather than, I think his max was like 47 or something that they have on, according to the GPS. So, but that's what he's heard on the body cam saying is like 43, 45. So I think that's very honest.
Right.
Unless the problem is like, if for example, if there had been a posted speed limit there and it's like, you're never supposed to go 45 miles per hour, then it's a problem for you to admit it and think like, oh, I always do that. But there's no posted speed limit here. So it's irrelevant.
Right. Right.
I don't know.
I guess I'm just interested. It'll be interesting again when we're watching the defense to know they already had this opportunity to cross-examine him during the pretrial hearings. So when you're not hearing a question that you're like, why didn't they ask that? It's because it didn't work well for them at the pretrial.
Mm.
You know.
And like you said earlier, also seeing why Laura Adams has like certain frameworks that she's making sure she emphasizes and gets out there, especially when she's very close to the jury and able to make eye contact. I mean, you can make eye contact from the podium, but not quite the
I
same
mean,
as when you're like
I'm
right
like,
here.
I'm the only time I'm ever facing the jury, like talking to them, is like openings and closings. And then if like something dramatic happens and I'm like backing up, like, you know, like, are you guys all hearing what I'm hearing?
Yeah, there's language here. I just searched. So this is from the proposed special language, the special jury instructions from the defense. There's a bit here, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that, quote, the act was not the result of momentary lapse of memory, inattention, or a mistake of judgment. So I believe they were going with momentary inattention is the phrase that I kept seeing used.
It could also be a momentary lapse of memory, meaning he didn't realize that,
The marker was there.
right. Like he thought he had passed it.
Yeah, because I don't think it's a mistake of judgment because if he didn't see something, then there's nothing really I guess you could say you judged it wrong because you didn't see the marker.
Yeah, but you're right. They're using judgment there to mean the way you're taking it, you know, so.
And we could read some of this. Oh, this is.
See, I keep yawning. I do need coffee.
Let's see. I think this looks like different. So they want to include the state must prove that George Pino, in an intentional, knowing, and purposeful manner, was operating instead of driving, because it's for a vessel, at the time of the incident in a manner demonstrating a conscious and intentional indifference to consequences, and with knowledge that damage is likely to be done to persons or property. So with knowledge
Wait,
that damage is likely to be
what?
done is very helpful language, I think, for the defense.
Wait, this is the defense's proposed instruction? Because we read the actual one and it's like, and property is not what the property one was for the, oh, maybe that's for the alcohol. Maybe
But I
that's
think
for,
this idea that damage is
I mean, the
likely to be
vehicular.
done, I think that's very good language for the defense.
Oh, yeah.
Is it? It's not very. It's likely that an accident could be more likely to happen. It's damage is likely to be done.
Right. No, for sure.
So I think
But
that's
is
why
this
they
a
would request
non-standard jury instruction that they asked for?
This is a whole thing. They have two filings. One was for the. Is this the vessel? This is for the vessel homicide. What they're looking for. And then they have a separate form for.
But they're looking for non-standard, non-pattern.
Yep.
They're not getting it. They might be able to get it on the whole the whole reclassification thing, because this is an unusual way that they're using, you know,
like driving versus operating.
Well, like we talked about before, the difference between just driving and then using it as a weapon, either like messing around with someone and trying to scare them and then you accidentally hurt them, or directing your vehicle at a person, not just operating negligently and then an accident happens. So that's where every s- every situation in Florida where the reclassification to get that from the 15 years to the 30 years under the culpable negligence, um, is when they for the use of a weapon is when they use the vehicle or the vessel as an actual weapon, like direct it towards a person, use it targeted at a person, not just I was in my car and an accident happened. You used it as a weapon, not that it ultimately behaved as a weapon at the end of the day. It had like a weapon effect.
So it seems like there's a statutory special jury instruction. So maybe they have a
Yeah.
shot at this if you're thinking like these other ones are all from different cases. But
Yeah, they
this one
do
looks
have a
like it's
special we read it the other day, the special jury instruction for, oh, isn't
this
that
red one.
7.7?
No, it's
Oh, 8.9.
784.05 and 8.9.
Oh,
Oh, maybe. Oh, wait, this is linked. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to read that because I
well,
don't
but
have
I
a Westlaw
can.
account.
I've
Let me
got
send
it.
it to
Yeah.
you.
No, I had that up the other day, 7, 8.
Oh, the same
So,
one?
but let me see.
Link.
So culpable negligence, disregard, and want raises a presumption of confidence and indifference. It shows the wantonness or recklessness. So that seems like it seems like the same as 7. All right, let me pull up.
I sent the link. It's kind of long, so sometimes they don't actually open when you try to send them, but in the private chat.
Oh, sorry. Go to Westlaw.
Also, Susan, so I think we're still waiting to hear more about, so the channel marker 14, and these are all like stationary markers. These aren't buoys. The only time we've really heard about a buoy in this is when they did the recreations. They brought like a temporary buoy there so they could put like a speed radar to track their own recreation speed. But these stationary channel markers are supposed to be a camera on channel marker 14. That they said was facing in a certain direction. They didn't see a boat as described by Pino.
We
And
say
I don't know what that really means.
785. Oh, let me just grab your chat. Wait, okay. Oh, this is like I click on the link. All right, I'll just do that. See if it takes me. This is just the regular culpable negligence here. You want me to share this screen?
Yeah. Is it something that at the bottom they give you alternatives at the bottom of the page?
Sometimes they do, but this one doesn't have. But I can find that special jury instruction 8 point whatever too.
Or if I link you to the jury instructions, you could just click it from this document, right? Maybe it's a different link once I paste it to you.
Well, but it's more that special because I'm at 784.05, but the 8.9. I can just look it up though. STCR jury instruct 8.9. Let's see. Jury.
Yeah, I think it's this then, if we can rely on this. So it says give if 1A is alleged.
And we don't have 1A
exposed,
here. Do we? I thought we were
exposed
C.
victim to personal injury.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm looking. Wait, but they're talking about 3A, 1A that because we got to compare two different things with the jury instruction from 7.7, I think. Wait, let me get this thing up.
I'll drop a link in.
I'm looking at the thing. I got a case that has it right here.
Thing
So
we're looking at. I'm like, oh, we get to hang out with the chat this whole time, and here we are trying to figure out one paragraph.
As evidence in the manslaughter instruction, the definition of culpable negligence was expressly amended from the instructional
Wait, share
definition.
yours. Do I have to take mine off so you can have the option
Yeah,
to
so,
share?
but I'm right now, I'm just reading from a case that's explaining it from 2025, so it's
Okay.
new. So it says that the definition of culpable negligence was expressly amended from the instructional definition of the term under section 784.05, that's the one that you're looking at, to add the requirement that a jury find the defendant knew or should have known that his conduct was, quote, likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Likewise, the corresponding jury instruction for the child neglect statute define culpable negligence as requiring that, quote, the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known his conduct was likely to cause death or bodily harm. So, but those are other ones. Let me see what it says for 8.4. Here we go, 8.9. Because the state introduced competent substantial evidence to support. Judgment dismissal. And this doesn't have a link to this stupid thing. Now it says quoting Florida Standard Jury Instruction Criminal 8.9. I think that maybe that wasn't a special. Let me just go into that too.
Let me get in case you need them handy again, the defense filings requesting these.
I'm just going to go to 8.9 from 7.7 and see. Okay, special.
And I'm also putting them in the chat, but there's also in the description of all of these videos, there should be links to the requested jury instructions from the defense and the state for anyone that might need the link later.
8.9 is assault, battery, stalking, culpable negligence, and violation of injunctions. So homicide, maybe that's that. So that's the definition they want to use is 8.9. 8.9 culpable negligence. All right, you want me to pull this one, share my screen for this? Okay. Oh, it's short anyway, but I'll do it.
Hey,
so this is culpable negligence, but it's under assault, battery, stalking, culpable negligence, and violations of injunction. So I'm not sure if it typically is used to define culpable negligence under the manslaughter.
In this context.
Right. Because that's why you have these two options: expose the victim to personal injury, inflicted actual. But it says actual injury is not required. Definition: I will now define culpable negligence for you. Each of us has a duty to act reasonably towards each other. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. This is all the same that we read the other day. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard for human life or for the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to the consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or shows such an indifference at the risk of others is an equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. So now I see what the state's arguing. Let me share this one instead. So I went to this case. I just did a search for that, like 8.9, but this is the state charged a juvenile with culpable negligence based on an incident where he smeared deodorant gel in his middle school classroom, causing a teacher to slip and fall. Right.
Oh my gosh.
So it's not the same argument, but so they said, well, maybe
what a little snot nose.
So it says despite the plain text of 784.05, which we just read, that here they invite them to adopt a definition of culpable negligence as used in manslaughter. Okay, arguing there's no compelling reason for applying a different interpretation. So in this case, they were wanting the one in manslaughter. So it says, like, in contrast, the negligence statute, the manslaughter statute criminalizes the killing of a human being by the act, procurement, or culpable negligence of another, because the end result of manslaughter is the death of a human being. Culpable negligence is the type involved in a manslaughter case, by definition, involves conduct likely to cause death or great bodily harm. But I just saw so they're saying the same holds true with the child neglect case. And they're talking about that, but what we're trying to get at is the part where they said, as requiring the defendant must have known or reasonably had known his conduct was likely to cause. Yeah, I think it's already in there in our case. What were they asking for again?
Well, they had a few different options
No,
thrown
but
in
for
there.
this specific one that we were looking at, because I think
Okay.
I read
It
it.
was the language starting with culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard for human life, and all of the want
Right.
of care, wantonness or recklessness, grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or shows such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. So they probably want that as is equivalent
That's
to an
in there though.
intentional.
But that's
Yeah.
in there. There was something else that you read that was like likely that they knew it was likely that death was going to result or something like that. Right?
For the likely language, I think that was just from a case, but let me see what exactly.
Because I thought I just saw that too. No, I can't find it.
Here, wait, let me pull it up.
Reckless indifference or grossly careless disregard for the safety of others necessary.
All right, so this part here. Oh, I hate the zoom. All right, well, bad design. Let me just search for it again because I don't know where we were. Likely.
There it was, right there.
Yep. So it's part of this like initial thing. So I think it's in there. I think this is going to be included.
Well,
right?
yeah, all of that is the culpable negligence one, but there was one part that
because this just sounds the same, but it was something red that I was reading. I mean, I know I was looking for the momentary lapse of judgment, and maybe it was the vessel homicide.
No, because you said something like, "Isn't this going to be helpful for them?" It says it's likely to cause. I thought we were looking at this because we were looking at 8.9.
I think it was the vessel. I think that was part of the vessel instructions.
Oh, this was it.
Language like this.
Okay, right. All right. So I mixed the two up. See, just I'm worthless right now.
No, you're not. But still, what's going to be confusing is that they're going to have lessers for this one that's also going to have negligence included in the verbiage, and that's just going to be a hot mess.
And it's going to be on the defense to be able to explain to them why
yes.
it's a complete difference. Like that, you know why it's not the same? Because it's completely different. And this one's, they're going to focus on that language in 7.7 that says, let me grab it.
Have you back on? Oh, wait. I have to add and then.
No, it's all right. It's just this one.
Oh.
It says for 2C, or I could switch, or I could share it. Do you want me to share it?
Oh, I think you could. Do you have a thing that just says share this tab instead
I
on
just
the window
clicked
that you're
it.
currently looking at?
I just clicked it.
Okay. Oh, there. So we got it.
So this part, we've read everything up there that you already read. And then this goes on to say, if there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care towards others. For negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is, of course, a conduct showing reckless disregard for human life. But then it goes to say the negligent act or omission must have been committed with other disregard. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act and following a course of conduct the defendant knew or reasonably knew or reasonably knew or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or bodily harm. I guess that's it. So it's just to let them know that it's more than just regular negligence.
Yes, I know. I feel like, again, I feel like the way you can get there to that, like, likely to cause death or serious harm is the idea of if you get behind the wheel and drive drunk,
right?
You should know that you are likely, if not to someone else, even to just yourself, cause serious injury.
Right, and that's going to like what you're saying, what we were saying before about like he knows this area. He's been down it a million times. So the whole speeding thing, there's no reasonably he reasonably should not have thought it was likely to cause death or great bodily injury, unless whatever this other thing that happened, whatever it was, that he wasn't paying attention, that he was doing whatever,
watching
but
the Uptown Girls video.
Right. I honestly believe that was what was happening.
I think so
you
too.
fucking nailed it. I think you fucking nailed it.
He's like, hey, look at this. And he's like reluctantly like, yeah, whatever. And then, oops, you're the one that makes the mistake because you're trying not to be rude. But you got to just be rude. You got to just be rude sometimes.
I do honestly think that he probably did get distracted and think he had already passed that, and then was looking at the thing, like you said. Now, if he had passed it, he could have been looking at the thing because there's nothing forever. You see no boats around. Nothing's going to pop up at you, So he had to have also lost his bearings for that,
And is that a lapse of judgment? Is that a momentary lapse of judgment?
That is regular old normal negligence. That is not criminal negligence. I don't care. It is not. Sorry, everybody. It is not. Now if you was it I still think it's negligent and possibly criminally negligent. Actually, yes, criminally negligent if this had been a result of having these kids on the water drunk and that's why she drowned. Then I would say lock him up and throw away the key. And dad should feel bad, but two wrongs don't make a right. But that's not what happened here. Yes, they let the kids drink, and yes, they let them on a boat when they shouldn't play. Playing on the water drunk is just not a good mix at whatever age. I think that I'm always just a little bit more cautious. Like Bob, if the kids are like 18, would be like, relax, grandma. Like they're fine, But I'd be like, we're on the water. Then wear your fucking life vest if you're all going to get drunk and act a fool, But when you live on a boat and you're doing it all the time, like, Scarlett's out on her scooter without a helmet. None of the kids are wearing helmets. And we're like, we're the worst parents ever. We're letting our kid drive around on this electric scooter without a helmet. So there's the proof against me. Knock on wood.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, so is it unreasonable? But again, and Bob has emphasized it over and over too. Like, if that's the culture, if they have this ocean club, this Ocean Reef Ocean Club, that it's not unusual for them to go to, call parents up, come hang out with us, come drink with us.
Right, but
we're at the sandbar drinking, Dad.
It never matters until it does, and then it
does.
Right, and then it's still wrong. Like you still shouldn't let kids. Yeah, everyone's doing it, and 99% of the time, no one's getting hurt. But you still don't let underage kids get that drunk and be out on the water because God forbid something does happen. They're not in a condition to protect themselves. But that doesn't sound like what happened here. It's not, unless there's something we don't know. It doesn't sound like that's the reason that Lucy would have otherwise survived, but she was too intoxicated to swim out of the water or to swim to safety or to whatever. Now, like you said, and we talked about yesterday, if the ME comes on and says, well, when someone's drunk, their blood runs fast, like this happens and this happens medically. So, there's a damn good chance she would have survived had she not been intoxicated, then that's also a different scenario. But is it the
But then how do you
but
prove,
for
is it,
test? Right. You can't,
but what if Lucy alcohol that she consumed that got her intoxicated was provided by somebody who's not George
but
Pino?
he's still
He's still the
the
operator.
operator of this boat. He's still that's what I'm saying. Two wrongs don't make a right, like legally, but maybe someone in the jury would be like, yeah, but her father let her do that. So yeah, but
Because that makes it's he still crashed the boat. And
right.
maybe he could have said, like, no, you need to go on someone else's boat because you're too drunk and I don't want to drive you drunk on my boat.
Right. Or here's a life vest. You, my friend, are too drunk without a life vest. You can't even stand right.
And what
You
if she
know?
strangled because of her life vest and it would still make somebody culpably negligent?
No, I don't think so. No.
Like, what if you get caught under the boat in a life vest and you can't get up because you're stuck?
Then that's the same thing we're dealing with right now. Because that's our point, that the life vest wouldn't have mattered, because at least the way we are understanding it now is that she was trapped under the water. It wasn't her ability to swim or not swim, or she was unconscious. So, but an unconscious person would have been brought up by the life vest unless they were trapped, which is what I thought we were saying, is that she got trapped. Maybe she didn't
Yeah, I
get
think
trapped.
she was under the boat.
Right. So that's where we're like, all right, then now we're back to that's as important as it is the expired flares. It's not important at all. It had nothing to do with the accident. Unless the medical
And there's no way
examiner
to know
says,
for sure because we don't have, like, this is all
right.
just speculation and guesswork because George and, is it Carolina? George and one of the witnesses had George had not a very long recollection, but he has a recollection where he's seeing, like, the boat about to go under, but he still sees some people are still on the boat. He's still on the boat before he gets off. So it makes it seem like there's some memory of time before everything's underwater. And then we had one of the girls who testified, one of the two girls. It seemed like it was like this long, slow sinking, like the Titanic memory for her. And I don't trust either recollection because that's just how memory works. Like, what could be a split second could become a feeling of 5 minutes when you remember it.
Right.
And we just don't have any, like, tangible timeline or visual or picture of exactly how this boat capsized, how quickly it happened. Would it have been something where if somebody was wearing a life vest, the way it went under, could they have gotten out of the boat and then just been floating? Or was it a quick, they hit the thing, the boat is flipping already? To
Right.
which, if you're wearing a life vest and you float up, but you're stuck under something, you're not going to float to the surface because there's something obstructing you. So
let me just bring up, because we did this on the first stream, so we might as well do it now, but it's not letting me do that thing where I change the screen. Or are you looking at an aggravation 3.3, or are you still looking at 7.7? No, you're looking at 3.3, right? Let me come over and see what you guys see. Yeah, okay. I thought I was on a different screen. So,
my bad. I thought you were asking what I had on my screen share. I was like, I don't think I have any of that.
No, I was asking what you guys see, because I'm over here on Westlaw looking at it. So this is the aggravation, because in Florida, it has to be up to the jury whether or not the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the vehicle was used as a weapon. So this is what they will get for that. Aggravation of manslaughter by using a weapon. If you find Pino committed manslaughter, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, he personally used a weapon, you should find him guilty of, of manslaughter with a weapon. A weapon, now we're down here, right, is defined as an object readily capable of inflicting bodily harm if used in the ordinary manner. So that's not it. It's two. Or two, any other object that was used to inflict bodily harm. So was used. An object that was used to inflict bodily harm sort of implies that you meant to use it, that you were actually using it as a weapon. It implies some kind of intent. But what we got into on our first live, was it the first one or was the second?
The,
Because
the,
you and
the
Bob
case
did.
law washes away from the intent kind of language to like something that could objectively be interpreted to just be like, well, even if you had zero intent,
Right.
there was
Because
no attempt to do things a certain way for a certain reason.
right,
If it
because
just happened to be something that caused injury, this physical object is now a weapon.
right. And that's what the dissent said. The dissent is like, wait a minute.
This is wild.
The definition you're giving doesn't require intent. Why don't we say that was intended to use it as a weapon? So because of the dissent almost challenging the way that they did this. Now the dissent's not binding, and again, no Florida court has used this or that we know of that's been appealed, I guess, has used this statute when the vehicle or the vessel, because we're talking about when they extended this to be a car, which I think we said was 2019, where they didn't direct it at a person. Like, okay, it's a car, but you used it as a weapon, as opposed to you were just in this thing that we're now calling a weapon because you didn't use it to inflict harm, but
But
your
it
use
did.
of it inflicted harm. And that's not the way it's worded. It's not any other object who the use of which inflicted bodily harm. That's not the wording. But when you go back and you say, well, then why the hell is the dissent making this big deal out of the fact that the way you have it, it doesn't have any intent argument, and that the majority in that case didn't say, well, by implication of the fact that it says the object was used to inflict bodily harm, you have to actually use it to inflict the harm, not that your use of it inflicted harm. And so this is going to be why jury instructions here are so important. In the editor's comment, it says it's recommended the verdict contain a special finding to reflect the jury's determination as to whether the state proved the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon. A special finding format for the reclassification can be found at Instruction 312, Example 6.
Yeah, because they want to be able to make sure they can add those 5 years.
Right, so let's do 312.
Because remember, as part of the indictment in this, you guys, they are alleging that for the manslaughter count, that the boat was used as a weapon, and that attaches an extra 5 years of exposure if convicted on that count with that special finding.
All right, so here's 6. All right, so special finding. If you found the defendant guilty of manslaughter, you must answer the following question. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally use a weapon? Yes or no? I mean, that's what it's going to be. So they're also going to have that. So they'll have that instruction, but then they'll have this form that they check off, and then they'll have what we showed a minute ago, 3.3 as
Could this be helpful for the defense if they really push this through? Because could that make the jury think that count 1 has an element of intent?
I don't know. Well, I mean, it does in a sense when you look
But
at
I mean, like, intent to like cause harm with whatever the fill in the blank item is. Could they take that language for the classification and think that culpable negligence is supposed to be higher than it's defined as?
Well, I don't know, because culpable negligence said, I mean, it's in the manslaughter one as well. Where did it say it? I thought there was one that said, maybe that is in the in the culpable negligence instruction. The equivalent to an intentional act. So it's that you're like, you have to have such indifference that it's the equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights, the rights of people to have, to be to their safety. So
I still don't see them back from lunch, by the way, just so you guys. No, I do have it playing. And I just looked and don't even see, like, sometimes when they're getting ready, they'll like jerk the camera back to the rest of the courtroom. It's still on the We Who Labor Here sign. So
I feel like I want to get a snack or something.
yeah, go get a snack. Also, I want to give a big thank you here. Sheriff Chuck here dropped 10 in the chat. 10 gifted memberships, 5 at a time. He said my boat can seat 10. So big thank you to Sheriff Chuck. I saw some thank yous going on in the chat from people who, let me move the chat off your face. Sorry.
No, please cover me.
Keep it there.
Yeah.
So you guys got some memberships. Make sure you are saying thank you to Sheriff Chuck. Get on that boat. He will keep you safe. I have no doubt. So
very generous, Sheriff Chuck.
And then you definitely get a snack that way.
What are you guys saying? I like it when you guys send supers and I read them more obviously.
Oh, is this too little? Supers. Here, wait.
No.
It's a way. You don't want me to
Friday
cover your
evening
face,
in the UK. Oh no, you can cover my face. You can do whatever.
Oh, actually, so this just changes the font, but it doesn't really like cover you too much. It kind of keeps it in the same framework. Yeah, so the first one we see is Ali needs glasses. So there you go.
I have to so I remember when my mom started needing cheaters, it was I think a beach, a shore thing. There was this place that sold
we have a strip club here called Cheaters, so that's what I'm thinking of right now.
Oh, that's a wonderful name. Hey, babe, my friends are going to go to Cheaters tonight. Are you good with that? Where are you going? Cheaters.
It's actually one of the first things I saw when I moved down here, but because it was dark, so I was just like, where's my GPS taking me? And I see this light lit up building because it's the only thing still open. And I'm like, what's that? And it's like Cheaters. So it's like a landmark to me, but keep going.
That had funky colors, real bright, fun. I used to think they were a little bit ridiculous. And she always had a corresponding the chain for it. I mean, I need that because I can't, it's there's glasses everywhere and nowhere all at the same time. So, and then my uncle's got these little, they're these little things you slip over your nose. So he keeps it in his shirt pocket, and then just, and I was like, oh, maybe I need one of those, but I'd never have it. It would be nowhere, but I could fit it in my little, even a little fanny pack thing, or a small purse. I don't know. Maybe I'll find a bunch
somewhere
of those
out there. Somebody will eventually make something small that you can flip and extend, and it could attach into your phone case just like a credit card. That way, you never forget to have them on you.
Right, and I guess what he has could fit into the little credit card slot there, and then you'd have it on your phone. So that's probably not bad. Or they would just make the case have the little flap that opens up. They probably have them, where the flap opens up and it's like a little magnifier.
Yeah, or especially people that are both near and farsighted to be able to have flippies that can do either, depending. Because I think some glasses are made where you have to look through the bottoms.
Oh, she says somebody left the door open and the dog's gone. I'm like, well, who? Dad and Grandpa have been gone all day and I've been in the bay. She's like, well, we went to the pool and when we came back, the door was open. You don't think that means you guys didn't shut it all the way?
All right, guys, we have we'll do 2 minutes left on the chat because they're gathering back in the courtroom. I see everyone coming in. And it's going to be cross, so I think that'll be a good time. So
all right, I got to hunt my dog down.
All right, and we've got to. Can you close your chat before you go? Because we're about
Yes.
to restart.
You know what? I'll wait.
So,
I'll wait because
all right.
he's gonna take me a while to find him anyway. So
So 2 minutes, guys. We're gonna kick the chat out again because we're gonna resume, starting with cross. It looks like Howard Shriebnick's doing the cross of Lieutenant Thompson. So he's probably gonna be ready for this. Sheriff Chuck, another 5 added to the boat. See, he's got a big
wow.
boat.
He's
He's got
Look
a
at the
big boat.
big boat on Sheriff Chuck.
Are your flares expired? Do we have working flares?
Because we're not getting.
And do we know how to use them? Also, I thought this would be kind of a cool food for thought exercise. LB says, I know the jury won't hear he refused the blood test, but in my opinion, if you only had 2 beers, wouldn't you want to make sure there was no question about it? And then given the length of time from the crash time that he was asked to. So separate I don't know if we're going to hear, but there is supposed to be this hospital record that by the time he was at the hospital, we have the 0 on a blood draw then. But we have the refusal of the blood draw, which the law enforcement agency could have gotten a warrant for and done anyway. So if you're the jury and you don't hear anything, you just don't hear about it, what do you think to yourself? Do you think that's bad for the defendant, or do you think that's bad for the state?
I think in their heads they're assuming no one saw any signs of alcohol or that he could have refused. I think they're probably tossing both around and then realizing they can't think about it at all. But somebody just said, I saw it. Now I forget, but now I can't find it. But that pins and needles can be a sign of perimenopause, like symptom, but only in my right arm and hand. And like, it's not even really pins and needles. It's like a numbness and a dull ache, but maybe a hint of a pin or a needle, but it's more like a numbness with a dull ache. It's like,
Chuck said, remain silent.
right. No, but that's what I was going to say. What's almost stranger is that when he's asked, he's saying on the advice of counsel. When did you call your lawyer? Right? How is he? But it's probably what everyone who sometimes has a drink and drives a vessel does. They ask every lawyer for, like, you know how many people say, do I blow or not blow? I'm like, I don't know. Bob does a DUI. Like, I'm not giving you bad advice, but I'll tell you, if you don't blow in Illinois, you're getting suspended for, automatically another half a year.
Does
But
that
most
become
people tell them,
separate proceeding?
yeah. But
For the
most
license
lawyers will say, yes, for the license part, that as long as the stop was valid and they had probable cause to think that you were drinking in order to ask. I just did one where the smell of alcohol, and it was denied because, I mean, it was granted because that's all they had was the smell of alcohol with no other signs because he refused the blood and didn't do the
test.
the test. Yeah. I say words. But so most lawyers will say, no, don't do it. Just never do it because, sometimes a drink and a half and you're going to like, you'll come back way before you're actually intoxicated. So don't do it. So that could have been like on the advice of counsel, meaning that's what every lawyer's told me that I've asked before, because this is like standard operating procedure. Or you're supposed to take it like he's calling a lawyer while all this is, fuck,
Yeah, because now that we've gotten to see more body cam, it's like there was a gap in time, but where was his cell phone for him to call somebody? So
Right.
would he have had to use like a deputy's line and known a number?
Yeah,
Or did that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think.
Is it possible they asked him and he said, well, let me call my lawyer? I mean, that's possible. That they said, well,
Yeah,
you
but
take
like
it.
their phones were in the water.
Right. Then he
Or
would have
maybe
had
not
to use-
everybody's. Maybe his was in his pocket and it still worked.
But he could have asked to call a lawyer. So, I mean, that's also possible too. I don't know why I got the sense from the report that he just denied on the advice of counsel, like saying, well, on the advice of counsel, but I guess you're right. He could have actually, they asked him and he said, well, can I call a lawyer?
Yeah, and a lot of this
because-
stuff wasn't recorded, so maybe we wouldn't, because that's going to be redacted anyway, but like maybe the portion leading up to that would be redacted. Like maybe it's not just like the literal statement of him saying, I refuse at the advice of my lawyer,
Right.
or decline, or however he worded it.
Right.
Maybe they redacted a larger portion and we just
Right,
don't
and
know.
that's just the way they write it anyway. All right. Are
All
we
right, we're gonna
shutting
boot
it
the
down?
chat, guys.
Love you
We're
all.
gonna miss you. We're gonna miss you.
All right, I'm gonna go
Let me
try to
get them
find a
off the
nook
screen. And get a snack too when you come back. Find the dog
and get a
and find a
snack.
snack for yourself
Thank
and
you.
some fresh water.
All right. Bye.
All right, let me get my chat off because I did not have the window open. I thought I did. Whoever got the gifted memberships from Chuck is riding out of here in luxury, in style, good times. As we end the chat. And again, we'll turn the chat back on when we come back after court ends. They might take a short break. She said an afternoon break, but maybe not. They might skip it. If they do, we can come back. Get you guys off the screen and this one. There we go. And this is exactly like the camera like just came back in, so.
Judge, we have a matter we need to address before the jury comes in. Sidebar.
Do I have to leave and step outside?
Not necessarily.
Your Honor. Okay. Now.
Your Honor, during the course of my publication or publishing of the defendant's, shall we say, second statement,
Okay.
not after Miranda and not when he was first asked about, who owns the boat, where does the boat come from, but the one that would have otherwise been covered under the accident report privilege. In the course of publishing that, I noticed that the transcript that was handed out reflected what the defense asked the state to redact, which was any reference to either the lieutenant's request for the defendant's blood sample or his refusal, his decision to decline giving a blood sample.
Are you
All
serious?
of that was redacted, and the redactions are properly reflected in the transcript. Unfortunately, I realized as we were playing it, though I feel like I looked at these videos over and over again, a little portion of
Mistrial
what
motion
was agreeable to the defense was we
Oh my
over-redacted
gosh.
it. And so on page 2, yes, of statement 2,
What?
This is culpable negligence in
This
legal
is
practice.
culpable negligence. What in the hell? The judge had it.
yes,
The
so
law-
the part where it says 1, 2, 3, 5 lines down, you'll see WT
Right.
for the
1, 2, 3, 4.
and it
This is
begins with the
wild.
lieutenant saying, I don't know about that yet. So the first thing I'm going to do, talk to you about, there's a boating accident, a serious injury.
Okay.
The next few sentences or so are redacted, and those are the sentences where he indicated that I like to ask, all that. So those were properly redacted, and then we pick back up with the defendant then saying, I had 2 beers in response to the lieutenant saying, I would like to get a blood sample. For whatever reason, unfortunately, from that until where the lieutenant says you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat.
It's not illegal to boat and drive. It's an accident.
Right. All of that from the 2 beers down to where the lieutenant says you're allowed, for some reason, those were not included on the video.
It should not have been
Redacted.
redacted.
It should have been in. Unfortunately, I think there was a miscommunication between myself.
Okay. Pause it. Rewind. Take back all of our screams and hoots and hollers.
Okay.
They did not put in what should have been in. So they wanted to leave in that he admitted the 2 beers, that the cop says drinking and driving is not elite. And
No,
none
I
of
think
that-
it's two issues. They redacted one thing and didn't redact another. They redacted something they weren't supposed to redact, and they didn't redact something they were supposed to redact. They made a switch.
So is it in there that he refused the alcohol?
We'll run it back. I'll play this whole thing again because I think it's two separate issues.
Well, let's let it play because it's probably going to be the next words the defense speaks, or we can run it back either way.
Run it at 1.25.
Your Honor, during the course of my publication or publishing of the defendant's, shall we say, second statement,
Okay.
not after Miranda, and not when he was first asked about, who owns the boat, where does the boat come from, but the one that would have otherwise been covered under the accident report privilege. In the course of publishing that, I noticed that the transcript that was handed out reflected what the defense asked the state to redact, which was any reference to either the lieutenant's request for the defendant's blood sample or his refusal or his decision to decline giving a blood sample. All of that was redacted, and the redactions are properly reflected in the transcript. Unfortunately, I realized as we were playing it, though I feel like I looked at these videos over and over again, a little portion of what was agreeable to the defense was we over-redacted it. And so on page 2...
Okay, so you are right.
Yes, of
When
statement
she
2.
started out the sentence like that, it was like, all right, I'm going to listen while I look for the dog. I went up to go look for my flip-flops and
Yes, so-
was walking past the room and Bob still
The part
has his
where it says-
phone. I was like,
5 lines down, you'll see WT.
Right.
For the,
1, 2, 3, 4.
and it begins with the lieutenant saying, I don't know about that yet. So the first thing I'm going to do, talk to you about, there's a boating accident, a serious injury.
Okay.
The next few sentences or so are redacted, and those are the sentences where he indicated that I like to ask, all that. So those were properly redacted, and then we pick back up with the defendant then saying, I had 2 beers in response to the lieutenant saying, I would like to get a blood sample. For whatever reason, unfortunately, from that until where the lieutenant says you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat.
It's not illegal to boat and drive. It's an accident.
Right. All of that from the 2 beers down to where the lieutenant says you're allowed, for some reason, those were not included on the video.
It should not have been
Redacted.
redacted.
It should have been in. Unfortunately, I think there was a miscommunication between myself.
Okay, well, let me figure it out.
Yeah.
In the video,
Yes.
it shows the jury.
Yes.
Did they see when it said, GP, I had 2 beers? See and hear. They didn't see and hear that.
They only saw it on the transcript, which is not evidence. It was not included on the actual DVD, which is.
And then the next line, where
Lieutenant. The lieutenant.
our lieutenant
Yeah.
says, and it's not illegal, is also not there.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So,
Keep going, Judge.
all right, go ahead.
The next sentence,
Yeah, it's not illegal to drink a beer or a couple of beers and drive.
Right.
that's also not included in the
Wasn't
recording.
included, so,
And more. More was excluded.
okay, go ahead.
Also,
What
the
else
part-
was excluded from.
Where it says,
Yeah.
I feel
Defense wants it.
perfect in the way my mind was, that also was redacted, which it should not have been.
Right.
And then the next part, you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat. There's nothing saying that. Are you bleeding anywhere now? That's where it picks back up.
When does it pick back up?
When the defendant says my elbow.
Okay, so here's what you're going to need to do.
I think we did it.
Okay.
So we now
We
have,
have to, I don't know, tell me what you propose.
So the issue is that Ms. Adams, when she drew from the witness, from the testimony about the 2 beers, it was Ms. Adams characterizing it as a spontaneous statement. I think that's where it spontaneously said, and we can go to the transcript, the word spontaneously. We all know it was not spontaneously. It was in response to several sentences of dialogue, including when the witness, Lieutenant Thompson, says, it just answers more questions if there was alcohol in your system or not.
Okay.
We know it being a blood draw. And so the exact quote was, "It just answers more questions if there was alcohol in your system or not, which I'm not sure it was, so I'd like to ask permission to draw your blood. It's completely up to you." And then Mr. Pino says, I had 2 beers.
Okay.
Okay. So our concern is that the impression has been left with the jury that Mr. Pino just blurted out, "I had 2 beers."
Yeah, I understand where you're coming, that it was something so spontaneous that just came out of Mr. Pino. So that has to be addressed.
And so the way that I interpreted spontaneous is, at no time did the lieutenant say, "Have you been drinking? How much did you have to drink?" The defendant volunteers that.
But that's maybe the way you interpret it. So how do we,
Well,
how do I clarify?
I think what we can do is just either we were able to reinsert all of the part that was initially over redacted. So I have a copy of that. So I can either replay that and just say, "Lieutenant, is this what happened?" And the jury can follow along again and just leave it at that. Whether I characterize it as spontaneous or not, it's kind of like a, tomato situation, Maybe the jury thinks it was spontaneous, maybe they don't, but it's not in direct relation to a...
But she's only giving them what she would use to bolster her chosen interpretation. So how is that tomato if you don't give me the tomato or tomato and let me choose for myself?
Maybe the jury thinks it was spontaneous, maybe they don't, but it's not in direct relation to a question that was posed by the lieutenant.
Well, okay. We know it was perhaps in relation to a question though that was deemed suppressible, that whole area of input.
Correct.
Okay, so let me try to wrap my head around how and what instructions, if any, I should give to the jury that might clear this up.
May I make one possible suggestion, which would be this, that the court instructs the jury that there was a technical issue with the video that was played, and we are now going to play the proper version of it with nothing further, and I'm not going to characterize what he says one way or the other.
Well, and I'll also instruct them that I remind you what the lawyer is asking questions, that's not evidence. What the witness says. So this witness is not going
to... Watch. Laura knows she can't reject that instruction, but watch her shake her head knowing yes. She switches how she shakes her head because she's shaking her head the way she thinks. She does not want that instruction because she knows the inference is, hey, the only attorney you've heard questioning today is me, Laura Adams, and the judge is telling you, remember, her questions, not what you're supposed to consider. Watch her head shake.
Further, and I'm not going to characterize what he says one way or the other.
Well, and I'll also instruct them that I remind you what the lawyer is asking questions, that's not evidence.
She doesn't know how she wants to shake her head.
So this witness is not going to say it was a spontaneous statement by Mr. Pino.
Right. So what I would propose to give context to the statement about 2 beers, because the prosecutor actually, I think, said to the witness, you didn't ask him about alcohol, drinking alcohol, and that Mr. Pino spontaneously said he had 2 beers. I think the simple way to correct it is, as we're going to play the correct version, it just be prefaced with a question by the prosecutor. Something simple as, Lieutenant Thompson, you told Mr. Pino you were investigating whether alcohol was involved, and here's his response. Something as simple as that.
That makes sense. When I think about it.
It's not that I have any problem with that. I just worry, does that somehow... Because
make me look bad?
When this is happening, the lieutenant is not asking questions. He's just explaining why he's going to want to get a sample.
No, but right, he's explaining why, but the response, and I think we can believe, that Mr. Pino had was really in response to Lieutenant Thompson bringing up this whole idea and
I could,
he was forthright in that once Lieutenant Thompson brought up the idea, and the refusal that doesn't come in front of the jury.
what I could certainly do is, and, you know, with the witness here, hopefully, I could certainly ask of him, you know, Lieutenant, at some point, did an issue of alcohol come up? Yes. And just leave it at that, and then just play this.
At that point, yeah.
Yeah, that the investigator, now lieutenant, raised the issue of alcohol, and in response, Mr. Pino said, and we play the tape. Something simple.
If you're playing it and you're going to stop it at a certain point, you're going to play from the beginning again. You got to play the whole thing.
Yeah, I understand that.
So you'll stop it
Yes.
when you get there, and then you'll make a note for yourself.
Okay.
You'll ask a question, and then you can handle anything else on cross if you
Right.
think that.
So-
And I would give the jury instruction on a technical issue. We're going to basically redo that and remind them that, you know, what the lawyers say in their questions is not evidence. The evidence comes from the witness.
That's fine, and I would propose that if we start from the beginning, it's only a minute and a half or so, a minute and 40 seconds, stop after the sentence last played, which ended with the words, "a serious injury."
Right.
That's when the next question to Lieutenant Thompson would be, at that point, you raised the issue with him about alcohol, and the response was recorded, and here we go. And that takes away,
Let it play.
Absolutely. That's perfectly
okay, great.
reasonable.
And Lieutenant Thompson's right here.
That's why I
So
thought it'd be
he
great to
understands
have
the plan.
And what I would do, just for brevity's sake, I have a jump drive that has the corrected video and audio that council's been able to see over the break. So what I would seek to do is just ask for it.
Substitute out?
Yes, it's,
What was the exhibit number again?
hold on.
She's gonna check on her own, make sure it's
And
really
while she's looking,
swapped.
to be clear, we're not opening any doors to his refusal, to the defendant's refusal by doing it.
Absolutely not.
I'm correct?
You're not opening
This isn't in the
doors.
what is
Thank
it?
you.
Correct.
All right. Does anyone have the feeling here that that you've got to redact things about refusal for the blood draw because it's extremely prejudicial and this is not a boating under the influence case, so it's not relevant to anything that's charged. But with Laura Adams, when she realizes that this statement can't come in, her theory is, well, I'll just act like all of the other statements that follow it are just spontaneous random utterances. Nobody was asking you anything that would elicit you saying I only had 2 beers. So I want the jury to think that's weird. But the only reason she's able to do that is because the jury is not going to be able to hear this question about taking a blood draw. And I think that was intentional. I think she clearly has this theory and wants the jury to be able to hear as much as supports her theory about spontaneous beer statement is spontaneous because they can't hear anything else. It's just, I just don't think that's an ethical way to strategize around what a defendant or anybody is saying on a body cam because we have to redact what comes before it. That you're going to flip the context because the jury can't see the context. And I think that's what we have here. And it's not going to play out. Like, the judge isn't having it. And the defense, I think, had a good idea. Let's stop at that point and say, look, at that point, did you ask about alcohol?
I have a pet peeve about double negatives. Thank
Your
you.
request in limine or to suppress was granted in that regard.
Oh, I know what this is. The defense has it.
This is my computer. This is for what?
So, this week, next as a So, Your Honor, if I may, the corrected audio and visual of the defendant's statement to Lieutenant Thompson is listed for identification as states 5U. And I would seek, hopefully without objection from the defense, other than their prior raised objections, to move 5U for identification into evidence, and then be able to publish that with the caveat that I will preface the 2-beer statement with a question to the lieutenant.
Right, aren't we substituting what was already?
Yes, but just to make things a little bit...
I can do it right now. You don't have to do it. Yeah, right, I want to do it now.
You want us to put this statement on the original jump drive?
No. I thought you were going to switch out.
The only thing that this jump drive has, Your Honor, is the second statement. The one that's in evidence has...
Okay, we're good.
Okay.
That's another exhibit.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
So I'm now moving states 5U for identification and evidence.
Subject to prior objections and perhaps an instruction from the court to explain to the jury that it was omitted and we're now giving it for the jury. The jury may have seen it in the transcript. So to clarify for the jury, they may have already seen this in the transcript, even though the transcript is not evident.
Okay. We'll go ahead and do that. What number is it going to be?
5U marked 5D, States Exhibit 111.
111. And when you begin to ask the questions, I'll probably tell them anyway. But you're advised that it's now States Exhibit 111.
Okay.
Okay?
Judge, there's another matter, which just to, so we can go through the whole afternoon.
Poppy's been in any minute with my jury. So is this something with regard to this?
Yes.
Should he be sitting here?
I don't know. It has to do with anticipated cross-examination questions.
Okay, so when you finish your direct,
Okay,
which will be how much longer?
not much.
Okay, we'll stop for a minute. We'll come sidebar.
Okay,
And then we can talk about what you want to talk about.
thank you.
Okay, very good.
Okay, Edric Foss update. There will be a motion by Cruz to withdraw. Judge said he has to withdraw for the procedurally for the appeal, which you've heard. Bob has said that. A few attorneys have said that. Jim has said that. Looking for other updates right now.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a nice lunch. During the playing of the body-worn camera evidence from Lieutenant Thompson, there was a technical issue with regard to what is essentially the second statement in the conversation between Mr. Pino and Lieutenant Thompson. That technical issue has been resolved. There was what you might have been reading on the transcripts was actually not heard on the video. So that's been corrected, and what's going to happen now is the corrected statement is going to be played for you. There'll be a few questions about that. The transcript can be handed out again, which would be number 2 transcript. Oh no, wait, it's number 2.
Bob and his dad are out to eat.
Okay, number 2 transcript.
Yum.
Bringing me back chili, so I didn't need to get a snack. It's kind of hot for chili, but it's cold in the house, though. What a kerfuckle. Would be all these kerfuckle emojis on our end.
Now, I remind you, the transcript is not the evidence. The evidence is the video.
Hence why we have to fix it and play it the right way.
In addition, let me remind you, that
Here we
what
go.
the lawyer's asking their questions is not the evidence. The evidence comes from physical evidence and or testimony of the witnesses. Okay?
So can you pause real quick?
Yeah.
Because I think I missed it, but when she asked about this spontaneous utterance, did he say, yeah, it was spontaneous?
No. So what happened is the reason she went into this theory of it being a spontaneous utterance is
It's because the way
because
you edited it out, it looks like it is if you don't know.
yes.
Right.
Yes.
But did she
And
actually
so
ask him that already? She said the words on direct.
previously before
did-
lunch.
And did he
Yes.
say, yeah, it was or she just said when he spontaneously spit
It
this
was in
out?
her questions.
Okay.
I don't think he
Okay.
said. I think it was just a descriptor in her question, like you just the example you just gave.
Okay. All right.
So-
See, this is the kind of low blow kind of game, you know.
I hated it.
That it's what happens all the time in every courtroom around the world. And if you don't think little things like that add up and you don't wonder, why would they do that? Why would she pretend, oh, I was just saying it was spontaneous because it appeared spontaneous? No,
Yeah.
bitch. You picked spontaneous to say. You wanted to make it seem like he's just blurting out random, oh, by the way, I drank 2 beers, you know, which would be just strange. So,
Oh my
all right, we'll see
goodness.
how it plays out now because she's supposed to clarify it with a question first, right? Like in response to you having
Yeah,
raised
they're
it.
gonna say, they're gonna, yep.
Yep.
Did you at that point? They're gonna pause at a specific point when that redaction would have actually happened that they're still not gonna see and ask, did you ask something about alcohol at this point? But not say what.
Right. Got
And
it.
I think what's helpful here is like there's so much where body cam audio is not captured that maybe the jury will just think here's one of those moments,
Right.
which I guess could be bad, maybe, but he does say 2 beers, so we have an answer that's
Right.
clear in front of the jury. Whether they believe it or not is a different story, but they get to hear it.
For the record, I'm now going to publish State's Exhibit 111. Your Honor, may the lieutenant step down while this is playing? Thank you.
Work at WC. I do all building accidents that are serious. Anytime someone says something gets light-lighted, that's when I come. So, right now, no update. My officers are just getting to the hospital. So, no update on anything. We all went to the same spot. My medical staff won't give an update until my guys get there. They won't do it with phones. They don't know who's actually calling. So, my guys are about 10, 15 minutes away. Everyone knows over there. All the girls? Are there over there? There's some there. Oh, there's some who's over there. I thought no, there's no more. All those girls are fine. They're lotion. So, as of right now, last I had an update was she's conscious, but she's saying she's going to that last time on anybody. I was all but from all over San Laura. So, what's over here? We know that was on that camp. She was there on the boat with my wife. So, I was getting it. I'm still getting all the pieces that next week. I don't know if that happens.
Dirty pool.
Lieutenant, I want to ask you if during this time, did any kind of issue about alcohol come up? Okay.
Can we get a pause, Your Honor?
Just pause it for a minute.
Sure.
He didn't like that wasn't good enough. Did you raise the question of alcohol? Because it again just seems like
Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the portion that was not played before, and the question was asked, questions about alcohol, and this wasn't played for you before. All right? And this is the evidence.
See, the way she asked the question, pause real quick, and I think that's why the defense wanted something more. She said, and maybe we can back it up. Did the question of alcohol get raised? That just means he blurted out, you know what I mean? That could be, yeah, and here's how, because he blurted out to
Yeah, so are you the one that
right.
initiated?
Did you raise
Did
the
literally
issue?
anybody prompt him?
Right. And was this this response? So I don't know that the judge's response made it any more clear, but at this point, the defense is probably like, whatever, we'll clear it up on, you know.
I think it might be
cross.
more effective to clear it up on, and you were the one that asked him about alcohol, right? So
Right.
he didn't just start spontaneously talking to you about alcohol, right?
Right.
Which I'm sure they can do either way, even without the clear up.
Right.
And it's not illegal to go drive. It's not illegal to drink and be a couple years and drive. I feel perfect the way that my mind was. I know what happened. I did not drink forever. I got that right. You're allowed to drink alcohol and drive, but there's nothing saying.
I got no clue what they're saying. Tell you the truth, I'm not sure why they allowed that in there.
Oh my god.
Did he say they've got covert and non-covert recording options? What the
Yeah.
hell's the covert for? You're supposed to let somebody know if you're recording them.
And it was kind of weird because when he was describing covert earlier, he's like, after being asked, and you could see the green light blinking, and to me that makes it kind of not covert if
Right.
it's a light blinking. So I thought
Right.
it was kind of weird.
So maybe that's not what he meant. Maybe. Right, if a light's blinking, I consider that not
covert.
covert. And it makes this loud noise so that people are like drawn to it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that light. There must be recording them.
We'll come back to this. Let's get that page. Okay? I don't want to leave around.
Now they're going to replay the whole thing again?
I need to get that looked at. Hey, well, what do you guys do for fire rescue? He's bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. He's bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. Well, what do you guys do? Grab me fire rescue?
Hey, can you pause it real quick?
Yeah.
I thought when you are talking to the other officers, that's when you turn it off, the sound. So do you only do that depending what you're saying to the officers? Like, you know, pick a side.
Selective?
buddy. Right. Selective. When I speak to officers, the occasions where, going back to our lemon pound cake, I'm going to make references about his sex life, or what was it that they did? They talked about his pornography collection, or
Yeah, they were like when they were going through his like upstairs, there was
Right.
one room in his house that had all the fun stuff.
right. And they made some sort
They're
of
going
like,
through the binder, the flip through
they
binder
called
of
him
the
a fucking
DVDs.
pervert, or like they did something, said something, you know. So it's not like it's his default. I have left the speaking with the defendant or witness whatever area, boop, and I'm going to speak to the officers area. It's just when he knows he's about to say some shit that he doesn't want recorded. So
Yep.
no more. That is all of you can mark that down on your list of when you want to talk to your representatives about criminal justice reform. One, all
No
officers
selective.
have body cam, and it never, ever fucking goes off. No selective muting, no selective turning off, and redactions can happen later if something private is caught. That's all.
You know who'll fight against that? Who won't want it?
Every cop that exists and every prosecutor that exists.
And make them vocalize that they don't want it.
Right, and it's gonna be really shady.
Yep. Like,
Whoa,
oh, look
why
at
are
you
you guys
fighting
fighting
against
so
us.
hard? Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're attached to the boat. Just be honest, we're talking about here, so I'm gonna have fire rescue for people here too.
Did he say we we should also talk about hearsay? Oh, didn't need to mute it this time, huh?
So, you'll come talk. Yeah, if he has questions, you'll come. You're heavy breathing. I want you sitting down. I don't want you to fall over. Okay. Come sit down for a minute. No, I understand, but I've heard that shallow breathing before. I've seen people fall over, and the last thing I need is for you to fall over these rocks. So take a seat for me, my friend. So are these all your daughters? This is your daughter on the boat? That's your daughter right there? Okay. And all of them were her friends? It's my daughter's birthday. Okay. And those are her friends. To have a celebration with them. We're heading back. I mentioned you. We're going through that channel, not the last part. Anyway, we're not judged. You can guesstimate how fast you're How many times have you gone through that show? How many hours do you have on this mission? How long have you been on that boat?
Your Honor?
Yeah, on the boat. And how many hours? You have to put hours. How many hours on the boat?
So I think that resolved the issue of the missing portion.
Yes, that was what was missing previously. All right, we'll continue on.
Pardon me?
So we're going to conclude this.
Thank you.
Very good.
So Lieutenant, up to now, we've talked about the fact that you spoke with George Pino on the evening of September 4th of 2022, and we talked about the inventory of the vessel that was done once it was salvaged from the bottom of the bay, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk now a little bit about something that occurred on June the 9th of last year. Did you and other people involved in law enforcement try to think of a way to explain or express to the jury what the defendant's driving pattern, for lack of a better term, was through the Cutter Bank Channel on the afternoon of September 4th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am. We conducted a reconstruction as close as we could.
Prior to doing the reconstruction, were any thoughts given about trying to actually bring the jurors through on the channel?
There were thoughts.
And?
Objection, Your Honor.
Too dangerous to bring the jury out there.
Okay. What was the overall plan to try to show the jury as accurately as possible the route that the defendant's vessel took on that afternoon up to leading to it actually hitting a channel marker?
That's wacky.
Yes, on May 30th, ASA Adams reached out to me asking if this is even a possibility. Told her that logistically there's going to be a lot of moving parts to get this done. specifically around safety reasons. So we had to make sure we had safety vessels, we block off channels, we had to make sure the weather was right that day, the right individuals were there, that we had access to Key Biscayne's airfield. It's a state park, so no drones can be flown. So we had to talk to the FAA for the drones. It was a lot of moving parts for it.
Could you explain to the jurors what the idea was in terms of how this path would be recreated?
So we had the GPS data from the units that were on the defendant's vessel that showed certain track marks and speed that the vessel was operating on September 4th. So we used multiple buoys as points of speed increase or direction change towards the channel marker.
So if there was a track point, say, that indicated that the defendant was going 43 miles per hour, is there a way using GPS to put the buoy like really close to where that track point is?
Yes, ma'am. We used a certified handheld GPS following the exact coordinates from the units from the vessel to match it to the exact spot that we were going to drop the buoy.
Okay. And then in this particular case, were there two last track marks or track points from the defendant's vessel up until it crashed into that channel marker?
There was.
And did a buoy get placed in each of the locations where those last two track points were?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what was the idea behind piloting a vessel past those buoys which represented the track points?
The idea was to video record so we could show the jury of the points of acceleration that the GPS showed. So the first buoy was a signal for me to accelerate from one speed to another while also maintaining a certain track from one buoy to the next. The second buoy was the last buoy prior to the collision with the channel marker.
Now, the second to last track point, can you describe where within the channel that would have been?
Between channel marker 13A and 13.
Okay. And where was the last buoy or the buoy that represented the last track mark prior to impact?
It was right next to channel marker 15.
Now, in order to try to recreate this, did you have available a police vessel?
I did.
What was the size of that police vessel?
30 feet.
What was the size of the Robalo vessel that was salvaged from the bay in this case?
29 feet.
What were the engines that were on the vessel that was used for this?
Two 300 horsepower Yamaha engines.
What kind of engines were on the Robalo in this case?
Two 300 horsepower Yamaha engines.
Did it seem that your police vessel was a comparable vessel to show the jurors what took place on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to get the police vessel accelerated up to 43 miles per hour at that first buoy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you then accelerate the vessel to about 47 miles per hour right before you got to that second buoy?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been piloting vessels?
Since I was a young child.
How many times have you piloted toward a steel marker?
Not on purpose.
Okay. Can you talk to the jurors a little bit about what the experience was like trying to recreate a path that you know in real life resulted in the destruction we saw to that vessel in photographs in yesterday? What did you do to manage that?
I would object.
So,
Okay, hold on. All right. Objection is overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So with those two markers that we spoke about earlier, the first one is to start getting to a speed of 43 miles an hour. The second channel buoy that we placed is right next to channel marker 15. We had to take in consideration that if I were to take the exact same route, it was near impossible for me to evade that channel marker.
Okay. Before engaging in this reenactment, for lack of a better term, did you have any alcohol to drink?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any minors on the boat with you?
No, ma'am.
Now, Did you make several passes through that channel?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a drone involved?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to show you an exhibit. It's not in evidence, it's a demonstrative aid. It's State's Exhibit 2I. This is not scientific. My channel drawing is as good as your boat drawing, but does this represent kind of the tail end of the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to use this pen and kind of like show us in cartoon figures almost the route that you basically were taking?
Yes, ma'am.
Where the squiggly line is, does that represent the route that you were taking?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you exhibits that are in evidence at states 23 and 22. Do these accurately depict what channel markers 14 and 15 look like?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the wind and, I guess, sea conditions like when this was done?
Very favorable, low winds, very slight chop, very small waves on the water.
Was that similar to the weather conditions on the afternoon of September 4th, 2022, Biscayne Bay in the vicinity of Cutter Bank?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you an exhibit which is in evidence now, as State's Exhibit number 11. And now I'm going to show you an exhibit which is State's 106. Now, in State's Exhibit 11, there is a seat which is designated as number 9, and there's a name attached to that. What is that name?
Lucy.
May I have that, please? Thank you. And, Your Honor, may the witness step down, please? So if what we're looking at here in exhibit number 11 is a diagram of the seating arrangements of Mr. Pino's vessel on September 4th, 2022. And if what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit number 106 is an actual photograph of where seats 7, 8, and 9 would be.
Yes, ma'am.
Where it says Lucy, would that correspond to where we are looking at Lucy having sat?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, because, I guess if we do it this way, that would be how we would know that this location is where Lucy was seated. Fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Come on over here so we can see. So this is the 3 bench seats here. And a prior witness identified that Lucy was seated here. I'd like to ask if during this process of trying to recreate for the jury a sense of what the defendant's vessel was doing prior to and at impact, was there somebody who actually sat in seat 9, the seat that was identified as the seat that Lucy had been in, filming from that vantage point where the vessel was traveling?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that video?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing counsel's, oh, no, it's already in evidence, states number 98. Earlier, did you get a chance to look at this?
Yes, ma'am.
And you put your initials on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I acknowledge this exhibit.
Same objections previously asserted.
And over those objections,
from the beginning, but we're heading down the channel,
Yes, ma'am.
and I'm gonna stop this and ask you kind of where we're at.
Yes, ma'am.
What channel?
That's
marker is that?
13A.
13.
A. It says A.
13A?
Take a close look.
13A.
Okay.
Help us. Shouldn't he be familiar with this alley?
I think so.
What's this right here?
That's our first GPS buoy.
And what does that represent?
Reaching that at 43 miles an hour, that is the moment where I start to accelerate to 47 miles an hour.
And is this buoy in just about the same location as that second to last?
Oh, go
Have
ahead.
they confirmed for sure the speed was actually 47? Like they know it wasn't 43, it was 47?
I'm pretty sure they were basing it off of GPS, like extrapolation from the GPS data. They don't have like any radar read or something from the boat itself, like a black box. They don't have anything like that.
So just going back to yesterday with this guy's Thompson, right? With the guy
Yes.
that put on the what the hell is that thing called that flies in the air?
The drone.
The
Ali.
drone footage. I mean, seriously, the drone footage on cross, like reflecting on it now. Did you think that the defense challenged it as good or in a way that you thought they should have? Like they scored any points?
I mean, I think they're probably waiting for this guy.
Right, right.
They're waiting
For
for this
sure.
guy to do it. So,
right,
especially like I wanted to see like perspective from the cabin, and they don't even have this set up as if you are the person in a center console and what you'd be seeing.
No, it's like it's way moved up.
And I would hope we hear Howard ask that. It seems like he's going to be doing the cross, but
Mhm.
like, get up there. Are you standing in a center console? Do you have a T frame on top of you? Do you have
Right? Aren't there
like
seats there on the other boat too? Like that's
yeah
where
seats, people
right.
like which they're not going to recreate that, but you can't recreate this scene.
right, right.
Oh
But then the defense, I guess we'll see if the
sorry.
defense tried to recreate any sort of scene.
Oh my God, they just got all these people out there on boats. And what do you think, while we're paused, what do you think of the jury going on a field trip to go out on the channel? Do you think that was genuinely what Laura Adams wanted to do? Do you think she just wanted to be able to say it would have been too dangerous?
I mean, she said she wanted to do it, but it was too dangerous.
That's what the witness replied. She asked the witness why we couldn't do a jury field trip.
Right. That's ridiculous, though, because that right there should have been. I know you said they should have objected. They should have outrageously objected. So all right, it's too dangerous to have the right number of people in the right number of seats doing the speed that how many jurors are there? 12. There was 14 of them.
10 because of the alternatives.
Oh,
And then
right,
remember, they
there's-
have to have the people with them, so they'd have to have like Renee go with them. Renee keeps
She
going with
never
them.
wanted to take them out on the fucking no. You are absolutely right. She wanted to say him to say the words, "It's too dangerous." It was a complete
That's
and
how I
total
feel.
softball setup. Never in a million years was she ever thinking that the judge was going to let her take the jury out on a boat trip in conditions that aren't the same. No one would have ever allowed it. She never thought anyone was going to allow it, and she's full of shit.
Why is it relevant to even like get that in front of a jury? Like, oh, we can't. I know we did a field trip, but
It was for exactly what you said. It wasn't relevant. She snuck it in because she's a sleazy, dirty pool MFer. And, for whether you think this guy is criminally negligent or not, it's not right when it's all those little things. It's insidious. It's insidious. It's just baked into every single question asked, way things are presented. It is a game that needs to change. The playing field needs to be stripped down and rewritten somehow, because this dirty pool bullshit, it's literally 24/7. Like I can probably like count on a hand when I was like, wow, I actually trust this state's attorney. Like there's in one of our local courthouses, I'm like, well, I'll ask this guy because I actually think this guy won't lie to me. And it's like one guy in the whole courthouse.
One guy. That inspires so much confidence.
I mean, take it from
Oh,
a defense
goodness.
attorney. I'm obviously going to have my own slant, but I see shit like that. Okay, I'm sorry to get sidetracked, but my very first day as a young lawyer, very first walking into courtroom
Baby
in
Ali.
Philadelphia, right? And the so I go up and they're like, "Are you ready?" I say ready because I know I'm going to say ready, even though I'm not ready, to see if the state says that their witness is there. So I asked him like, is your witness here? And he said yes, that he was. Now I wonder if I'm getting this story wrong. It was something like that. He flat out lied to me, and I bought it. And ever since that day, I have known, don't believe a word a prosecutor says. And through so many times in my career, I'm like, that's the elected official. You'd think that person would be trustworthy. No, not at all. Not at all. So for as much as people want to blame defense attorneys, and I'm sure there are defense attorneys out there that will like twist, lie, and steal to win too, but defense attorneys are not the
They're not the one with
supposed to,
they can't take away someone's freedom.
right, and they're supposed to be like above that, and yeah, maybe you have like a horror story here or there of a defense attorney, but I've just never ever seen defense attorneys act anywhere close to the way prosecutors act, because it's not, we work for ourselves, and it's like even the public defenders, there's no politics in it. There's no, the whole world rests on what you do in this courtroom, or it's going to make everybody look bad and piss off a whole police force. It's just, it's dirty pool. And it's the little things like this. Just keep watching with Katt, because she'll sniff out every little thing and she'll show you exactly how it's happening, because you're on point, Katt.
It's a spider sense.
Before the vessel strikes the channel marker?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this fiberglass?
I don't know what the hell this is. Probably, but I'm the last one to know, actually.
Like, what is this boat made out of? I mean, they're not recreating the damage.
When I'm pointing to here with my pen, what is that?
That's the second GPS buoy.
Okay. And this represents the last track point prior to impact?
Yes, ma'am.
I was like, tilt up. Are you going to keep it down the whole time so we can't even
see anything that's
what
going
right?
on.
I was like, we did not see how much he just changed course. That is that not on purpose? Because I can't tell now. Like,
Also, why is it like? Why didn't he change this to not be a landscape? I mean, a portrait
yeah,
layout.
well, I guess, yeah, it's also a good question. So that it looks super narrow.
Like, cause look, this is
They want it both ways. They want it narrow and they want it wide so that only a drunk person could smack into it.
Is she zooming and that's making it a different shape, or like, cause this is wider. This is like square.
See, you can have, it's so ridiculous. I don't even know where I was going, so I'll have to remember.
Yeah, I don't know why it looks like they don't want like the full. I don't know. They don't want to show the view to the left or right. Timer here so we can see. All right, they're gonna count 9 seconds.
Lieutenant, What is this channel marker there?
Green marker 15.
You're quite a ways away from it.
Yes, ma'am.
We can see it already?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think if they hit a boat during this demonstration that we'd ever find out about it?
Or if the boat like kind of swung a certain way when a wave came or the wind blew. All right, pause it because I'm going to forget this because that's just now we know where my mind is. So in civil cases, you can file for a negligence claim, right? Where typically you have to give the specific acts of negligence, like he had a duty, he breached the duty in the following ways, and that establishes negligence. But there is a doctrine called res ipsa loquitur, and it's Latin for the thing speaks for itself, and it's a
Oh, I've said
rule.
that wrong so many times.
Okay, so
Because
that's
I had to
the-
like spell it out in my head, and I just realized because I think I say it like real slow, like res ips loquit.
Okay, race loquitur. So, and maybe there's someone else who says it a different way, but that's the way I've always said it. But and so the thing speaks for itself, where it's like you don't have to identify the specific act of negligence. You just say there's no way some shit like this happens unless somebody did something wrong. There's no other way something like this happens. And you can't do that in criminal law. And that is what they are literally trying to do. Because the only thing that makes sense to be legally uh, criminally culpable negligence to get us to manslaughter is the intoxication, because like we've said, or if he did have everybody drunk standing up blocking his way and he couldn't see anything, but there's no evidence of that. Everyone says they
Yeah.
were sitting down, and even though there was a time where they said that they were standing up, but then they sat down when he said you guys got to sit down, like not having a lookout, that's just regular old negligence. I have never ever had a lookout on
Up, 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 up. It's Friday. STF Fridays. STFU Fridays.
what's that?
Shut the F up Fridays. Don't
Oh.
incriminate yourself. Shut up.
Seeing except if I was like on a professional, like being the passenger on something, had like a lookout on a boat, like, all right, I'm gonna be your lookout, but even if that's the law, if you get in a civil, if you're getting sued and you're supposed to have a lookout and you don't, all right, that's it, you're negligent. People don't do it all the time, like we just said before. Doesn't matter until it happens, then it freaking matters. But what they're trying to do here is exactly that. If you take out the alcohol, there is nothing, because the speeding and the speeding through that area, I think he has done it a billion times, and the 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 sheriffs did it. Her point as to why they did it doesn't matter. Guess what? They did it safely, and they've done it safely on a number of times up and down that channel all the time at that rate of speed when they need to get to and from, an emergency, but they're still doing it without a collision. So he's done it without a collision. So what is the thing that's criminal, that you did willfully and wantonly and intentionally engaged in activity that you should have known had a likely risk of creating death or serious bodily injury? And if you don't have an answer to that has something to do with why the vessel crashed, then you don't have it. And this is what this whole case is, that this is all like a res ipsa loquitur case for a criminal case. We're just going to say all these things, including that his thingies, flares, did it. Yay, me, brain. That his flares were expired, and be like, you guys have to be so pissed that he didn't make the kids wear flotation device. He had expired thingies. He's driving fast. and we're just going to assume that maybe he was drunk, because this doesn't happen unless something went wrong. Well, the guy lost his bearings. He didn't realize he was there. And, that's regular old negligence. It's just, to me, it's regular old negligence, but pretty young life was taken. So we know how hard that is, unless you're Michael Jackson to win a case like that.
The anchor of the day is the Michael Jackson case.
I mean, I just watched it. The same thing with, although I fully agreed that OJ in the court of law was not proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, it seems to only happen when you're really somebody that people already have a connection to. Like, because you can imagine in almost any criminal court in the world, heard Amber, and like, he would have been convicted. He would have been convicted if he wasn't him in a criminal
Would
court.
even had the person to put up the fight if you didn't have someone like Adam Waldman putting together a binder over the years of like all of the contradictions in her claims. And that's just not, Adam Waldman is an attorney, but he also had like a friendship style, like, I need to look out for this guy because he's being wrongfully accused here. And if you don't have somebody like that who's also capable of putting it together,
right, like
and
Karen
going through
Reed
like
did.
2.5 trials.
It took 2, right? It took 2 for Karen Reed. If she, again, I guess we never asked the chat which way was it. Now, because I wouldn't trust my memory of it, but if you don't have the same, it's like probably 1 or 2 of those 12 people that put the issues before the jury that make them sway their minds. 6 is not enough. Sorry. So sorry for that long.
No, that's
sidebar,
okay.
but-
I have a sidebar while we're here and we're on these reenactments. DB had gathered some photos yesterday of a Robalo. This is a center console model, so similar to what we're looking at. Same
And I
size,
wonder
just different
how big-
color.
How do we know? Because I know she asked if this boat that he was in was comparable, and he said, "Yeah." Do we know how high the front of the boat is? Like,
That's the issue. So when this is a popper boat. A Robalo is a popper boat, but if he's in a boat that is not angling, and we're recording this from a vantage point where we are not seeing the angling, maybe we will get some side images.
what's
Like
this?
a
Something
camera.
Also that
Of
DB
course it's
did, or-
DB.
Oh, what are we looking at here?
So the
Yeah.
difference that an angle can make,
Right.
right? So if you are tilted back, and there's no heads at the front of this boat,
Right.
but just because of simple geometry, not simple, shout out to DB for doing the complex stuff, it
Right.
can make a huge difference.
Yeah.
And so are we really recreating this if we are in a boat that has a different shape, that might be a different build? Maybe it's built out of aluminum instead of fiberglass, or at least in more areas it's using a different composition where we're not getting a tilt up.
Well, I'm gonna have to suggest we'll see how this cross goes. Otherwise, they need DB to make them some things. But you would hope if they got these videos well in advance and they saw all these same issues that are just gonna scream out like, "What the fuck?" They would have
Yeah, and
gone out and at least tried to do it. If it's
I
not
think
there,
we will. Because Howard Shriebnick's already been getting at the channel marker visibility, how much would be showing from the horizon. So I think he's going to get to these angles. But to have a camera even just positioned, like, why would this not be a point of view camera
right?
for the
No.
captain, whoever's captaining the ship?
And hopefully they make a big deal of that on cross. I can't imagine they won't. But I mean, that's the kind of thing that you just let them do it, and then you get to tell the jury,
You're
what
right.
are you seeing? You're seeing what the person who would have been sitting at the very front, if they turned around and looked, would have seen, or you're seeing what the driver saw, the operator. Sorry.
Yeah. And I don't know. We had those faraway videos yesterday. Why don't we have like a boat it doesn't need to be like operating alongside this boat, because that would create some waves or whatever, but couldn't there just be a boat that was stationary somewhere near where we got like a side view, like a cinematic view of the
Or
boat going by somewhat near?
even in front, but way back, but they're zoomed in and then panning out.
That way we could see if there's any lift.
Right.
But
This
who
is not
knows?
it. This is not it. This ain't the one.
You are not a crash daddy.
No. That's
Last thing I want to ask you about
Oh my God,
last
hurry up.
thing.
was yesterday. Our jurors came and examined the Robalo at your office, just in front of the office building, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, prior to them viewing the boat, did you stand next to the boat and point to 2 locations on that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
He gave us another look, guys.
I missed it. I was looking at her.
I'm going to show you.
Why does he walk
Exhibit
around
number
so much?
68.
To do this.
Ah, that's
And the
it.
witness
That's
can
his
step down,
bedroom
please.
eyes. You got it. That's awesome, Kat.
Oh, it was Alice that was grabbing
Use
those.
this exhibit to
Oh,
point out
thanks,
the 2
Alice.
locations that you pointed to for
That
the
was it.
jurors.
That was his bedroom eyes.
First point is right here. The second point is right here.
Can
Wait,
you
what?
explain to the jurors what you were pointing out?
Up here, I'm pointing out what we call a paint transfer from the green day board that was on top of markers 15 as the initial impact point.
And you pointed to a second location.
Does it have to be initial?
What is that?
Secondary impact point.
And why were you, what was there that let you know that?
The extreme amount of damage that started from this point.
And in fact, was there paint transfer there as well?
There was.
They don't
So
know how
first
that boat bounced when they... What? It's on water. Oh my God. Just roll
Showing
around in
counsel
some paint, why
states.
don't you?
5S and 5T.
I hope the defense also like shows a
Do
little more at an
exhibits
angle for us.
5S and 5T represent the 2 locations of paint transfer that you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
I would move states 5S and 5T for identification and evidence.
This isn't a road.
5S, mark for
Stationary.
identification, now states exhibit 112, 5T 113.
I'm sorry, 113.
113.
Thank you.
And in my right hand, I have the paint transfer at the front of the bow of the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
And on my left hand, I have the paint transfer that was in the middle part of the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no other questions.
And the word is over here just for you. Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Lawyers.
So, you'd think that they want to get something good in today, but still save like the mic drop for tomorrow. But they got to get some good stuff in today too, and they've got what 45 minutes to do it.
I think so, because I think they're actually staying till 4:30, and they started already. We're not real time, so they have more time than we think based on where we are.
All right, I have
But
to
it might have been
leave at-
4 that they said.
I got to leave you at 3:30 to go to Scouts softball game.
So they better hold all the good stuff for tomorrow. So let's.
Bob and
let's
I
look
was like, oh,
forward.
we'll be in chat. We can't be in chat. Well, we can watch some of it. Like, we can speed through some of this, I guess.
Yeah, how long are they at this approach? That was a while. That was like 20 minutes, I think. Maybe I'm mixing my numbers. Oh, it's gonna be Shapiro. It was like 14 minutes.
Wow.
Before you start the cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of the direct examination of the witness, there was a question asked of the witness, and the response from the witness was that,
Oh.
Dangerous? Is it the
he used
dangerous?
the word dangerous in
Ow!
his response. I overruled
He called the sidebar on her own?
Did she call that?
I think she did.
She did. Well, there you go, Katt. She's
Ah.
basically touching on what Katt said, like that was objectionable because the whole stupid question that had no reason. Was it too dangerous to get, or why didn't we do it? It was dangerous. If you don't think they practiced that question, because otherwise he would have been like, I don't know, would have taken a lot of court personnel. Do you guys do that kind of thing? That's how he
Yeah.
would have answered that if they didn't practice it.
And wouldn't it be her decision? So that's probably why she's like,
I made the wrong one, right?
The defense objection, that objection should have been sustained. You would disregard any statement or any conclusion by the witness with the use of the word dangerous in terms of what he has done. All right? Thank you.
They practice that. They practice that.
Good
When the
afternoon,
chat
Lieutenant
comes back, you
Good
guys,
afternoon.
we'll talk about what you believe on that. Well, I won't be here, but I'll be watching.
I'll ask.
Lieutenant, you indicated that during your interviews and interactions with Mr. Pino that there was no detection on your part. You did not observe any signs of impairment by alcohol. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The first time,
They're like, no,
Ready?
do it like this.
at the point that you had your first interaction with Mr. Pino, however, approximately 2 hours had passed since the accident in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So, to be more specific, the accident occurred sometime around 6:37 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the first time that you had contact with Mr. Pino was at 8:16 p.m. according to your testimony today. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
So almost 2 hours later. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But
Would you not agree that that persons who were with Mr. Pino closer in time to the point of the accident at 6:37, that their impressions as to Mr. Pino's whether Mr. Pino appeared to be impaired by alcohol or not would be important to know?
Yes, sir.
And if such persons that observed Mr. Pino at the time closest to the accident were to say that they didn't detect or didn't observe anything about Mr. Pino which would have indicated alcohol impairment, that would be valuable for this jury to know. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
As well as witnesses to Mr. Pino's state of mind or physical state while he was actually at the sandbar in this case. Witnesses at the sandbar with Mr. Pino who were able to say there was no evidence of impairment by alcohol with Mr. Pino, that also would be important for this jury to know. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm surprised not.
Particularly if those witnesses did not observe any evidence of alcohol impairment. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
As like it's for this jury to know as opposed to for your investigation. You know, but they didn't object. So.
We heard earlier today that when you had your first opportunity to have interaction with Mr. Pino, that was at the seawall at Elliott Key Harbor. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino was on a police boat. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, he was on a police boat with one of your members of your crew that day, Lucy Fernandez. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when you are asking Mr. Pino some basic background questions about his boat during that interaction, Mr. Pino answered those questions, correct?
Yes, sir.
But he also offered an explanation, his memory about how this accident occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to go through slowly with you. We have the benefit of the transcript that was prepared for the jury. And Mr. Pino says that we were going back, we were coming through the channel. Of course, he's referring to Cutter Bank Channel. Was that your understanding at the time?
Yes, sir.
And there were two girls sitting in the back. A boat was coming. We were going by the little, and then you interrupt him and say, you leave the boat in the water at Ocean Reef, or is it at a trailer at Ocean Reef? That's all that you were interested in at that moment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But Mr. Pino continues with his answer, and he tells you, no, it's in the water. So anyways, I turned back to look because there were two girls sitting in the back seat of the boat. And I had 5 or 6 in the front, my wife in the middle, and we were coming, and I approached the waves head first, like I always do. and the boat hit. I was looking at the girls, and just to make sure they were okay if they were sitting in the back, and the next thing I know, it hit the wave, and I tried to swing, and the right side of the boat would be the left side of the boat, hit the pylon. My God, I can't believe it. You recall him telling you that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino was telling you that in his memory of the way the accident occurred, as a part of that, he believes that the left side of his boat made contact with the pylon.
Objection, calls for speculation.
This is what
Why?
he told you, isn't
Excuse
it?
me.
I'm going to overrule as to what was said. Go ahead.
But Judge,
Go ahead. Overrule.
That in fact is not the case though, correct? The
Correct.
left side of Mr. Pino's boat did not make contact with the pylon in this case, did it?
No, sir.
In fact, we know just from the pictures presented in this case. As we saw in State's Exhibit number 68, very clearly, damage happens to the right side of the boat. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's not a mystery in this case, is it? That's not in dispute here, right?
No, sir.
But at least when Mr. Pino had that initial interaction with you, it was his belief, his memory at that moment, that actually it was the left side of his boat.
objection.
That's the stage as to what Mr. Pino's belief was or wasn't.
That's what he reported to you. Just say that.
You go on, you ask him if he has a trailer for the boat, and he tells you that the boat goes back to Ocean Reef, etc., and so on. There's then another opportunity that you have to speak with Mr. Pino. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because after you had your initial interaction with him while he was at the seawall on Officer Alec's boat, you went because you needed to make some phone calls. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In connection with the accident scene that you were working, or the accident investigation that you were working, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you came back, you had a further conversation with him. And you tell Mr. Pino, Mr. Pino says to you, someone told me that, well, the other girl that was on there, Cammie, she's over there. She was there on the boat with my wife when the other girl was getting airlifted. And you reply, see, I'm still getting all the pieces. See, I'm still getting all the pieces. Pino, she said that she was getting CPR. You respond, I don't know about that yet. So, first thing I'm going to do, talk to you about, there's a boating accident, a serious injury. And Mr. Pino, then there was some conversation between you, Mr. Pino, about alcohol, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says to you, in response, he says, you know, I had 2 beers. You recall him saying that?
Yes, sir.
And your response to that was, and it's not illegal to boat and drive. It's not illegal to drink a beer or a couple of beers and drive. And that's a true statement, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says, I feel perfect in the way my mind was. I mean, I know what happened. I've been operating boats forever. I've done that ride 1,000 times. Do you know if Mr. Pino has done that ride 1,000 times?
I did not know.
Do you know if it's true?
I do not know if that's true.
Did you ever examine or become aware of the data examination of the GPS devices in Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes, sir.
Did either of the historic track points in either of the GPS devices reflect thousands of rides through the Cutter Bank Channel?
No, I did not.
So this was Mr. Pino's memory.
Objection.
I wish Katt was here, so I'm going to try to remember
The
this.
GPS devices did not bear out Mr. Pino's statement that he had been through the Cutter Channel thousands of times. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's just
And you reply to that and you say, you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat. And this is what you told him, right?
Yes, sir.
And again, that is a true statement, right?
Yes, sir.
And during this conversation, further, Mr. Pino takes the opportunity, after following some additional conversation between the two of you, he takes the opportunity to tell you again about what his recollection, what his memory is of how the accident occurred. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says, that was my wife and myself, right? And then 2 girls were on the back, and the rest of the girls in the front in the seating area. And then we were going through the last marker. There was a boat coming through, which was bigger, so the waves, I was veering to the right to cut into the waves. You say, okay. Mr. Pino continues, right, like I always do, cut right through the waves, and I knew I was going to hit some waves. I looked back at the 2 girls that were sitting back there because I was a little concerned. I told my wife, watch. I even remember exactly who it was. It was Coco. Pretty sure it was Coco and Andrea. You recall him giving you that answer?
Yes, sir.
Now, Coco, he was referring to someone by the name of Coco Aguilar, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Andrea, he was referring to someone known as Andrea Knopfler, correct?
Yes, sir.
And both Coco Aguilar and Andrea Knopfler, they were passengers on Mr. Pino's boat at the time that this accident occurred.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino is telling you that he even remembers exactly who was sitting behind him, again saying it was Coco and Andrea. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, that turned out not to be true. Is that right?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Did you conducted a further investigation in the days and months leading or after this accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you determined who, in fact, of the passengers were sitting in the back of the boat, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And did your investigation reveal that it was Sarah Gutierrez?
Objection, this is hearsay.
What?
Your investigation did not reveal that Coco Aguilar and Andrea Knopfler were sitting in the back of the boat.
Objection, it's hearsay.
No. No, it's not.
On direct, he literally was asked and said how he knew where everybody was sitting. You called it out. You're like, he can't say that. He doesn't have
Right.
personal knowledge.
Right.
And then now look where we are.
But all he asked this time was the second time. So the first one, maybe it's an answer relies on hearsay. All he asked him is, your investigation established that these 2 people weren't sitting there. That is not hearsay. We hear that literally all the time. I mean, everything that
When the state asks it, it's fine.
yeah. Come on, Judge. They need to sidebar.
And that's not a party opponent issue. I'm aware of a party opponent exception to hearsay.
Right.
But what I'm saying is what Ali, the logic is, you're not basing it on what somebody told you. You're saying that you investigated, and even if that counted, somebody telling you something at some point, you are not being asked to give somebody's out of court statement right now
Correct.
in response to this answer.
Correct. Exactly, Katt. And the other thing that he said earlier was about the memory. All he just needed to say is he reported to you, because it's not hearsay, so they can get it what he reported. He reported this to you, and then the follow-up question, but your investigation did establish that was not the case. So I don't know why this is happening at all.
And
Really,
the state
because
doesn't really want this coming in, doesn't want this, whatever
No,
they're
they do.
establishing, to be established.
No, that his memory was wrong. And that was the other thing I was going to say. The one about 1,000, I've done this trip 1,000 times. I think the defense should not have focused on that as one of the,
Because it's a figure of speech.
because it's hyperbole, right? It's a figure of speech. So it's the same kind of dirty shit we say, like when the prosecution
Actually,
does it.
I thought what he was doing was just saying that you took him at his word.
Well, no, because he was like, but you didn't find any evidence he did that 1,000 times. No, so that's
I
not,
didn't-
you
Oh,
know,
okay.
he was really, I got the sense that the defense was really trying to use that as one of the factual statements that the defendant made that their investigation could, establish was clearly mistaken. And that was obviously a figure of speech.
Yeah. So not one of the examples like you think you pulled not to yell, and it's really Lucy
Right.
that you pulled out of the water.
Right. Bob brought me chili. They're back.
Yum.
So I'm gonna hide back here.
Bob just like magically appears with food.
Exhibit number 11, please. So I'm handing you exhibit number 11.
Yes, sir.
Now, you recall, Detective, that exhibit number 11 was the boating diagram that was presented to the various passengers in this case in order to develop the seating chart of the seating chart of the passengers as they sat on Mr. Pino's boat on the day of this accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you would, referring to exhibit number 11, what did your investigation reveal as to who was sitting in the back of the boat?
Objection, Judge, that's not what Exhibit 11 demonstrates.
Is it introduced?
Yes.
Yes, but it was not from the detective, it was the words of other witnesses.
That's his investigation.
It says Sarah and Mia.
Not Coco and Andre.
Correct.
So
But she allowed that, right?
Pino gave you
He just got
mistaken
the answer.
information when he said that Coco and Andrea were sitting behind him. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
There, he got around it. That's what we were saying before. Don't talk about his memory. Just talk about what he said. And one last point, if you can pause real quick. Just so those of you who listen with Bob and I have heard us say it 1,000 times. Like the biggest hearsay loophole that the state always uses is like, well, I was interviewing Katt, and she said that, I saw Allison, steal that Corvette. And then so the cop says, well, I was interviewing Katt, and Katt said, objection. And then the state will say, I don't want to know what Katt said, but what did you do next? I went to talk to Allison because I wanted to see if she's the one that stole that damn Corvette. So that answer's right there,
Because not offered for the truth of establishing that so-and-so stole the
he didn't
Corvette.
say
It's
the
to show what
words.
you did next. And
Right, but he didn't even say the words that you said, but it shows you must have said something to him that made him go talk to me,
Yep.
So it was very strange, and she had no choice on this last one because the state's the one that put it in. It's already in evidence.
I think we're going to see a lot more of these types of objections.
Wow.
Because we're not even into like exhibits, recreations, any of that.
That's probably why the defense didn't object, by the way. I'm like, what the hell? It's hearsay. Because they wanted in to show that he didn't give him information that matched what everybody else said, what the investigation developed.
Yep. And who would know what a boat's doing anyway? Like, I wouldn't know what side if it just happened so fast like that.
Well,
Mr. Pino goes on.
In theory, he's supposed to know which side of that damn sign he's supposed to be on. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, if you think there's a wake that's getting
Right.
you, that's pushing you in the direction of something.
Right.
And he tells you, speeding up a bit, he says, so I turned around and I said, hey guys, watch out, hold on. Because I'm cutting into the waves and you guys are on the back, and if you bump around, they were right on the back. There was a seat at the back of the boat, and as soon as I said it, I was cutting through the wave and I looked, and the wheel, I guess when it hit the waves, the wheel turned a little bit, turned a little bit as I was cutting back in, and I lost a little bit control, and I think I turned, and it was I'm pretty sure it was the left side of the boat that skimmed the left side of the boat, probably towards the front to try to turn away from it. So again, Mr. Pino tells you that it was the left side of the boat that made contact. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he goes on to say, and the boat hit the left front boat, and then we all got ejected. Do you know if Mr. Pino's statement to you that, quote unquote, they all got ejected, or I'm sorry, that we all got ejected, was true.
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Do you know if Mr. Pino's statement that, quote, we all got ejected was an accurate statement?
Objection, Judge.
The affirmative is sustained.
That was his big. That
You
was
asked
his
Mr.
suggestion.
Pino, once you get ejected, when you came up, what did you see that you can remember? And Mr. Pino says that I know exactly what I saw. It's because I'm having a problem. I'm having a problem recalling because it was very scary. I got up, so I know I couldn't believe what had happened. I saw a few people floating. I yelled. I recognized some of them. They said, all right, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. And then I immediately went under the boat to see if anyone was there. Do you recall him telling you that?
Yes, sir.
And you recall asking Mr. Pino, do you remember who was under there, referring to the boat? And Mr. Pino responded, I'm very clear who was under there, and I got her. And you asked Mr. Pino, what was her name? Do you remember what Mr. Pino told you?
I have to look at my notes.
Mr. Pino told you it was Natty Reed. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
And we, of course, are here in this trial because it wasn't Natty Reed who was under the boat, right?
Correct.
Do you know who was under the boat?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation. Witness
Further
there.
question, please.
Do you know who was under the boat?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Refer to question.
Sure. Lucy Fernandez was under the boat, wasn't she?
Objection, calls for speculation.
What?
Further question, please.
Why are we here?
I'm sure I understand the...
Come over here, please.
Sure.
Explain it to me.
So, look, here's the thing with those questions, like, did your investigation reveal? Technically, it does call for an answer that relies on hearsay. And I try to make it all of the time. And all of the time, it's denied. So, and technically, there is a bit of gaming to trials because, the state's going to get away with whatever the defense lets them get away with, and then they're going to object when the defense tries to do it, but once you put the issue in, then it has to no longer, apply. Once you're putting in all of this stuff and now I'm just challenging it, I think that the rules need to apply, differently. But, when it's so, I mean, all did your investigation reveal questions should be sustained technically, but I almost never hear them sustained, because if the question calls for hearsay and like you pointed out, like when I was saying, what is this? He's got no personal knowledge of this. He's putting in what other people told him. And I'm assuming that the defense allowed that on purpose because they wanted it into evidence. But I just don't think that when the state gets to do that on direct and they're like, well, you didn't object, defense. Yeah, but now this issue should be something I can, expound on.
Cross on.
Right. They should have never tried to bring it in on the hopes I wasn't going to object. So just because I didn't object, now they should be stuck with the fact that they got it in and I get to counter it.
Because if I tried to object, you could have just told me clear it up on cross.
Right. Or maybe she would have sustained it, if she, would have been
Maybe
a
she
hell
would
of a
have
lot
sustained
harder.
it after direct and then had to come back and say, actually, let me correct my overrule to a sustain.
Right. Because, if he would have objected and she would have overruled it, then what would we be looking at here? Do you know one time I got myself into trouble because they're like, I think the judge said the basis of your objection. I was like, well, it's exactly what he said when I objected and you said overruled. That was what it didn't go over well.
Oh,
But at that point, I was like, so it can become very frustrating when a judge is doing shit like that. Like the exact thing where, like, if he would have objected to the questions and she would have said overruled, and then she objects to the exact same question on the exact same ground, you know, whatever.
Selective.
Yeah.
We only seek truth here. Oh, how long was this one? Okay, that wasn't that quick. I mean, that long. That time of day where it's hard to jump. This is
And I
like
said
7
that
hours.
backwards, but you guys got the point.
Coaching him on how to ask the question.
See if you figured out a way around it now.
All right. Counsel? And you may
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you.
And,
At any time after the accident, did you interview Atty Reed?
I'd have to go through my notes.
Do you know of anyone from you or your agency or any other agency that interviewed Atty Reed after the accident?
I would have to go through my notes.
It's Matthew Reed. Not Smiley?
Now, your conversation with Mr. Pino continued on later after that afternoon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time that you asked Mr. Pino if he would write a statement as to his, what happened, he agreed to do that, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you had conversations between the two of you regarding any number of things that he and you thought would be appropriate to place in the statement, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that you asked Mr. Pino about was how fast he was going. If you remember, it's what his speed was.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right? And Mr. Pino mentioned to you, first he said 39 RPMs, 38, 39 RPMs, and RPMs means what?
Quotations per minute.
And when you're on a boat, like Mr. Pino's, it's very common that the screen on many of these boats kind of shows what your speed is based on rotations per minute, RPMs, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if the RPMs are 39 RPMs, for example, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going 39 miles per hour on a boat, is that right?
Correct.
Because there are many variants with speed on a boat, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you discussed that with Mr. Pino because he was asking you, what does 39 RPMs correspond to in miles per hour? You remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you were telling Mr. Pino that, just as we said, it could be a couple of different things. It could be propeller, that he had 14 people on the boat. These are some of the variables which would affect speed. Remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
One of the things that Mr. Pino offered was that he said he had a lot of weight on the boat, and that he said, quote, I have two engines, two 225s. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And when he said two 25s, he was referring to the size of the engines on his boat.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you, the engines that were on Mr. Pino's boat, the boat that was involved in the accident had two 300 horsepower engines. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Twin 300s.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Pino ever owned a boat prior to the boat that was involved in this accident?
No, sir.
Probably get that in if they call the wife.
did notice when you began your interview with Mr. Pino that he did have his head wrapped in a gauze bandage. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why it was that his head was wrapped in a gauze bandage?
I did not.
It's a good
Suspect
question
some
because
head injury?
Yes, sir.
most of the angle of the footage was like his chest, like his nipples, like the way that the body cam was angled did not really show George's head.
Right.
And Mr. Pino, in fact, prepared the written statement for you that you asked for. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's in evidence now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino also told you, as we know, what his memory was as to how the accident happened. We just went all through that. Did you follow up with any type of investigation to determine if Mr. Pino's memory about another boat contributing to the cause of the accident occurred?
I did.
And what did you do in order to determine if there was another boat that contributed to this accident?
Multiple different things.
I'm sorry, need to keep your voice up, sir.
Multiple different things.
Such as, Lieutenant, what did you do?
We spoke to Good Samaritans that were very first on scene. There was a picture taken by a Good Samaritan that showed the northbound aspect of the boating accident. We contacted other agencies, seeing if there were cameras in the area. We interviewed the passengers on the vessel.
And did you find anything in all of that which corroborated Mr. Pino's memory as to whether there was another boat?
Objection, hearsay.
Wait.
Oh, no.
You're about to lose it if it was sustained.
You mentioned a picture taken by a Good Samaritan. How was that helpful to you in coming to the conclusion?
Was the question
photograph-
wait, was the question you were not able to yeah.
There was corroborated Mr. Pino's. Find anything in all of that which corroborated Mr. Pino's memory as to whether there was another boat?
Objection, hearsay.
It's the same question. Why is he asking it?
You mentioned a picture taken by a Good Samaritan. How was that helpful to you?
Pause it real
in
quick.
coming to the conclusion?
Then why didn't he also say, but you couldn't find anything that conclusively established there wasn't another boat? You weren't able to disprove his statement either.
They're embracing that there was no other boat.
In opening, I thought they left it open. They haven't showed us a video that proved it, did they? And
But I think they're going to do that during another witness. They've
Was
got like
his-
another expert, Albert, that's coming in.
okay. So was there a part of that his statement, George's statement, was it clear there was another boat, or it was like, I think another boat must have came and there was a wave? I can't remember the wording of it because we didn't hear it. So I don't know.
Look at this guy's just sitting all the way back.
The photograph shows an image of the vessel that the defendant was operating capsized. I believe it's 3 minutes post-accident time. I would have to verify my notes if that's exact time. And it shows a northbound view of Key Biscayne with no vessels in sight.
And you said it was approximately 3 minutes after the accident?
I would have to look at my notes, but around that time frame.
Could it have been as soon as 2.5 minutes after the accident?
Could have been.
And the picture that you were referring to was a wide enough view so that you were comfortable that any boat that might have fit the description that Mr. Pino gave would still have been within the picture frame.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, one of the things that was recovered 2 days after the accident were some empty alcoholic beverage containers. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was when the boat was actually recovered out of the water. There was an inspection done of the boat,
Yes, sir.
and that's where these things were discovered. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified earlier today that there were 61 empty alcoholic beverage containers.
Yes, sir, to my memory.
Of the boat on the... Lieutenant, were you a part of the recovery team of the boat on the 6th?
Objection, Judge, this is beyond the scope of direct.
Just a question.
I'll allow one question.
Sure, I think that's all I need. Were you a part of the recovery team?
I was at the dock that day.
Okay. You... While we're just looking for the exhibit, I wanted to ask some questions about your reenactment that you did on June 9th, 2025.
Reenactment time.
Do you recall, I received a, let me ask you this, do you recall what time it was that the actual reenactment was done?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Do you have your notes with you?
I do.
Why don't you take a look at those and look up in you. You have your memory refreshed.
Around 8:47 a.m.
What?
8:47 a.m., is that when the actual runs with the vessel were done?
I don't have that report with me. That was the time frame that we started doing runs, but I don't know the full time frame of how long.
The group of persons that were going to be involved met at Bayfront Marina at about 8 a.m. that day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're saying that about 8:47, you guys were out at the location?
Yes, sir.
And that's when the activity began, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the tide was, the tide dates at that time?
I do.
On that day, what was it?
It was a plus 1.75.
Sorry, I didn't.
Plus 1.75.
Lieutenant, I want to show you one of the drone aerial footage that was taken on that day. That's it. Take a look at that with me.
Yes, sir.
Before we look at the video, as I understand it, your testimony earlier was that you tried to follow the historic track that Mr. Pino's vessel took on the day of this accident as you possibly could. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the track that you followed was, based on the information that you took off or that you received from Mr. Pino's actual SIMRAD GPS device. Is that right?
The information that was given to Paul Adler, yes.
All right. And you were able to, it was actually you that was navigating or that was driving the test boat?
Yes, sir.
And you had that information, I presume, on the screen in front of you, the historic track, so that you could kind of steer on that. Is that right?
Mr. Adler did.
Yeah. You said, was Mr. Albert?
Albert, sorry.
Albert was driving the boat?
No, he was present.
Okay. My question, though, is that you were, how was it that you were able to drive on the, close to the same track that Mr. Pino drove?
He set the GPS buoys himself and instructed me to follow the buoys from one buoy to the next.
Understood. And that was based on the historic tracks that were present on Mr. Pino's SIMRAD device?
Yes.
And you are comfortable, or you were convinced that the buoys that Mr. Albert set up for you are consistent with the actual course that Mr. Pino drove on the day of this accident? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Carlos, if you would call up S1001384. May Lieutenant Thompson come down and take a look?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to play this through one time and we'll ask some questions about it. Prior to, hold that for a second. Now, prior to viewing this, you and I met today, and you authenticated for me that this video that you're about to see is an accurate representation of what took place that day. Is that correct?
This is a different run.
Excuse me, can we have what exhibit number this is?
Yeah, it's 97.
Thank you.
I want you to start again. Hold it there for a second. So this is the vessel that you were operating, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
And just for the sake of the record, what we're looking at here is a part of the Cutter Bank channel, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And can you see what I'm pointing at the channel marker here. Do you know what channel marker that is?
13A.
And I'm pointing at another one with a red triangle. You know what that is?
14.
And the final channel marker that I'm pointing at?
15.
15 is the channel marker that was aligned with, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please continue. Let me stop. Nothing further. Just let me- Let's run that back again. I see the questions. Stop it right there. Lieutenant Thompson, where your vessel appears at that moment, at the 18-second timestamp, you were just, 13A is just to the left side of your vessel, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's plenty of space between your vessel and the 13A channel marker at that point, is it there?
Yes, sir.
Continue, please. Stop it there. Now, at this point, just past the 13A channel marker, you are still within the Cutter Bank channel, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And would you consider that the location of your vessel at that point is somewhere in the center of the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, sir.
Continue. Hold it there. And as your vessel is continuing now, that is more in line with the left side of the channel, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if there are no oncoming boats present in that vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is because the area has been essentially quarantined by other police vessels, is that right?
Yes, sir.
There were no oncoming boats, as you said earlier, you were convinced no oncoming boats at the time of the accident that Mr. Pino was involved in, is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Basis?
far past channel marker 15 at that point, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were able to avoid colliding with channel marker 15, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that you were able to avoid colliding with was because you were focused entirely on that channel marker. Correct. The very purpose that you were there was to conduct this experiment, if you will. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's reenactment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so that's all that you were focused on, right?
I'm focused on all my surroundings while in the water, making sure I'm not going to hit any other channel markers, making sure the water depths are good, that my passengers are safe. I'm not just focused on that green marker.
Sure, but because you were completely focused, as you said, on all of these things, you were able to approach that channel marker 15 at close to or at the same rate that Mr. Pino was able to, that Mr. Pino approached that, but you managed to avoid colliding with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because you saw it in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Correct? You saw it even before you got to the channel marker itself, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to make a decision as you got closer to it, or you turn, or in your case, you turned slightly to the left in order to avoid the collision, right?
Yes, sir.
And but for the fact that you were not distracted by anything else, you were able to safely get around channel marker 15, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further than that. Just final question for you, Lieutenant. You mentioned earlier, in response to my question about the tide that was present.
You said tide?
Tide, T-I-D-E. You answered my question about the tide that was present at the time that you conducted this recreation. Do you know what station that tide was measured from?
No, sir.
And I ask because, of course, different stations will have different tide levels. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So what the tide might be in downtown Miami isn't necessarily what the tide is going to be in Coconut Grove, for example.
It'll be pretty close based on the area, but it will be different.
Okay. And I believe you said that the tide, as you recall, was plus 1.75. Was that it?
Yes, sir.
And that means exactly what?
There's a standard level that the sea level's at, and it goes up and down from there. So plus 1.75 would be 1 foot, 0.1 and 0.75 feet above that standard level.
And was that considered the highest tide for that day?
No, it was not.
At that time? What was the high point tide?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know what the low point tide was?
I do not.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Think so.
What?
They must have their own person coming. Or
Speaking
someone
of
else that was on the
tides,
boat is going to be there.
Tide on the day that recreation was done, you indicated the tide was what exactly?
Plus 1.75.
Did you ever research what the tide was at that location on September 4th, 2022 at about 6:30 p.m.?
I did.
What was it?
The high tide of the day was at 4:48 p.m., which was plus 2.2. The low tide was going to be at 11:33 p.m., which is negative 0.7. So it'd be somewhere between there, roughly around 1.5 feet.
So at the time that the vessel collision happened in this particular case, the tide was lower than. Now, in terms of what that means as far as how high
Why did it do that?
the tide was lower than. Now, in terms of what that means as far as how high up or down the water moves along that channel marker, when would the water have been higher up on the channel marker? On the day of the recreation or at the time of the crash?
It was higher at the day of the recreation.
So at the time of the crash, would more of the sign have been visible?
It would have.
I want to show you a picture. It's in evidence. It's State's Exhibit number 10. Do you recognize from this investigation who is depicted in these photographs?
More or less, yes.
And are a lot of these girls the girls that were in fact on the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask you a question first off. Are they black or white?
No.
Huh?
Colored picture.
No, I'm sorry.
The court reporter's
We needed that on
moving it.
Friday. What is the race of these girls? Black, white?
Mostly white.
Okay. What
Oh, it did the refresh thing. The stream was like, it's cut this man off. All right, we were like here. Oh,
is the race of these girls? Black, white?
Mostly white.
Okay. What about hair length?
Longer hair for most of them.
What are they wearing?
String bikinis.
Some of them are wearing sunglasses.
he didn't
Yes.
stumble on that part.
Overall, do these girls kind of look alike?
They do.
What?
So
Trying to
it's
say he mixed
easy
them up.
to-
He's known them
It's easy
their
to
whole
confuse
life.
them.
He's known them their whole
So when
life.
Mr. Pino is trying to tell you where he remembers the individual girls were, maybe not so easy to distinguish them when they're wearing bathing suits.
Leading, objection,
Correct.
objection. Why is not, they should be objecting. Like, or you just put it down for closing. These witnesses, these girls got
The
on and
defense
said,
asked you about
"Knows
Mr.
me my
Pino's-
whole life. Since I was 4 years old, I've been coming to his house. What the fuck? That's that kind of shit. It's easy to mix them up. They're white, so it's easy to mix them up. They're all white. They're all wearing bathing suits. People he's known as since they were 4 years old, that he plans all the events for and does all the things with. And okay, all right.
I wish we had objections. I wish we had more cross. Although there's more boat people coming, so
saying that he's traversed that area thousands of times. Were you taking him literally at that moment?
Right.
No, ma'am.
See?
So like if I say to
That's
you,
why
we've
the
had
defense
thousands of
shouldn't have done
sidebars
that.
in this trial, do you think we really walked over to the side of the judge's bench thousands of times?
No.
Wow, Your Honor. Wow.
Do you know if when Mr. Pino told you that he had had 2 beers, do you know for sure if that's the truth?
No.
When he told you that there was this other vessel that caused this crash, do you know if that's the truth?
No.
Do you know whether he said that because he was misremembering what happened?
No. No.
Do you know if maybe he said that because he wanted to blame somebody else for this crash?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know?
No.
Nothing else.
Don't ask for recross.
All right, the witness is excused.
They're done.
Sir?
yeah, that's it for the day too.
Recall.
So he could
She
be,
does that on
he
her
could
own
be
after every witness. Remember, after the
recall.
wife, we were, yeah. So without the defense asking. So I don't think it tells us-
necessarily that he's going to come
Right.
back. I
No,
think it
right,
just means
going
that
back to
you're
that
on the
wife.
list.
Right, but going back to when his wife, they didn't cross-examine his own wife. I mean, they might still be doing it, but we kind of were like, oh, well, they kept her subject. So, all right, let's see what's going. Bob's texting me, 30 minutes. I only need like 12.
It's almost chat time too. It's time for chat to come back.
Yes, my witness, I explained he'll have to come back next week. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end for today at this time. Please put your notepads inside your envelopes.
Speed her up.
We can just
Discuss this case with
the same instructions every time.
She might say when they're coming back.
The response is, I'm sorry, I'm a jury, and that's all I can say. And that's all. Okay? Please, do not speak to each other at all about this case. Don't speak with anyone else. Please don't conduct any research or investigation. Don't conduct your own experiments, because none of that is evidence. If any evidence can put, that's all you can rely on. With the instruction that you want to learn, to ultimately reach your decision. Avoid contact. Anyone comes to try to speak with you, or in your presence about the case, please avoid that. Anyone persists, please report that to Renee and bring it to my attention. If you think you see or hear anything in the news, social media, about this case, even if you're not sure, don't wait and listen to try to find out. Ignore it. Okay? I'm going to ask you to return on Monday, 9:30. Please be here by 9:30. You'll report to the jury room on the 7th floor. Please, Mondays are busy with other people coming in for jury duty and other jury being selected. Please wait inside the jury room. You know Renee, spent already a week and a half, 2 weeks with him, but I know he is waiting for him to come up inside the jury room to bring everyone together to bring them to court. Okay? again, please be here Monday at 9:30. Check into the jury room on the 2nd floor. And have a restful and pleasant weekend. We're able to see you right now and take your envelopes with you. Thank you.
All right.
Again, we want you to leave the courtroom to allow them to exit and close their way down the hall. All right, everyone can have a seat. A few things I just want to go over with all of you in preparation. I asked you things, and I had mentioned it before to the attorneys. I'm going to be looking at and working on the jury instructions this weekend. I'm looking specifically at any special requested jury instructions. And that's going to include, I believe the state has provided me with a special requested instruction on the navigational rules.
Navigational rules, waterway.
Okay.
We have a look at the defense's request.
And I have from the defense proposed instructions, which somewhat mirror, well, they do mirror, but they include additional requests that are not within the current standard instructions. That's going to be very important for us to discuss all of this. So the sooner that we start looking at them and evaluating these current standard instructions for manslaughter and for vessel homicide, for that. So please work on that over the weekend. And I'll let you know that I am looking not only in Florida, because I know what the standard, we see what the standard instructions are, but I'm looking again throughout the state on that issue, and may or may not be looking outside the state of Florida, because I'm not sure to what extent the requests that have been made, how they, special instruction from the state, in addition to additional language from the defense, as special instructions. I think a lot of this could be matters of first impression. So I invite you to look even outside of the state of Florida.
Well, now I have work to do.
Have fun this weekend, Ali. She's speaking
'Cause
to
I'll
you
find
right
some
now.
shit.
Jurisdictions might address some of these issues that you know are going to happen. It's not going to be a surprise what it is. Okay? All right. That's the one thing. And the second thing is, in terms of where we're going as far as witnesses, in the series we're going to have 2 additional witnesses from the state.
Yes,
Okay. One is going to be medical examiner.
correct.
Will that be your first witness for Monday?
I'm not sure. I need to speak with
See
each
how
of
that
them to
works out
figure out
in
how the
terms of
schedules
time.
are.
All right. And then you're going to have the witness, Mr. What is his, the expert.
Albert, A-L-B-E-R.
Is that the guy?
If there are any issues that you anticipate regarding that witness, Mr. Albert, or either of the witnesses, if you would put me on notice.
I don't know if it's
in
Albert or Albert.
Email. as
Well,
to
whatever,
what
it's the guy that
concerns
said
might be raised,
smelled him
so we
drinking.
will discuss
Spelled
those
alcohol.
before.
No, oh no. This is the expert that did all of these models.
Oh,
the GPS
okay. So we're not hearing
models
from
and
that
some
guy.
of the
'Cause She
pictures.
just listed 2 names. She did not list him.
What was this? What were the names? I heard
didn't-
Albert.
She listed the first guy, but it was hard to hear. You might have to go
All
back.
right, I'll do it. Sorry, guys. I was actually pulling up
There it
YouTube
is.
to get
Here it
ready
comes.
to. Oh,
And the second thing is, in terms of where we're going as far as witnesses, in the series we're going to have 2 additional witnesses from the state.
Yes,
Okay. One is going to be the medical examiner.
correct.
Will that be
medical
your
examiner.
first
Examiner.
witness for Monday?
I'm not sure. I need to
again,
speak with
see
each
how
of
that
them to
works out.
figure out.
For expert witness.
so we are not getting the guy that smelled alcohol in the breath and said he saw a little bloodshot in the eyes.
Put me on notice through email as to what concerns might be raised, so we will discuss those before we bring it to the jury, as much as we can. Okay? Because that's been very helpful in terms of keeping our proceedings smooth. All right. Well, that's all I have, and that would be the end
Bob
of
said
the
we
case.
leave at
And then we'll move
3:20
forward.
now.
We'll ask. I'm not
Just trying to make
gonna
sure you don't
comment
take
because
too
of
long.
the defense motion
I'm at
is
my
to close the state's
12-minute
case.
mark.
So if we do proceed, the defense should be ready to proceed with your witnesses for, I would imagine, sometime after lunch. I'd say have your witnesses ready before 1:30 or so in the afternoon. Just if we are proceeding past the defense motion, that should happen, okay?
Oh,
Does anyone have anything they want to talk about now?
Yes, Judge. Over one of the breaks, Mr. Shrevenick and I both signed off on a stipulation regarding the fact that the defendant's vessel was in operable condition on the day in question. I'd like to ask if that can be marked as a court exhibit and admitted into evidence.
All right.
Has to be read.
You've
Yes.
seen this? Okay.
I signed it, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take it as a court exhibit. The parties have stipulated, but then what I will do is, at the appropriate time that you ask me to publish that to the jury, I would publish it as a court exhibit. I would read them the instruction on stipulations, and then I would read that to them. Okay.
That would be
I'll leave it to you, though, to notify me
Yes.
at what point you would like me to provide that information to the jury.
Excellent.
That would be court exhibit 1.
Court exhibit 1, yes.
I am told that during my, I believe, redirect with Lieutenant Thompson, I could hear sound behind me, but I was focused on what I was doing. I am told that the defendant may have been muttering something along the lines of, it happens, it happens, it happens. I noticed, from being over on that side when I need to view the
Did we hear that?
the angle of the monitor screen, it's in very, very close proximity to the jurors. And I hope maybe somebody misunderstood what was taking place, but I did hear noise behind me. And so I just hope that the defendant is not doing something along those lines.
I had made some adjustments to the seating when it comes up to 1, and I did not hear anything.
I'm sorry, do you have something you want to say to me? Why are you staring at me?
Excuse me.
I'm staring out there. I don't want to say anything.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
Are you kidding me? Back off, bitch. You're the one that's supposed to be.
Including not only people in the audience, but
Wow.
also specifically
Performative
the
bitch.
parties, the attorneys as professionals, and Mr. Pino.
oh my God, I missed the chat so much. We're gonna replay it, and then we're gonna let the chat in.
All
right, nothing else is happening, right?
Well, let's hear what she says, and then so we don't have to re-listen to that.
Unless the first counsel has no issue with that. But I did not hear anything, but I'm reminding everyone that even gestures
All right, so go ahead.
are inappropriate. So, with any witness and with anyone
I think you're good to go back.
in the courtroom.
Okay.
She already said what she was going to say.
What was taking very close proximity to the jurors. And I hope maybe somebody misunderstood what was taking place, but I did hear
You
noise
don't do
behind
that.
me. And so I just hope that the defendant is not doing something along those lines.
I had made some adjustments to the seating when it comes up to 1.
Fucking cameraman,
And
fuck.
I did
I do hear whispering, but
Or she's about to go.
like if someone's whispering, it's not something that they want to say to you.
Right.
some adjustments to the seating when it comes up to 1. And I did
She said,
not
why are you looking?
hear anything.
I'm sorry, do you have something you want to say to me? Why are you staring at me?
Excuse me.
I'm staring out there. I don't want to say anything.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to do this.
And then she stays staring at him. Look at her.
Yeah, and the
And then
cameraman
she turns
catches it.
around and softens her face.
Not only people in the audience, but also specifically.
All right, you got to bring the chat back. I
All right,
gotta
yep,
go.
all right.
This sucks.
All right. Do-do-do. Here we go, chat.
I'm saved.
Chat is live. Come back. Let us know your thoughts on this. Let us know your thoughts.
Oh gosh, and I gotta go.
Everybody come and show Ali some
Bob
love.
says
and
I'm
then
leaving in 8 minutes. All right, babe, well
He's
then get
yelling,
on.
8
And
minutes.
did you see that? Come in and I'll come get I'll get ready.
Hey,
if you're
these
ready.
came in. Oh, this
I-
came in right away. Bob's.
Yeah. Maybe because he's
Nobody else's. Maybe the channel person, like associated with the channel.
Yeah, and I'm on it, so like it would be like me saying hi. See, like that was yeah, he's in StreamYard. I did the hey, he did the hey. All right, I'm gonna watch from the thing. Babe, go in then. Let Katt bring you on and I'll get ready.
Yo.
Okay. Bye guys.
Hi.
Did you catch that, Bob? See you, Ali.
Oh, I saw it. I
hope
saw
you have my
it.
shirt. You find my
Huh?
shirt? You find my shirt?
You're ready to go up here, man. Like, I'm seriously leaving in 7 minutes. No question. Like it's a long drive. I got to be there on time. Big dude, that was crazy. I mean, who does she think she is?
I don't know, and it's like
She's treating this guy like he's Adam Montgomery. Like,
but this is
he ain't that guy.
this is the same woman who was trying to get the lead, the head honcho, to cave to her, sending her messages.
I know.
And then doing the manipulative thing of resigning, but then asking for her job back. And guys, just so you know, when a state attorney or a district attorney, someone that works at either of those offices, when they resign, it's not like their resignation is immediate unless they state so. Typically, you still have like a 30 to 90 day window that you're off ramping. So that time frame that we saw, Laura Adams, that we talked about yesterday, sent in her resignation letter because she was stomping her feet because she wanted to add this manslaughter through culpable negligence charge, and Kathy Fernandez Rundle was like, the evidence doesn't support that. She resigns, still is working. It's not like she was gone and then wanted to come back 30 days later. When that window was about to expire, she's sending in, actually, can I rescind my resignation? Which to me, you can interpret that multiple ways. I interpret it as manipulative, foot stomping. Like a boyfriend or girlfriend, somebody's threatening to leave just to see if you'll chase them and give them what they want so they'll stay. That is the same individual we are seeing do this stare down in court. And I think it's just not becoming. It's not becoming. Especially from the same person who says that we shouldn't be showing any expressions. Can we get it on the record? Him explicitly saying he won't do that again. He won't show any emotions in court. And then you're the one that says the words out loud. Do you have something that you want to say to me? It just reminds me of investigator Marissa Viverito and attorney Kayla Bumpus in the hallway during the YSL trial that ended up becoming a whole saga. So there is that. Probably going to clip that part out. So we have a standalone clip. Actually, if I clip it, we could play it, right? Right? We can do that? Maybe not. Maybe not. There's the chat.
Oh, do they
There
finally
is the
come in?
chat.
Yeah, I got to go. The room's chaos. Everybody's getting ready.
All right. So if you want, you can keep your channel connected. Your
100%.
chat will still it'll all end at the same time when I hit the
Yep.
end button. So it's not like it'll keep going. That way you
100%.
guys can all get your thoughts out. You guys have a great one. Have a great weekend too. Allie's gonna be looking up case law, I guess.
Yeah, I'll be coaching softball all weekend, so
Oh.
which is a great weekend for me.
Yeah,
Get
get
to
some
watch my
sun.
kid play. It's the best. Yeah.
Good
All right.
stuff.
Great job today. I was listening at the hospital with my dad. You guys did great. I would have chatted, but of course we couldn't do that. So, what are you going to do?
I know, it's weird.
I know. All right. Have an amazing weekend, Kat. And to all of you guys out there, have an amazing weekend. Go out, touch some grass, get in a pool, get in a lake, hug your kids, all the fun stuff. All right, Kat. Have a good day.
See ya.
See ya.
All right, guys, you're stuck with me. Also, Frandrew, P. Diddy, member 22 months. Thank you so much. You could have used a message. You could have put a message here. You just said, I want to celebrate my anniversary. Well, thank you so much. But guys, let's go through your thoughts, because I have a question we got to ask too, but let's get this off our chest with this. Said something. And I want to go back, and listen for the it happens. It's very possible that it did get picked up by the camera and we tuned it out as background noise. Bob is back. Hey, Bob. Oh, I lied. It booped. There was a Bob, and then it went to his picture. Okay, hello?
If I leave the room, does the chat still stay in, or should I just stay in the room and just come off?
Oh, you can leave the room. It's connected through when you link your channels at the top. It stays linked unless you unlink it.
Or
Or
I was
if I end
worried
the
that
whole
I
stream.
killed our chat. All right, cool. As long as
Nope,
you're
they're
good.
all there.
All right, bye.
Bob made you all fall off the ship. But yeah, so I don't know. I think I'm in old chats here. Everybody's saying hey here. Yeah, Living Story World says this is too personal for her. And I feel like that. I think that's it. And it's like, on one hand, it's like you want somebody to, with passion to fight for your case, but at the same time, when it comes to a prosecutor, can that get in the way of you approaching the facts of your case correctly if you are too close to the case? So, I don't know. Yeah, it was, to me, that's equivalent of a come at me, bro. Like, do you have something you want to say to me? And then to continue to stare. And again, I have this in the back of my mind with, like, I just don't really love this Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office anyway, you know. Even before I started paying attention to Florida stories, news stories would pop up about, like, issues adjacent to prosecutions, and it just happened to be Miami-Dade, and here we go. The whole thing, you guys know the Courtney Clenny case. The reason that case is taking so long to go to trial is because the state tried to open up this side story with extra charges about a laptop, arresting Courtney Clenny's parents, and alleging that they had the right to snoop through communications that were privileged just because they alleged a crime fraud exception and suspected one. Never found anything of the sort. And so the former judge on that case, Judge Laura Sharon Cruz, was like, no, what is the crime fraud exception? Like, what is the crime fraud that you're saying is happening? And they could not argue it. So she said, I'm not finding that. So I think that you have violated attorney-client privilege. And as soon as that decision was made, the state announced that they're going to null pros those laptop charges, which had delayed that trial for like a year and change, something like 18 months. Just a hot mess for no reason. And then because that side story happened, Courtney Clenny's defense team for her murder trial, her murder case, were like, look, the state attorney is not using a filter team, not using a taint team. They're snooping around in things that they have no right to be snooping into. And that created another like 6 months or so of motions to disqualify, motion to disqualify the state attorney office, motion to disqualify the lead prosecutor. And they were resisting it until right before the lead prosecutor was set to be deposed. And then suddenly he volunteers to step down so that way the state attorney's office could stay on the case and the case wouldn't be transferred to somewhere else. And it's just like, you see this over and over with the same prosecutor office. So, and I have that in my mind as we watch this trial happening in this courtroom, although I've never watched anything with Laura Adams before. Borscht seems all right. Lots of good words in here for Bob and Ali too up here. It's just a lot. My goodness, you guys. Brian says this courtroom is out of control. I'm inclined to agree. Like, giggle, she can bust out, but no emotions for anybody else. And I remember the first day of trial, she was wearing blue. Blue is for Lucy. Everybody behind her that was sitting with the family members, everybody was wearing some form of blue. Prosecutors wearing blue. Like, sure. If you're going to do that, understand that maybe somebody that you don't agree with might have expressions too. I just don't know. Got a lot of thoughts. So Living Story World is saying the DA is lying. I do want to... When would that have been? It happens. Maybe in my off time, I'll go and look for that and try to see what I can hear. But I don't know. If he's sitting there saying it happens. First of all, who told her? Who told her that? Was it somebody that was watching and like heard it through the camera? And that would mean we should be able to hear it too, right? If it's somebody that was watching and somehow informed her, because I don't see how her co-counsel would be able to hear it from where they're seated. Their table's just all the way on the other side. Unless someone's reading lips and sees someone going and just assumes they're also saying something out loud. And the closest people would be the media person or Pino's attorneys, who would probably just tell him if he's doing that to stop rather than go to the prosecutor and be like, hey, my client is saying this right now, just so you know. This is not a federal case. Let me clarify. So in Florida, we use the terminology state attorney's office, but it's the same thing as a district attorney's office. Like, it's Miami-Dade County. We just say state attorneys here. And Bob says they do that same thing in Illinois. It's confusing. I don't think this prosecutor's elected. No, Kathy Fernandez Rundle is elected. And thanks for being a member for 5 months. Love it. Love it. Happy anniversary. We have Laundered Amber member for 14 months. Another anniversary. We got to do an anniversary party, you guys. Look at this going. Look at this going. Laundered Amber says DAs are getting too comfy. And like, unfortunately, if a criminal defense attorney gets too comfortable, doesn't do their job, slacks a little bit, I'm curious about this cross to me of Thompson was quite short, right? I don't think we got into a lot of issues, and on the issues we did get into, we had some struggle bus with the objections getting sustained constantly. Although maybe that constant objecting to things can backfire. Like, if he's trying to ask something, what are you not wanting us to hear? Who knows? But it was short, and the only thing I can hope is they're either going to ask more questions of Mr. Albert, who is the guy that did, again, all those like spaghetti model thingies, these thingies. So, I mean, could be a witness that we get into with that stuff. He's also law enforcement, so maybe he was there when they did these reconstructions. And the other alternative would be if the defense is going to call somebody in their own case in chief and or call back Lieutenant Thompson. So who knows? Maybe there's more to be seen. Maybe there's more to be seen. But if that's all we get, we didn't really have any discussion on, well, you know, if your boat was angled like this, is it possible that somebody in the center console might not be able to see the channel marker? Like, we didn't get any of that from testimony. And I think that's an important thing to get out there. If the state's emphasizing, look, this channel marker would have been much more visible on the day of the actual incident compared to the day that you're doing these reconstructions in the morning. Who knows? We got Bittersweets. Thank you for being a member. 19 months. Happy anniversary. Thank you. Thank you. Saying you are 1 in a million. Thank you. Well, that means there's like several just like me out there in the world. I think we need to update that figure of speech. But thank you so much. It's super, super awesome that you've been a member for 19 months. We've got, let's see, when's the verdict? We're not even deliberating. We're not deliberating yet. So maybe next week sometime. Maybe next week. We've got, MBW says, so are Lucy's family and the other injured girl's families not friends anymore? I don't think that that's the case. I don't think we've heard anything about a falling out in that regard. So I think the assumption could be, you know, one of the witnesses that testified, she goes to Syracuse University, so she's up in New York State. People might not hang out as much anymore, not just because something tragic happened or because they fell out, but because, you know, people have things to do in their lives. Let's see. We've got, you guys are moving so fast. Actually, I can make your chat bigger a little bit. Get more chats up here. Yeah, trial fan, I don't think the prosecutor should have called out the defendant. That made her look crazy. Or maybe, like, if you want to get it on the record, maybe approach and discuss it with counsel present at the sidebar rather than say it out loud. But if it's made up and you're trying to get that in at the end of the day, and you are very aware of the media coverage in this case, is it something that could just be to inflame everybody out here watching on the outside? So, Alice was not a fan of that cross. I wasn't either. I really wanted Howard Schriebnick to do it. I'm not trying to insult another attorney or anything, but for Andrew, if you guys are having issues with your membership stickers, I believe what the chat had said yesterday is it's like maybe an iPhone thing. It's either a mobile phone or an iPhone thing, and it's like a glitch going on with YouTube. But I don't think you lost stickers. It's just YouTube being YouTube. YouTube being YouTube. We had a question that we got to ask. So, where is, it was about the dangerous thing. What did you guys feel about that little bit where in the prosecutor's questioning, she started to ask Lieutenant Thompson in front of the jury, questions about the decision to not take the jury on a field trip through the channel. Like, basically bring them on their own reconstruction, a recreational reconstruction. And so Ali wanted to ask the chat when you guys are back in here, what do you think about that question? Like, and because it would have been dangerous, we decided not to take the jury to see the channel. And he said, correct, right. And then defense objected. It was overruled. And then we come back from a break and the judge is like, oops, actually, I'm going to oopsie doodle that. We're going to make it a sustained objection. And jury, here's an instruction to remember that the questions that counsel asks are not evidence. It's not testimony. And you shouldn't consider their questions. So let's see what you guys thought. I think this is already coming in uncalled for. It was uncalled for. A ridiculous question. Shady. The decision relating to the jury had nothing to do with his opinion. And I just don't even get why you need to ask a witness about it, something that the jury didn't go do. It's fine, like, hey, the boat that we went and looked at yesterday, it had these 2 markers on it. That's the paint transfer, right? Like, it makes sense to ask about that or reference it because it's something the jury did. But why are we talking about things that the jury could see but we didn't go do? Unless it was like, hey, we're going to do this, but we have to actually cancel it. Sorry. And we're canceling it because there's inclement weather or something. It's like logistics, stupid. But we're not asking a witness. That's something that the court would typically address with the jury. It's just so weird to me to see that conversation even occur between an attorney and the witness on the stand. We got the see you next Tuesday, baiting the witness. Just a lot. Hard to unring a bell. Yep, and if you know that and want to use it to your advantage. So, Amanda says, I think the trial could have been an email. KLB member for 5 months. Shout out to the anniversary here. That's amazing, KLB. Thank you. Says, judge should yell, knock it off, Judge Arnold style. Oh my gosh. Wait, are you talking about ASAP Rocky trial where Joe Tacopina and John Lewin are like... Oh my goodness. My goodness. Guys, if you missed the ASAP Rocky trial, that one, it was like a week and a half. Could watch it in a few days. I totally recommend watching that if you did not see it. It is attorney sparring the entire time. Let's see. Is there a clip of that? I know I've got it somewhere.
No, you can't.
I can't respond to what he just said about the jury.
It doesn't. No, you can't.
I can't respond to what he just said about the jury.
It doesn't matter about what he said about the jury. That has stop. That has no bearing on any decision I'm going to make.
There's a record though. There was a record.
I don't believe that you are unhappy with the jury. Mr. Lewin might say you're unhappy with the jury, but I don't believe you are. If you were, you wouldn't have accepted the jury. I believe that both sides are satisfied with this jury and that both sides will get a fair trial. You don't need to respond to it because it doesn't matter whether he does or does not think you're happy with the jury. I believe that you're satisfied with the jury.
All right, so that wasn't the one.
I can't respond to what he just said about the jury.
I thought it was. Anyway, there's like 5 different clips where there's issues. People are arguing in that trial. They're threatening to fight each other.
He tried to explain how he didn't make mistakes yesterday, which he did. Now he gets up and he's now admitted, yes, I made that comment, here's why it's appropriate. Your Honor, it's not appropriate. This
is the prosecutor talking right now.
It is immoral and it's not professional. And again, Your Honor, the fact that he is getting up here saying, well, yeah, I said it, here's why, just demonstrates again he doesn't know the law or doesn't care.
You're disparaging him right now.
I'm disparaging him because, Your Honor, he's not following the rules.
There is not to be any disparaging of either side.
During argument, the jury's not here. I have every right, obligation, and duty to stand up here and point out that he was being unethical. The first time the court catches me being unethical, Your Honor, the court knows. That'd be the first time. Court knows. I don't do that.
Oh,
Court knows. Court's already made
I've heard enough from both of you. I missed the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I don't think that's fair comment on the evidence. I think that's an improper statement. It infers that the prosecution is allowing perjury to occur. I'm going to sustain your objection, and I'm going to apologize for overruling it, and then move on. If I were the two of you, I wouldn't. Just move on and not make a, bring it to the jury's attention. I would point out, though, I told you at the beginning of arguments that if an objection is made, I'm going to do my best to call it as I see it. You have made 17 objections. I have overruled 12. I have sustained 5. I'm doing the best I can.
By the way, I think this was about closing arguments. They had like dozens of objections during closing arguments in this trial. It was insane.
Continue to do the best I can, and that's all I can say.
I just want to put on the record that, these remarks about being unethical, I just about had it with him. This from a lawyer who, and I was sustained essay on it, this from a lawyer who asked in front of a jury for a stipulation that a shooting range was not in California when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know if it was true. And that's unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lie to a jury in the Brantford case.
Your Honor,
so
Your Honor,
about him
one more thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
Stop it.
He might want to stop.
I'm so threatened.
You should be, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a break.
Tried to explain how he didn't make.
I'm telling you, that trial is something else. I think Melanie was asking in the chat, I should have a full playlist of that trial. That is a time. That was last February, end of January, February of 2025 is when that trial took place. ASAP Rocky was found. He was acquitted of both charges. He jumped into the gallery onto Rihanna to celebrate at the end. Man, that was a trial. But it's the little things that we saw happen today. Do you have something you want to say to me? Those are the little things that escalate and escalate and escalate. And if you're already trying to get somebody to get in trouble for having a reaction, it's really not a good look for you to be looking like you're trying to provoke or call out or draw out a reaction. Especially this with John Lewin and Joe Tacopina, who's the prosecutor and the defense attorney in that clip we just watched arguing. Those are two attorneys. But that's a prosecutor doing the same thing with a layperson with a defendant, which is just, to me, wholly inappropriate. Maybe just say to the bailiff, Your Honor, or can you make sure, go to somebody in the court, don't address the individual directly. So, what a time. What a time. Yes, ASAP won this one. ASAP won this one. So, this idea that we're going to ask the jury, or we're going to ask a witness to talk about this thing that the jury didn't go do. They didn't get to go do this field trip to go boat down the channel and put in the phrase, it would have been too dangerous to bring them. When you're showing reconstructions where you've got this blue, clean water, everything looks calm, and yet you're still saying it's too dangerous. It's just bolstering your case because you're trying to prove culpable negligence against George Pino by arguing that the totality of the circumstances, the speed, the condition, the number of people on the boat, makes things dangerous. Just stupid. Rosanna says, could an outburst like that from the prosecution have grounds in an appeal, assuming a conviction? I don't think so, because it's just, argue whatever, but the jury wasn't there ultimately. So, Like, how would it prejudice the defendant if the jury didn't even observe it? The only way would be as if they're watching the trial somewhere and seeing some coverage they're not supposed to see, but that becomes another issue, a separate issue. So, and then, let's see also, let me do a redirect. I'm not right now. We have a few minutes, we'll talk, but I just want to set it up because someone's saying Melanie Little's doing a live. You guys wanted to go there? And I'm going to be doing, it won't really be like a live, it's something you guys can watch on replay, but I'm going to be doing like a quick video as soon as I end this. I'll do it as a live, but it's just going to be like 20 minutes on the Edric Foss updates if you guys are following that case. So even though I'm going to record it as a live, it's real short, not much happened today. I could probably just do it now and clip it, but I'm going to do a separate stream for it. And then Melanie Little... I won't be able to redirect on Defense Diary stream, by the way, guys. So when I say redirect, it really just means for anyone watching from my chat. So what is Melanie doing? Oh, the Miles King. Is she doing the Miles King motion to dismiss, the second motion to dismiss? Because it says Proctor's effed. So I'm going to assume that that's what we're going to be talking about. Yeah, Proctor's effed. I think Melanie Little, her stream is going to be about there. It looks like there was a second motion to dismiss filed in the Miles King case. So, and I think Factual Lie was saying there's some crazy stuff. It gets worse. More texts revealed from Proctor. Other names are named. There's a lot. There's a lot. Also, guys, there are our schedule for next week. I have to get in touch with Bob and Ali to set it in stone for sure, but with the court coming back in at 9:30 on Monday, there is a case in the same courthouse that I'm trying to follow. The Zoom, last time the case was called after the regular calendar call, the judge shut off the Zoom. So I went in person to an emergency hearing that happened, and it seems like the Zoom stayed live while I was in the courtroom. She didn't actually end it, but she was restricting who was able to come in. And I had written to the judicial assistant asking if I could, you know, have permission to be an observer on the public Zoom link, just to have confirmation, something set in stone that I don't need to drive down physically on Monday. But it's almost the close of business day and I haven't gotten a response yet, which means even if she were to respond to me by Monday, I'd have to hit the road to get to Miami in time. So Monday morning, court's supposed to start at 9:30 in the George Pino case. You might see my head bop into that courtroom and then disappear for a little bit to go listen to another hearing with Bob and Ali holding it down on the stream. But I want you guys to look for me in that courtroom. If I don't end up being on stream, like in person, to watch this guy's live with you guys, I want you guys to look in the courtroom for me in the George Pino trial. I'll go to like that right side behind the state and just like slide in there. See if you guys see me. It'll be a great time. And then as soon as the hearing I'm trying to observe, if I have to go in person, is over, I would just go out to my car, set up my laptop at a cafe and connect with you guys. So, you said hug the, well, okay, so I actually want to see if I go in there and just can ask the bailiff a question, like while he's standing somewhere before court starts. I'm just gonna see if I can go stand with him and be like, where's the camera? How does that work? And just see if we can get a look where we're both looking at the camera. I'll do it for the chat. Do it for the chat. Let's see. And then final thoughts, you guys. Bob and Ali, I hope if they're listening, they are going to have a great weekend. I hope you guys have good stuff planned for the weekend. I think a lot of people are planning to go watch the hot mess of Proctor over at Melanie Little's after this. Did I hit save on the redirect? Okay, yeah. So this should successfully redirect over to Melanie Little's for my stream. Can I snip? No, I'm not going to snip anyone's ponytail. Let's see. We've got Amber with the well wishes. Have a great weekend to you too. Let's see. How do you find Do you mean Katy? Or are you saying cat like me? Are you talking about Katy Puig from the case? Trikisha, you have a great weekend as well. Living Story World says this has been a great week of streams even without the chat. It's so odd not having a chat. It is so different. It is very weird. And it's honestly, it's weird when we bring you guys back in. It's almost overwhelming to catch up with and keep up with the chats. So, like, luckily I can show it on screen so, like, everyone can have a chance to have their comments seen. But it's hard, like, after not being chat active for several hours to, like, oh my God, who's here today? What is everyone doing? It's a much different experience, and I hope we never have to do this for a trial again. So, oh my goodness. Let's see. Thank you here from Blackbird. Good to see you, Blackbird. Guys, we're going to wrap this one up. Let's get over to, if you guys are inclined to go listen to Proctor Hot Mess over at Melanie Little's, this will redirect there, or you have to find your way there from Defense Diaries. If not, hope you guys have a great, great weekend. See you Monday morning, either right away or whenever I can jump on with Bob and Ali. And you guys all take care. Bye, guys.